Northwestern Institute of Management, Russian Academy of National Economy, Russia. Tafatsva Luke Mupingashato, Postdoctoral Research Fellow, Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, University of South Africa, South Africa. Mariana Rondon, Program Director, Platforma SIPO, Brazil. Dhruva Jaishankar, Executive Director, Observer Research Foundation, America, United States of America. The session is moderated by Sunaina Kumar, Director and Senior Fellow, Center for New Economic Diplomacy, Observer Research Foundation, India. Over to you, Sunaina.
Thanks, Sukhmani. Is this working? Yes. Good morning. Those of you who attended the breakfast session, I promise you'll be seeing less of me right after this. But thank you for joining us for this vital conversation, BRICS at 20, on the cusp of strategic significance. The title really captures the central tension of the moment that we find ourselves in a world which is marked by geopolitical upheaval, a weaponized economic order, and weakened multilateralism. Can BRICS move from dialogue to delivery? And can it serve as a platform for meaningful South-South cooperation, which shapes outcomes rather than simply articulating the aspirations of the global South? BRICS has evolved from the early 2000s into a political and economic coalition that reflects the profound shifts that are currently underway in the international system. What started with Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa truly signals the emergence of a multipolar economic as well as a multipolar geopolitical order. The numbers tell their story. In the last 20 years, BRICS' share of global GDP has nearly doubled and is at 45% today, while the share of population of BRICS countries is nearly 55%. Despite the naysayers, BRICS is an idea that has outlasted its staunchest critics. While its institutional footprint has seen some modest growth, there is definitely room for it to cater more to the needs of the global South on critical issues of connectivity, energy, technology, health, and supply chains. In this discussion, we will reflect on what BRICS has been and what it can become in the next decade. I'm going to start with Valerie. We are on the cusp of a new BRICS presidency with India taking over on January 1st. And it would be a good time to perhaps get into what has been a contentious topic, which is the expansion of BRICS. Should BRICS be expanded further in the next year? And that is also relevant because it was during Russia's presidency that it was decided to pause expanding the grouping further so that existing members can be better integrated. What are your thoughts? How can that happen?
I think it's a good question how to integrate new members of BRICS, but the problem is not these countries itself, but we can see on some challenges that BRICS faces today. For example, and first of all, is the lack of institutional foundations within forum. There is no clear criteria for the membership, but it's necessary for effective governance. And second, members are very diverse in political structure, which also makes it difficult to find consensus in decision-making and develop a unified policy of the BRICS in such organization like United Nations or World Trade Organization. So the problem here is how to create a flexible management mechanism that from one side takes into account unique features of the members and on the other hand helps to reach consensus on strategic issues. And one more problem is there are contradictions even between core members of BRICS. For example, China and India are strategic rivals, at least in the Indo-Pacific region. And many experts in India, for example, noted that China strives to partnership inside BRICS just to enhance its influence and to become a center of economic prosperity. And in this case, the BRICS can become an instrument of China's foreign policy. In turn, China emphasizes that its economic projects are mutually beneficial and never linked to some political conditions. So we need actually, as members of BRICS, to find some consensus on that issues. So problem is here in some challenges, and if we solve them, we will have no problem with newcomers in BRICS.
All right. Luke, I also realize actually that all our panelists are from the original BRICS countries, so we do not have new inductees in this discussion. I want to bring on the question of Africa and how it is the geography of the most consequence for BRICS countries. It really is the bridge between markets and global supply chains and critical minerals and resources, as well as new trading routes. How can African countries ensure that they shape and benefit from this cooperation?
Thank you, Sunaina, and thank you for having me here. I love the fact that you picked that I'm representing Africa, and I'll try and do justice.
You're representing South Africa as well as Africa.
As well, hey. Okay, so let me just begin with the reality that the future of BRICS will not be determined only in India, in China, Brazil, South Africa, but it will be determined with the need of Africa. Why am I emphasizing that Africa is a key player in this? If you look at the metrics of the countries that are within BRICS, when it was founded, you've got your Brazil, they are very good with the agriculture. You've got your Russia, this is where the energy is coming from. You've got your India, their manufacturing is watertight. You've got your South Africa, that's your minerals. But the question is, what is Africa bringing? Africa is bringing quite a lot. The first thing that I want to emphasize is the demography, which is what you pointed in your initial opening statements to say, the demography of the world seems to be skewed towards Africa. It's believed that by 2050, 1 in 4 people will be Africans. So it tells you that this is where the market is, and this is where the labor is. I know there are a lot of assumptions and a lot about limitations about the demography. It's not properly skilled. I think that's a challenge that can be remedied. Then the next thing that I want to put through is the minerals. I want to talk about manganese, cobalt, the vast of these, including the rare earth within Africa. So it puts Africa at a place where it's the tying end of all of these countries. So you cannot then want to say there will be a BRICS without Africa, and yet everyone else in the world is looking at Africa. So having said that, then it means that Africa has to come to the table not as a beggar. We need to find ourselves and not disintegrate the market that is already integrated. We need to come as a unit and not as individuals. Because the moment we come as units, it then disaggregates the market. We don't have a voice. I was actually thinking now to say, what stops from countries that are endowed in PGMs in Africa to have more like an opaque system? where they have control of the market. What stops countries that are rich in cobalt in Africa, your Zambia, your DRC, to have a union that is an oversight on these raw materials? So I'm just trying to make you see how Africa is at the center of BRICS. As a region, in as much as we've got South Africa, but I think we now need to move over to a situation where we speak as a region. Thank you, Sunaina.
So a very quick follow-up to that, the question that I had actually also posed to Valerie. Should BRICS be expanding further? And you talked about integration of Africa. Does that mean bringing in more African countries?
Thank you. That's an interesting question. But I always want to put this in as pragmatic as possible. And unfortunately, the example that I'm going to use might not be familiar with those that don't use public transport. Have you ever noticed that when you get into a public transport system, you don't want it to stop for anyone? You only want to go alone. And I think this is what I'm trying to put through to say, I don't know why, if this is for the development of humanity, we should have restrictions on the membership. I know he raised issues and problems that are inherent with BRICS. And I like problems, such problems. Why do I like them? Because it shows that there is an interaction in the process of building something. It's not something that you're being handed over. It's something that you're participating to model. So in as much as there is a lot of noise, in that noise, we can find each other if you want. So in as much as the membership has been stopped, if I want to put it that way, I still believe that the African proverbs that says, if you want to go further, you go with everyone. But if you want to go faster, like the country that we all know, you go alone. So I would say, let the inclusion of members not be restricted, but let the process that mandates a member that is applied be followed religiously. Thank you, Sunaina.
Okay, Mariana, would you agree? Luke is an optimist, and he believes that the BRICS countries can work together through the problems. Brazil, through its recent G20 presidency, as well as the BRICS presidency, and through COP, has been a very vocal advocate for South-South cooperation. Do you think that BRICS can move beyond the sort of incremental progress that we have seen on South-South cooperation? Is that even possible given the divisions and fragmentations that actually exist within the member countries?
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. It is true that we live fragmentation, that we live competition, that we live so many different visions and interests among BRICS countries, but it's also true that this is the only viable way for us to do the necessary change that we want and we need to do. I don't see any other viable path that doesn't go through South-South cooperation. So this is the first thing for us. We are currently living in a polycrisis world with multiple crises. We live in an emergency, a climate emergency, with high inequalities, poverty, hunger, lots of conflicts, wars, that tell us that what we have in place, it's not working, and we need to change. And this change won't come from any other place than the Global South cooperation, the Global South countries. So that's what you were telling us. We gotta come together. That's the only way for us to do the necessary change. So we also know with BRICS, looking to BRICS and BRICS expansion, it is true that we still don't know what it means, these new BRICS. I think we are, all of us, trying to figure out and understand in terms of impacts and results, but we do know that we are talking about a significant portion of the population, the global population. We are talking about a significant share of GDP. So we do know that this is powerful. This is something for us to have in mind. But we also know that the expansion won't drive us to the necessary change that we need and want. So the question is, what are we going to do with this? That's the question that we need to pose to ourselves. And to do something concrete, we need mechanisms and innovative solutions. So I wanted to raise, there are several paths that we need to explore when we look to South-South cooperation and among BRICS countries, but I wanted to explore 3 concrete ones. The first one is the new launch of the BRICS of Trade, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development Lab. It was just launched this year by the Brazilian presidency. This is quite unique and important because it first reinforces the commitment to multilateralism systems, looking to trade, to climate, and to sustainable development. But also, it's very unique because it brings a positive approach when we look to climate action and how it can provide also economic and trade opportunities. And this is really important when we look to climate action. And also because it helps us to reinforce the 3 components of trade, climate, and sustainable development. So this is something, this lab, that I think we should look at next year, talking already with the Indian next presidency. The second one is about the NDB, the New Development Bank. We've been asking for the MDB's reforms that needs to happen. It's a must. But we do have a concrete opportunity to do things differently when we look to the NDBs, so to the New Development Bank. So we have little history when we look comparing to other MDB banks, which for good and for bad, I would say. And it helps us and allows us to do and to build a different story. So I think this is my second pillar here, path. We need to look to the NDB to foster what we already have, but also to expand for new areas in terms of investment. And I'm talking about just transition. We need to help the BRICS countries to overcome and to become green economies. The other thing, also to look to adaptation, to hunger and poverty. So these are some of the topics that are not still in the NDB agenda, and it has to be. We can look, for example, for other multilateral development banks, such as the Asia Infrastructure and Investment Bank, that they have as a priority at least 50% of the investment goes to climate projects. So we gotta be bold, we gotta be innovative within the New Development Bank. And the third and last one is about making the bridge between the different international forums. So we need to build bridges between the G20 and BRICS, the UNFCCC and BRICS, and so on. Yesterday, during the opening ceremony, someone said, I don't understand why we keep celebrating documents where we reaffirm what has already been discussed, negotiated, and agreed. So this is precisely what we need to do. There are lots of things that were already negotiated in different forums, but we need to make sure that we take this forward. So looking, for example, to the G20, we had the last 4 years the G20 led by developing countries. And we have a huge legacy that won't go away, and we need to build up on this. Thank you.
Right, I actually want to come back to that later.
Okay.
The question of G20 and BRICS with the rotating presidencies that are coming out. But Dhruva, let me turn to you. You did say that you want to be provocative, so be as provocative as you want. We're starting the day. But I do have to ask you, given the political and economic as well as strategic differences that exist within the countries of expanded BRICS, with the Indian presidency coming up, can India build on common concerns of members? What do you think will be the dilemmas of the Indian presidency as well as the priorities?
Thank you, Sunena. And The short answer I would give is India does have a tradition and history of trying to build consensus, and you saw it during its G20 presidency a few years ago. But in many ways, BRICS is at an inflection point today, and in some ways a very worrisome inflection point for the organization. I should actually just start off by saying it's my first visit here to South Africa, and it's really been a sort of wonderful, eye-opening visit. In some ways, it's personally quite poignant for me, because until I was 9 years old, my Indian passport said on it that it was valid for travel to all countries except South Africa. And it tells you that 35 years ago, the world was a very, very different place. I grew up with sort of associations with the Soweto uprising and Biko and other things, when we thought about South Africa. And it just tells you, again, how much the world has changed over the past 3.5 decades. And so some of the confident predictions we have about the international order, about world politics, when we look ahead over the next 3 or 4 decades, may not come to pass, or at the very least, we're going to have to revisit our presumptions periodically. Which brings us to BRICS. I think we have to remember that BRICS arose under very specific circumstances. It had been around as an idea for some time, in the late 1990s and early 2000s, but it really came into its own after the 2008-2009 global financial crisis, with, in some ways, a pretty singular objective of advocating for greater representation for developing and emerging economies in the international economic order. And it was really, in some ways, a response to the continued intransigence, or that was how it felt, of the established developed economies. And that resulted in one concrete outcome, which was the New Development Bank, the NDB, which still arguably is BRICS' biggest accomplishment. There have other things as well. There's a CRA, a central bank liquidity swap. But even soon after the establishment of the New Development Bank, I think some of the limitations came to the fore of this organization. And the fact that China felt compelled to establish yet another bank, AIIB, in 2013, of which the 2 other largest voting members after China are India and Russia, in that order, tells you again some of the inadequacies of the NDB, even at that time. Even to this date, 15 years later, the NDB is not really a substitute for the Bretton Woods institutions. By one estimate, it's about 1/20th of the lending of the World Bank, and that's a conservative estimate because that doesn't include IFC lending. Membership certainly has expanded of BRICS. Some would see that as a sign of success. And there is obviously an appeal to joining BRICS. There's a reason why several countries have expressed interest beyond the ones who've already joined in the expanded BRICS format. The central biggest appeal is that most of the members, whatever their other differences, value their sovereignty. And that in some ways is the defining characteristics of many BRICS countries. However, what aspect of sovereignty they emphasize is very different from country to country. So in some cases it's more economic, in some more technological, some more political. And so the reality, of course, is that BRICS is flailing at this point, despite the expansion. And it is in danger, in some ways, of failing if it does not reach a compromise and reach a consensus on certain key issues. And you see this in recent statements. We had a foreign ministers meeting last year where there was a failure to reach consensus on some pretty simple issues, and that doesn't bode well going ahead. We don't have a common BRICS position, for example, on UN Security Council reform. In fact, one of the BRICS members is one of the P5, perhaps most intransigent about UN Security Council reform. You don't have a common position on terrorism. We don't have a common position on lending standards. And even on areas where there has been some consensus, it's been quite weak. We had a declaration on AI issued recently. We've had some coordination on climate, but obviously not enough, as we saw at COP. And even on digital payments, another area where there's been interest expressed by many BRICS countries. So, I mean, when you look at all of this, you see that BRICS is, in many ways, a talk shop. a useful talk shop, it may be, but still a talk shop. And unfortunately, a new international order is not constructed through talk shops alone. Building an inclusive international order is hard. If it's optics that the BRICS members want, then great. I think that objective will be reached. It's been a useful negotiating tool for many countries, including some aspirant countries. But building a working institution will require flexibility and will require compromise. And at present, that does not seem like it is forthcoming.
Okay, a quick follow-up. You said that BRICS has failed. It is a statement that President Trump made earlier this year in February.
I haven't said it's failed. I said it's at risk of failing.
It's at the risk of failing. So is the G20.
Yes.
So where do we go from here?
No, I think this is not a very good moment for multilateralism. And you see this, again, we've just come off COP. We had some intensive discussions yesterday here with several members, and Mariana was there, of people, including many people who had just been in Belém. But if you see between COP, G20 summit, where the US has boycotted, you see, again, a vacuum here, and yet an either unwillingness or incapability of many other actors to fill that vacuum. And that is, I think, where we're at right now. So it's not really a good moment for multilateralism.
Okay. I'm going to bring that question back to you, Mariana, of course, because, Brazil has had these presidencies. When we look at the preceding G20 presidencies, the Global South ones, so much of the focus has been on economic cooperation and the development agenda. Do you think that if the US cedes on that, which it seems quite likely that it will, with the expanded BRICS that is taking in more countries from the Global South, can it sort of step up to that role, or is that not possible?
Thank you. I think I woke up in a positive mood today. So regarding, just to pick up what you brought regarding the G20, I wanted to bring 3 topics. The first one is that we have a background record. We have legacy when we look to G20, and nothing will change this. So we had the last 4 years led by developing countries, the IPSA plus Indonesia, and we have a legacy that is there, and no one will take this out. So we have, for example, the Indonesian, they launched the Bali Energy Transitions Roadmap. We had India launching the Global Biofuels Alliance. We had Brazil launching the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. We now have South Africa that created the G20 Food Security Task Force, brought solidarity, equality, and sustainability into the center of the discussions, and it's there. The second thing is that next year we are going to have the G20 presided by the US. It will pass. We are not talking about short-term change. We are talking about medium and long-term. We got to be patient. It will pass. And meanwhile, we have a momentum next year to keep the discussions alive of critical issues for us. And one of these is the Indian presidency of BRICS. And the second one that I wanted to highlight is Brazil's presidency of COP30 next year. So there is lots to be done, lots in terms of continuity of Brazil brought this year within BRICS that we can and should continue it in some of the agendas, and also the same when we look to the UNFCCC and COP. We have, for example, 2 roadmaps that the Brazilian presidency will build next year, and it would be great to count with BRICS countries. One is about transitioning away from fossil fuels, and the other one is to end deforestation. So we have lots of work to do in 2026.
Luke, I want to bring up the question of New Development Bank, which both Mariana and Dhruva have talked about. When we look at that institution, do you think that it can be made more robust to deliver more tangible outcomes? And I am going to ask you the question of Africa again. But, is that one reform that we can have to strengthen delivery of outcomes?
Thank you, Sunaina. That's a very, very important question. And so the issue that we have as a region is that we don't have a representation of the whole of Africa within BRICS. We have South Africa, yes, but I think we need to initially have representation. It's just that when we talk about this, it's not about only these countries that have joined, but a representative of the African region is the starting point. Then when you are then on the table, this is where now you bring the issue that you're talking about to say, do you think that the NDB would be the investment vehicle to actually unlock the potential of Africa? Yes, it is, but it cannot be talked about from outside. We need to be on the table. Then when we are on the table, then we align the funding towards our key focus areas as Africa, not only to benefit us as Africa, but to benefit the region. I'll give you an example. Of late, I've been around a lot of conversations where people talk about critical minerals. And of late, I think it really gets to me when people are still talking about critical minerals. I'm of the view that we should be past talking about critical minerals and talk about the value additions after critical minerals. Because the moment we continue talking about critical minerals, we give the notion that we still must send them out there as raw ores. So those kind of semantics need to be talked about when we're on the table. And I have a strong feeling that once you're on the table, the reforms to meet our own endowments becomes easy because we are part of the discussion table. But as long as we are speaking from outside the room, it becomes like rhetoric, like what has been said before. So we need to find ways of putting Africa on the table, just that we can then unlock the funding, we can unlock beneficiation, what I also noticed that we've got a power issue. So once the moment you talk about critical minerals, then beneficiation, the next thing is power. So you cannot add value to the roles without power. So these are the kind of semantics that should be played around if at all we are going to say, let's restructure the NDB to also reach out to the needs of the region as well. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
So Valerie, from Russia's perspective, and of course there has been this rising sentiment under the Trump presidency that BRICS is seen as a geopolitical rival bloc. How do you think BRICS can avoid that binary? And what do you think its identity should be? Should its identity be as a platform for the global south or the global majority, as Russia likes to say?
First of all, BRICS should be a representative of majority. It's not only global south. But as for status of BRICS, yes, I think that BRICS is perceived now as a counter bloc to the Western institutions. And it's impossible to escape some competition like in market economy. But problem is not competition itself, but artificial over-politicization of all issues around BRICS. You can see, for example, American very strong stance on imposing an additional 10% sanctions just for cooperation with BRICS. And President Trump even has attributed any forum's activity as hostile to American national interests. That indicates, by the way, that BRICS authority is growing. So the problem is that the West cannot accept a new reality, but in long term, geopolitical role of the BRICS and BRICS Plus will persist due to mistrust of the G7 countries worldwide. The West is expanding sanctions against Russia and China and leading this way to destabilization of the global trading system. And this trend is facilitated by the United States, which excluded Ethiopia from African Growth and Opportunity Act, and threatening South Africa to do the same. But if we look in the future, we can see that even in economical dimension, BRICS performance was impressive just from the first steps. And if you see today on BRICS Plus, this group will collectively control over 72 of the world's rare earth elements, 75% of manganese, 15% of graphite, and 28% of nickel, and so on. And you can see that a large amount of resources and energy allows these countries to exert strategic influence within the regions and beyond. For example, China has successfully positioned itself as a major magnesium exporter and can manipulate prices in the world market. As a result, magnesium production outside China has decreased significantly. But finally, if we look at this problem of rivalry between BRICS and Western institutions, I think that we should look and we should find some political will of BRICS states just to go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone want to respond to that from the panel, or I'm going to open this up to the audience? So we will take audience questions. There are mics on both sides of the room. Could you please walk up to the mics? Yes, you can just walk up to them.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gilbert Nyandeji. I'm from Africa Cyber Defense Forum. First of all, I want to say a good job the BRICS has done with regards to challenging the Western homogeny in terms of bringing the different world order. With now you're talking about the G7 at maybe 30% of the GDP and 32% approximately controlled by the BRICS. My only question to you and the panelists is, with the recent admission of quite a number of countries, right, that have now been admitted into the initial BRICS, with different diverging political interest, economic interest, do we see a situation where BRICS might end up, turning into a talk shop where, different countries' interests diverge, where they pursue national interest versus the common agenda? And without mentioning names of the countries, I'm sure you know them, I want to be politically correct, because I can give an example. For example, a good number of you are aware of, for example, the Nile issue, for example, where one country might have its own national interest, right, that might not basically, but a little bit conflict. So how do you basically balance that national interest and the common agenda you want to achieve? The other part now with the reality we have with the US, where some countries will be, rushing to Washington to cover their interest and end up maybe basically going against the common agenda. You talk about the recent bank, which is the New Development Bank. Really, it's not really significant in the global agenda in terms of financial instruments. Okay. So my question to you, how do we balance that interest between the BRICS countries' new interests and also the national agenda? Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll take a few together.
Okay, Luke, when you spoke, you talked about having an African representation in BRICS. And my question on that is, looking at the fact that Africa is diverse, we've got over 50-something countries with different interests, different stages of growth. If we decide to have an African representation, how will that address the needs of these countries? And also looking at the fact that when we look at the setup of BRICS, the priorities of the key players are different. Will they prioritize the development needs of African countries? And finally, you talked about the last comment there is on looking at creating a solution for ourselves. So I'd like to get your thoughts on the role of African Union. So do you see African Union creating a solution and filling in the gaps that if African countries are unable to join BRICS, we will be able to still meet our development goals and achieve economic growth? Thank you.
Hi, I have a question to the representatives from India, South America, and Africa. Why do you think those
Sorry,
BRICS
could you introduce
Václav Lukovic, hi. Why do you think those countries don't use their political power to shape a just global order? I think South Africa has been very vocal on the topic of Palestine, of Gaza, and among the BRICS members, there is Russia, who is the aggressor starting a war, and really the other BRICS countries are not speaking out against this. I think when we look forward and look about legitimacy, shaping a just global order, I'm really surprised not to hear a vocal response to this brutal aggression by Russia.
We'll take the last question.
Thank you so much. Ella Batan. I think since yesterday we talked about Africa having a meaningful seat at the table. How do we make sure that the seat at the table is meaningful? And how do you make sure that you carry citizen aspiration in those rooms where they often don't have access to? Thank you.
Okay, should we, let's start with you, Dhruva.
So I'll just address three of them very quickly. One, I mean, as I said in my remarks, it's not a risk of becoming a talk shop, it is a talk shop. So the risk now is, the challenge is how do we make it, how do you make it more than that? How can you make BRICS more substantive? I also am a bit wary of some of the somewhat self-congratulatory nature of the BRICS conversation amongst BRICS countries, because again, when you talk about growth of the BRICS, I mean, really that growth is concentrated in a few countries only. And the power disparity between one in particular, China, and the rest is quite stark. And so I do think sometimes it's easy to lump, you know, the BRICS collectively offer this kind of economic dynamism, but the fact is it's not even, and I think that needs to be acknowledged. On African representation, I can't speak for Africa, but I do want to emphasize that part of the reason why during the Indian presidency of the G20, there was an effort made to bring the AU into the G20. And it was more than just a symbolic moment, it was to get that African voice on a major forum of global governance. How we now use that, I think, remains to be seen. But I think that was an effort at getting a representative African voice on at least one stage. And finally, on it's not as if countries of the Global South have been silent on issues. They have taken positions on many issues. And I think the fact, again, that we're able to, unlike at the UN Security Council, get consensus language on the Ukraine war at the G20 presidency, the summit 2 years ago in New Delhi, I think is indicative of the ability of countries to reach a compromise. And I think the idea that bringing an end to conflict is something that these countries can work together in a constructive way to do is there. I mean, we can make empty statements, but actually working towards building that consensus is much harder. So again, I'm not sure it's entirely accurate to say that some countries of the Global South have been sitting this out.
Who wants to go next?
Thank you for the very, very interesting and very difficult questions. But let me try and also just think on the go. The question that was asked by Gilbert to say, how do we balance the interest of the countries? I think primarily the problem or the challenge, let me put it that way, that we've had as Africa is that many times as countries we don't know what we have, what we own. How am I saying? Last week we had a discussion on critical minerals, and the estimate is about 30% for now with an open clause to say there might be more. So the moment we don't know what we have, it's difficult to bring it to the table for discussion. So what I would say is for us then to align with the global world, with where we want to go, we need to understand what we have, which then sinks into the issue of how we can join as a group and yet we have got so many different interests. And this is the part that I said. The moment we know the strength of, for instance, Zimbabwe, the strength of South Africa, already we begin to see what they're going to bring to the table. If there is also another country with similar features as Zimbabwe, we say, let them find each other, then bring the discussion not as a unit, but as one whole group. And the issue of creative solutions is upon us. I'll be honest with you. The moment we have these kind of deliberations, and the moment that ends and we leave it there, it means that the whole process of creative solutions is dead. So what am I saying? We need to take this beyond the discussions. We need to involve all the stakeholders involved, such that when we then come to the table, we are not going back to say, the interest of this stakeholder has not been involved. So, like I said, we need to go together. But as we go together, we must find each other. What are you good at, and what can you do? What are you bringing to the table? Without us finding each other as a region and bringing and speaking with one voice, it will be difficult for us to actually sell the global, the demographic dividend that we're actually proud of. Without us understanding how this dividend is structured across the African countries, what do South Africans know better than Zimbabweans, than Nigerians, we will never actually try and get to where we want to get as a region.
All right. Valerie, you have a comment.
Yes. Very briefly. I think that the most important question is how to put together countries with a very different agenda. And here I can offer, maybe it's interesting for India, to establish a council of state members that should be done. And this institution could regulate the work of some departments that also should be established. For example, departments on the development of economic cooperation. And another point is at the level of the United States, BRICS states should develop a unified approach to reform this organization so that to enhance the role of African, Asian, and Latin American countries. And Russia supports this many times.
All right. I can clearly see that this discussion could have gone on for longer, but the speakers are here, and please continue engaging with them outside of this. I'm being told by Sukhmani that we need to wrap this up. Thank you to Dhruva, Mariana, Luke, and Valerie for this discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sunana. Thank you to the speakers. Could I request you to step forward and for a group photograph? Thank you, everyone, for an engaging conversation. We now move on to a speed talk. We have a speed talk by Sydney Mabele, Group Chief Marketing and Corporate Affairs Officer, ABSA Group.
His Excellency, former President Thabo Mbeki, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and all protocol observed. I want to also recognize some of the leadership of ABSA Group who are here this morning. And maybe begin by saying Exactly 32 years ago, nearly to the day, on the 18th of November 1993, the national media in South Africa captured a pivotal and monumental event, the signing of South Africa's interim constitution. It was a profound declaration of our collective journey towards democracy and economic freedom. That day, as leaders laid down their commitment to a united government and fundamental rights, they also set the stage for the first democratic elections. It was a beacon to guide us through uncharted waters, promising a future where every citizen would have a voice, both in the ballot box and in the market square. There are many similar stories like these that exist across the continent, our home and primary footprint of operation as an organization. Allow me, for the next few minutes, to share a perspective and brief remarks, not as a policy expert, but as a representative of a systemic institution deeply embedded in the fabric of society. And yes, we are a bank. The first one there on the left, Absa Bank. Banks are more than just financial intermediaries. They are systemic institutions that shape economies and communities. Our role is not confined to balance sheets. It extends to enabling inclusive growth. When we finance infrastructure, empower entrepreneurs, and support trade, we're not just moving capital. We are moving lives forward. Absa is here, Mr. President and friends, as a proud supporter of the Cape Town Conversation and proud partners to the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, very clear of our societal imperfections, and acutely aware that the journey for us all to be consistent with the prescripts of that constitution I've just quoted and other strategic programs is far from over. Yet on the same vein, I can say that we are proud of the progress that this conversation and many others like these have made and continue to make on many fronts. This year's theme, renewal and rebuilding, shaping a just global order, is very deeply resonant for us. It urges us to reflect on the remarkable strides made in fostering an inclusive, equitable, and representative world with its rich diversity. The world is indeed changing rapidly. We've seen the economic headwinds, technological disruption, and geopolitical shifts that are redefining how we think about growth and resilience. For Africa, these shifts are not abstract, they are our lived reality. Renewal and rebuilding are never once-off ideals. They are a sequence of choices. What to keep, what to let go, what to accelerate, what and who to invite in. Ladies and gentlemen, to our observation, something important is taking shape. A more confident global south, a group of regions recognizing that shared demographic weight, natural endowments, and development ambitions create real agency. We see it in the assertiveness of regional institutions. We see it in the momentum behind South-South cooperation. We see it in the growing demand for reforms to global finance that reflect the world as it exists today. And the session we've just had on BRICS speaks directly to this. The esteemed panelists highlighted how current global shifts have created an opening for BRICS to play a more strategic role than at any point in its history. But they also reminded us that influence is not guaranteed. It depends on the clarity of purpose and whether the grouping can translate these shared interests into a coordinated action. Of course, we all know that Africa has a number of impediments and key threats in realizing this potential. Infrastructure gaps. I don't need to teach you about high cost of capital, regulatory instability, poor transport, energy, digital infrastructure that limit connectivity and productivity. Africa's borrowing costs that remain amongst the highest globally, discouraging long-term investment in industrialization, agriculture, and skills development. Inconsistent policies, weak governance, and corruption that create uncertainty for investors and hinder cross-border trade under the AfCFTA. And it raises an important question for us all. What role should an institution like ours, a bank, or financial services in general, play in this renewal or rebuilding that we are talking about? Why would a bank like ours have an interest in this conversation? Well, we believe that banks have an important role to play in this conversation of inclusive growth. When they fund projects, they support communities, direct investment into essential sectors, and they make sure that investments reach the people who need them. They help widen economic participation. Banks play an important role in financial inclusion, financial literacy, skills development that give individuals and small businesses the tools to enter and move through the economy, providing products and services that match people's needs is part of the same responsibility. Another important role is that banks are intricately connected to the communities they serve. Transformation is not an abstract concept for us. It is lived reality. Every loan, every investment, every innovation has a ripple effect on households, small businesses, and the entire region. Any development path has to consider people, financial viability, and the environment together, the triple P of people, profit, and planet. That means understanding how communities are affected, how investors think about long-term value, and how environmental conditions shape future risk. These are the imperatives that guide a transition which has to hold over time. But it's important to also mention that this is a symbiotic exercise. Mr. President, banks cannot thrive in a system that is stagnating or in an environment that is regressing. We need a system built to last, one that balances economic growth with social equity and environmental stewardship. That energy transition must be just and socially equitable, leaving no one behind. It is not just about the yield of today, but the harvest of tomorrow, because the chapters yet to be written depend on the choices that we make now. ABSA is therefore working to realize this narrative by structuring social infrastructure project as a viable investment opportunity. Through innovative policy engagement, blended finance models, and risk-sharing mechanisms, our organization is enabling scalable investments into infrastructure that deliver both social impact and economic returns. And And maybe allow me to blow our horn only just a little bit more. We have served as joint lead arranger for the new Development Bank's inaugural South African rand-denominated bond auction in August 2023. The new Development Bank raised 1.5 billion through that issuance to support infrastructure and sustainable development projects in South Africa. Thank you. At ABSA, we are innovating to close the gap by structuring blended finance, leveraging risk-sharing mechanisms, and building funding value chains that link banks, development partners, and fintechs to improve SME access to working capital. The She Trades Commonwealth program, funded by UK International Development, has partnered with ABSA, Kenya, and the International Trade Center to equip 10,000 Kenyan women entrepreneurs with skills and trade opportunities in 2021. In South Africa, ABSA offers tailored support for SMEs, especially women and youth entrepreneurs, through initiatives like ABSA She Thrives, emerging entrepreneur programs, mentorship, and enterprise development efforts that provide market access, training, networking, and sustainable business growth opportunities. In Angola, lastly, ABSA is co-financing $325 million Longojo rare earths projects, which will support over 2,000 jobs and contribute to the global green energy transition. It is therefore important for me to mention that progress at this scale cannot happen alone. Public institutions set the direction, define priorities, and carry the mandate for the national development. And we want those public institutions strong, effective, and delivering. Private institutions bring capital, and in many ways, execution capability, and how the economy is functioning on the ground. When these roles move in the same direction, together, projects gain momentum and development becomes more coherent. The two are mutually reinforcing. This becomes even more important when we think about building Africa's own capital markets. Countries with stronger local markets gain more stability, more control over development choices, and they have more room to plan. Economic sovereignty rests on this capacity, and our collective renewal depends on it. What matters now is how we turn these positions into action. So as I close, renewal and rebuilding happens one brick at a time, through steady choices that accumulate into something impactful and durable. It requires an overarching goal that holds the work together and a commitment to build towards it with patience and intent. For the Global South, that goal is a system that reflects our realities, supports our development paths, and strengthens our ability to act with urgency. So, considering all of these developments, our call to action is very simple. Let's deepen collaboration. Let's share knowledge, like we are having in this conversation, and let's create solutions, co-create solutions that move Africa forward. Financial institutions like ours do have a responsibility, and dare I say, moral obligation to contribute to shaping Africa's future. With bold thinking, shared responsibility, and relentless focus and action on resilience and inclusion, and at ABSA, we are committed, as our purpose says, to empower Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mabele. We now move on to the second session of the day, Resisting False Binaries, Managing the Emerging World's Energy Transition. The speakers are Kenneth Milanzi, Group Head of Stakeholder Engagement, APSA, Salim Fakir, Executive Director, African Climate Foundation, South Africa, Callum Nicholson, Director, Research, Danube Institute, Hungary, Stefania Relva, Director, Industrial Transformation, E+ Energy Transition, Brazil. The session is moderated by Cheryl Fu, Head, Economic Strategy and Investments, Middle East, OCO Global, Saudi Arabia. Could I request you all to join us on the stage? Over to you, Cheryl.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cheryl Fu, and I'm from Singapore. I was previously head of strategy at Singapore's Economic Development Board, and I'm now head of economic strategy and investments, and I'm based in Riyadh. It is a real privilege to be here today to chair this discussion. I thank Samia, Max, ORF, and TMF colleagues for having us. We'll be following Chatham House rules, and all views expressed are solely my own. So, regarding this panel today, let me begin with a simple truth. Emerging economies cannot just transition. We need to sequence it. So our regions are actually managing rising demand, growing populations, and we hold the most amount of renewable energy resources. But coal, oil, and gas still anchor energy security, and our cost of capital is 3 to 5 times that of Europe's. So our question here today is not a false binary question. It's not about choosing energy security over development, and it's not a question about yes or no. The question is, how do we design transitions that protect energy security, build competitive industries, and reduce dependence on external actors, all in parallel? So we have an exceptional panel today representing finance, political economy, industrial policy, and comparative systems to discuss this today. So joining us today is Kenneth Milanzi, the Group Head of Stakeholder Engagement at APSA. He represents the financial system and brings a direct view into risk, bankability, and the real capital constraints shaping coal-dependent regions. Callum Nicholson is the Director of Research at the Danube Institute, Hungary. He brings the comparative policy perspective, mapping what Europe got right and what does not translate to the Global South. Stefania Relva, she's the Director of Industrial Transformation at E+ Energy Transition, Brazil. She represents the industrialization and technology transformation view from one of the world's most important emerging market energy systems. And last but not least, we have Salim Fakir, who is the Executive Director of the African Climate Foundation, South Africa. He represents the political economy and social transition lens. Thank you all for being here today, and I'll invite each of you to now take 2 minutes to ground us in your vantage point. What is the transition challenge as you see it, and what sits at the center of it? So I'll begin with Brazil. Stefania, Brazil is one of the few emerging economies that are trying to reindustrialize since the 80s, but at the same time also facing major decarbonization efforts. So how are you sequencing Brazil's transition to protect competitiveness and jobs, and which 1 or 2 green industries will anchor Brazil in the next decade?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Brazil, it's very special. We used to say it every time that we need to explain Brazil because things there are so different. We began our energy transition in the power sector some decades ago because we didn't have enough oil, neither gas, and we do not have coal. So it's not an option for us. So because of that, we invested a lot in hydropower. We have a huge hydropower potential. And today, we have more than 90% of our power generation by renewables. Last year, it was around 55% from hydro, around 12% from wind, around 10% solar, and 8% by biomass. Basically, with sugarcane bagasse, we burn it and also generates energy through it. But it's not only about having the natural resources. We were able to produce, to create a huge power system with a lot of transmission lines and a lot of distribution system, a huge distribution system. And it's not about the infrastructure. So it's not only about having the resources and having the infrastructure, it's also about having a good governance. So we have built a lot of good institutions in the power sector in Brazil. We have the national independent operator of the system, we have the national and electricity agency, we have the Chamber of Electricity Commercialization, we have an enterprise that is linked to the Ministry of Mines and Energy that do all the research of the energy in Brazil. So it's a huge system that we need to create to be able to have a decarbonized power sector. And even though this is not enough, because right now, Brazil has a huge challenge with curtailment of wind energy. We are literally throwing renewable energy away because there is no demand for this energy. So yes, we have a huge potential for reindustrialize. We see that we have a huge potential to use this energy by the industry to produce green goods, but the demand signal for these green goods, it's not something that we are seeing. So industry are not encouraged to invest on that. And that's one of our main challenges today, is how to create this demand in order to avoid the curtailment. Of course, we have another challenges such as investments in transmission lines and some regulations issues. We can talk about this later. But demand is definitely one of the main challenges right now.
Amazing, thank you. When you talk about demand, do you mean local demand or global demand? Are there any south-to-south partnerships to share grid stability, for example, with your surrounding neighbors, etc.?
Yeah, my background is in energy, but today I work in industry, so when I'm talking about demand, it's always like, which part of the supply chain I am, you know? But when I'm talking about demand, I'm talking about the final green goods demand. I mean, green steel, the green aluminum. What is this demand in order to incentivize the industry to use the energy from the system? And this is the bottleneck right now. But for sure, and this is such an important point, because we see, when we talk about industry, we used to talk about what we call the industrial ecosystem, which means I have here my industrial facility here, some steel making, I don't know, for example. And then I have the upstream of this ecosystem, which is how this industry is going to access energy and industrial inputs. And then I have the downstream of this industry. What is the flows for the goods? What is the market of these goods? And sometimes, a lot of times when we talk about energy transition, we stop the conversation on the upstream. We do not keep talking about the industry and the downstream. And this is a big struggle, because Brazil already solved this part. We already have the upstream, we already have this access to the energy. But we are not talking about the rest of the supply chain, and that's the problem. That's why we are throwing this energy away.
Just one last question before I move to Kenneth on financing. But is the state doing are they implementing any mechanisms to incentivize industry uptake, for example?
We have been, there is a lot of things going on in Brazil. We have been developing a lot of different policies.
Yeah.
And the question was for me, right?
Yeah, that's
okay. I was afraid that I
No, for sure. We're
just
still on
jumped
Brazil, guys.
the other person's question. We have been, the Ministry of Industry just launched a public consultation for what we are calling the National Strategy for Decarbonization of Industry. We have been developing the Ecological Transformation Plan from the Ministry of Finance. We have launched the Brazilian Taxonomy. We have an energy transition plan with Ministry of Mines and Energy. A lot of different policies going on right now. But for the short term, this is something that worries me. We have a government that is a little bit focused on data centers and attracting data centers to Brazil. And honestly, I do not think this is a good idea, because this is the kind of development that does not bring any kind of technological development, not the way that Brazil is doing. Any kind of technological development in Brazil, and neither jobs, neither taxes. And so, yeah, it's a short-term solution mainly for the wind industry, but in the mid and the long time, when our industry starts growing, they will not have the cheap energy anymore to be able to grow. So for me, this is something that is a little bit worrying.
Yeah, I see parallels in my work also in Saudi Arabia with oil and gas prices and things like that. So I take your point also on the importance of institutionalization, which will survive political cycles and so on. So we'll get back to that later. But thanks a lot for your insight, Stefania. Moving on a little bit to the other side of the world. So Kenneth, at the moment, Africa has 60% of the world's best solar resources, according to IRENA. Brazil obviously holds massive hydro and wind corridors. South Asia has multi-gigawatt wind, hydro, and RE clusters. Yet only 2% of global clean energy investments are flowing to Africa, because the cost of capital here is 3 to 5 times higher than that of Europe. So this makes cheap renewables prohibitively expensive from the industry's perspective and in practice. So Kenneth, from the banking side, what does a bankable transition look like in South Africa today?
Yeah, no, thanks, Cheryl. And let me start off by greeting, standing on all protocols observed, and everyone else in the room. Good morning. So maybe just to preface it with a bit of context, I think as a continent even, one of our key challenges that we find ourselves, even in emerging markets at large, is what is rightfully termed an energy trilemma. And that being finding that delicate balance of 3 competing priorities: your energy security, which is a stable energy supply; your energy equity, which is affordable and universal access; and environmental sustainability, where we are saying, are we reducing emissions and overall environmental impact? And wrapping up on prefacing it with a bit of context, the transition must be orderly. I often say it's an Ubuntu imperative. In South Africa alone, the South African Reserve Bank estimates that the financial sector is exposed in terms of credit lines to just under R1 trillion to transition-sensitive economic sectors. So why I bring this up is towards bankability. Within the next 10 years, we need to spend some 3.1 trillion rand in a capital requirement of what is considered the largest capital reallocation of our time. So with that said, what do we mean by bankability? And what will all of this take? So I'm going to try bring it to the human face and not get too boggled up. But in practice, bankability means structuring projects in a way that gives investors and lenders predictable revenues and confidence that risks can be managed effectively. And we have seen that multilateral development banks can extend concessional finance and guarantees that reduce that credit risk, as can be seen with the World Bank credit risk vehicle that was recently launched. So for us then, it's, when you look at renewables, for example, the barrier to entry and the high capital cost requirements how do we get our people that we want to include, whether it is through localization or public procurement, in a position which looks bankable? So there's an element of capacity strengthening. There's also an element of support, as already mentioned, through concessions, where we say, here's somebody who can take the risk up front so that they can be that comfort. So I think as we balance that energy trilemma, bankability must come into play, and once everyone is aligned, we can move the needle. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. If the cost of capital doesn't fall, then nothing scales. So I really appreciate your comment on that.
And maybe, Cheryl, something that has come up a lot, especially in the G20, B20 conversation, there's what we call the perception premium. Others call it the prejudice premium, where the cost of capital in Africa is simply just too high. And if we are going to go back to the basics of risk to say high risk equals high reward, we don't see that with the high risk, allegedly, that we have. So also demystifying and unbundling that perception premium. I mean, just on the Sustainable Development Goals alone, the servicing debt is sitting at 1.2 trillion for Africa. And that's just servicing. So it's having discussions around that can actually allow players towards a just energy transition. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. And to Stefano's point, institutionalization, platform bundling logic could be a way we could do that, structuring certain finance vehicles for that to balance risk. I think are some of the ways I've seen in my work globally as well. I'd just like to move on to Salim, who's to speak about the political economy. So Salim, transitions disrupt labor markets, regional economies, and political coalitions. Stefano referenced that a little bit with the current sitting political party in Brazil. So what are the real fracture points you're seeing today? What mechanisms have actually helped manage the just transition?
Thank you. I wasn't sure if this was on. Let me just preface a few things. The one is that I have a deep privilege of being able to work in 10 different countries across the continent.
Amazing.
And being able to really look in very practical ways the synergy or the contradiction between climate and development. And our organization is very focused on that. I don't think you can answer the transition question without first trying to understand what the characteristic and composition of an economy that we have to build and need in the future. And that's very vital because most people who come at this climate issue or green energies tend to be working in a void of an understanding or appreciation of the ideas of what a future economic vision should be for specific countries and a region as a whole. So it's very important for us to first understand that, and it will be, you can take a regional wide view, but you can also have to have a country-specific view, because West Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa are very different. But we have to work together. Many years ago, we had this thing called NEPAD, and it's still there in AUDA now, NEPAD AUDA. That vision still stands. What we need to then understand is what are present and future vulnerabilities we will face. They're not just climate. Climate is one of the risks that we will be faced with, but climate also comes with opportunities. And part of those opportunities is being able to think about the economy, how to diversify it. As you know, we are very commodity-driven in most parts of the continent. We need to generate resources in order to be able to support diversification. You have to understand climate opportunities and risk in relationship to what your vision for economic development looks like going forward. Otherwise, you're pumping a lot of green molecules into the system, which has no productive utility or supports the diversification of an economy. So that the vision for an economy should also help to resolve the type of technology choices and sources of energy that you want to use in the present and in the future. But very importantly, I think when we talk about transition risks, often it is just about the weather. It's about climate vulnerability. But transition risk, for example, in South Africa, we are facing them very concretely through the imposition of decarbonization standards and measures outside of South Africa through our partners like the European Union, through CBAM. These impose these could impose severe penalties on key industries that don't have time to adjust in a context of sluggish economic growth, where we actually need to improve economic growth. And so it's very important to understand that we have very rich, diverse energy endowments on the continent. And the challenge we're going to have is around improving energy access, security, but also being able to build economies that can withstand other transition risks like decarbonization that may happen globally. And there's a lot of uncertainty around it. Let's be clear. It's not clear-cut that we are going to have a smooth ride towards decarbonization as may be claimed. But we are certainly, there's some pressure in it. You had the COP, for example, in Brazil, to wean economies of fossil fuels. Lastly, I would just like to say, and I would like to end this, with a approach that is more pragmatic, because I would like to argue where there is a development gap, it is not one versus the other. And it is about prudently using existing endowments to produce future endowments. And in our case, it's about capitalizing on the vast geothermal, hydro, wind, and solar energies in order to build a more robust sources of energy and economic spin-offs. And in the case of Africa, it is about enhanced energy access that is tilted towards decarbonization, but also ensures energy security coupled with economic diversification and productivity. That's the challenges we need to. And so the challenges we have are not just about reducing emissions, but is coupling reduction of emissions with economic development, because there's a big development gap. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Salim. Just to pick up on your point around the just transition, having a lot more scope than just false binaries around choosing energy security over development goals. How would you, in your experience and opinion, sequence the economic development transition for South Africa? This is a very big question, but what I'm trying to get at is a lot of our emerging countries in the global south face this very dilemma. You have to create jobs and build your economy for your people, but at the same time, you're facing all this external pressure and also sustainability pressure to decarbonize and to move towards green jobs. How do we prevent green energy and renewable energy from being just another vicious cycle of commodity extraction and exploitation? So, since you're the lead in South Africa on this topic and an esteemed expert, could you share some guidance for us on this? Yeah.
So in the case of South Africa, obviously there's going to be binding constraints on actually exploiting coal resources in the future. People talk about gas, but we kind of have to import it from somewhere else, and there are also other risks associated with gas. I think the options of renewables is driven by necessity and the global cost reductions, particularly in solar and wind technology. So obviously we have to be pragmatic. And the reason we have to be pragmatic is that you don't want to, we've been not very good at building large bulk infrastructure. And I think that's a problem all over the world because of cost overruns, delays, and overcapitalization. So I think the value of renewables is that you can do them on a modular basis. You don't have to always do them on the balance sheet of the government. You can do them on the balance sheet of households and firms, and you can build as you need, which is what we've done in the last 2 years, because people know suddenly the lights would go off here. We've had load shedding. And by reforms through in the legal provisions around energy generation, allowing households and firms to do away with license. They can generate any amount of energy using solar technologies. We've been able to put up to 6,000 megawatts, and that has been able to put pressure on the state utility. But it has other implications, because once you start evacuating or removing yourself from the public utility, you start creating implications for the public future of the finances of the public utility, because there are fewer and fewer people using power from the state utility, and that has implications for affordability for poorer people. So these are challenges. But I would argue that the way to solve some of the problems is not to overcapacitate, not to overcapitalize, and not to overbuild, but to build as you need. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think Kenneth has a comment on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say another low-hanging fruit would definitely be the small, medium enterprises. We have long said that we see them as an enabler and accelerator of driving the economy and getting into employment. Yet when you look at the JET-IP fund, less than 3% of that funding goes to SMEs between even Indonesia, India, Brazil, and South Africa. So a starting point there is being crystal clear on how do you empower SMEs throughout the value chain.
Thank you so much both for your insights. I appreciate Salim's point on incrementalism as well. I think the Global South, we are facing many, I would call this a wicked problem. Incredible complexity. When you privatize certain things, it leads to more and more problems. So I think it does take a very strong architecture to be able to bring the country through this transition period. So I appreciate you all for your insights. Kellam, I will now move to you to talk about comparative policy. So Kellam, Europe's transition story is often treated as universal. I disagree with this, but from your experience, what lesson genuinely translates and which assumption becomes misleading when applied to emerging economies? I think there's a lot for us to learn from Europe and other mature economies, but what are the lessons do you think we should take from, and what assumptions we should correct?
Thanks. Well, first of all, great to be in Cape Town. It's my first time in the Southern Hemisphere, which I was surprised to discover. I always thought that maybe Kenya was in the Southern Hemisphere, but it wasn't. Okay, so, my background's in comparative policy. I work at a think tank in Budapest, and the question was about what lessons can be learned from Europe's example or Europe's experience. And I think sometimes most lessons tend to be exercises in humility, when we recognize when we've done something that perhaps we were too hubristic, we were too confident in what we were doing. And the problem is, as soon as, I find historically, as soon as a nation actually has something useful to offer, it's at the point where no one's listening to them anymore, because they've been humbled by life and history and reality and so on. But I do think that there's a couple of things worth noting, and the title of this panel is Resisting False Binaries. And I just want to explore three binaries, in a sense, that I think we would do well to avoid. But there's a context first, which is that we live in kind of a strange time. I mean, for a lot of reasons, obviously. But one of the tendencies I've noticed in the last few years is this tendency to standardize everything. Even just the format of even conferences are increasingly quite standard around the world. It was actually quite nice to come to South Africa and discover a plug, which I definitely did not have. But having said that, everywhere you go in the city now, you can plug in a European plug as well. So even your very distinctive South African plug is no longer really particular. It's becoming, you're adopting the general model. And but there is this tendency to standardize everywhere, and that can be convenient locally. I'm quite glad that I can plug in my EU plug in the wall. But nationally, standardization is a bit more problematic, because every nation has its different context. And the three very quick binaries I just want to sort of give some warnings on, and I think the European experience has suggested this. One is we've got this polarity on issues around energy transition to do with should it be sustainability or energy security or sustainability, or these sorts of things, or green goals and energy diversity. I think the reality is most things are about compromise. One of the big problems we have in the global north, you could say, or which I suppose includes here, but also it's rather, actually, I'd reframe that. If you look at the climate movement, it's coming out of a very interesting place. It's not coming out of Catholic countries or Orthodox countries or Islamic countries or Hindu culture or Confucian cultures. It's coming out of historically Protestant nations in the global north. And perhaps Africa is part of that. But certainly, there's no coincidence that Greta's a Swede. I think that there's a lot of these movements coming out of global north, formerly Protestant nations, which are now quite secular. And they're quite millenarian, these movements, and quite Puritan, many of them. You can see it in the social justice movement, you can see it in the climate movement, these various movements. And the problem is that they are often quite uncompromising in their ideology. And the reality doesn't like uncompromising ideology. What's happened in Europe, particularly in energy, is we're seeing, in the pursuit of pure ideology, we're seeing the neglect of political economic reality faced by both in terms of energy prices and certain sectors like farming, for instance, in the Netherlands is suffering under some of the policies. So the first point would be to avoid the binary of thinking there's this answer or there's that answer, and the two cannot find a compromise. Most things in life require some sort of compromise. The second one I mentioned is this tension between the general and the specific, of saying there's a one-size-fits-all answer, everyone should have the same plug, and saying South Africa should have its own plug. That type of distinction. The truth is, there is no one-size-fits-all, especially when it comes to nations and states and regions and whole sectors of business. I mean, how you bring on an energy transition really depends on how much energy there is available and the financing structure, the infrastructure that you have. And infrastructure is very expensive, by the way. And if you're trying to progress to renewables, people think renewables are cheaper because they're easy to renew, but actually they usually need massive infrastructure in first, which takes constant maintenance. So there are hidden costs in there. It also, what matters is political culture. If corruption is very high, then whatever your best effort may be will probably not end up with the result that you've sold the idea based on. So the second is there is no one size fits all. That's kind of the second problem. And the third tension, if my first one was like distinct ideologies that are in conflict and avoid those binaries of ideological purity, and the second is general versus the specific. Don't get too enamored with general truths. But again, we live in a world of everyone telling us general truths. But actually, life is in its particularity, and I think we need to remember that. But the third distinction, I think, is between what is the case and what ought to be the case. But actually, it's more subtle than that, because, we live in a world right now where, people, again, are pursuing idealism. But look, the opposite of idealism is not pessimism. It's just realism. Like, too often we're looking at the world and we think that if we know how the world ought to be, then we should just pursue that. But if you don't begin from how the world is and the realities you're in, then you're never going to achieve that. It's going to be empty words. But actually, there's an even more subtle and important point than is versus ought. Is this, that ought does not imply can. The intervention in Afghanistan was a very interesting intervention, but it was entirely based on the hubris that ought implies can. Because we think we ought to do it, therefore we can do it, which was an ignorance of the reality on the ground. And I think with so many things, for instance, if you look at energy policy, or really anything, I mean, everything I've just said there can apply to all of the manias of today, all the debates of today. And this is a kind of another crucial point here, is that the energy topic, structurally and how we debate it, and the politics around these things, it's not that unique. The pattern of what we see is across most issue areas. So everything I'm saying here could apply to any topic, really. But there is we have this sort of tyranny of impossible expectations for ourselves sometimes. And that there's, management consultancy is that entire industry, arguably, is based on an unwillingness to consider from the position of humility that something may not be possible. Sometimes you just need to say it's not possible. And so most of the problems we have today are not that people have too much humility and too much doubt and say we're not sure. All the problems in the world right now is because there's too many people with conflicting hubrises. Everyone's saying it is possible and in my image. So my point would simply just be that in terms of resisting false binaries, watch out for the ideological purity testing, either direction. Watch out for the the tension between general aspirations and the specificity of the way life actually is, and also be aware of the tension between is and ought. And indeed, ought and can. Just because we ought to think we can do something, can we do it? I'm not saying we can't, but we should have approached these questions with sufficient humility. And so that's, I think, Europe's, the lessons that Europe, I think, can teach the world if you observe Europe. I don't think Europe is in a position to yet say this, because it's too soon. It's a bit too close to home. But one thing I'll say on this, one last point. There's a relevant point about Europe. In 2007, Europe and America's economy were neck and neck. And for a number of complex reasons, Europe's economy is now about half the size of the United States over the last 15, 18 years. So, you know, Europe's had a pretty rough run. There's various reasons for this. The pursuit, perhaps, of over-regulating everything, pursuing too many political projects without engaging idealist projects, without engaging with economic reality. There's danger in that. And I think if there's a lesson in Europe, it's not one I think Europe is really willing to say, but if you observe Europe, it shows, I think, the truth of it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Caleb. I think that was a really important perspective for us to take, which is to zoom out and ask ourselves also what operating mental model are we looking at, right? Even as sitting here on this panel today discussing false binaries and trying to unpack that, it also reveals our own internal assumptions of the world and our own vantage point on how we ought to do things. So I think every policymaker, every civil society leader, every institutional leader should always be very cognizant of the different mental models and how to forge a path forward in an inclusive manner without these hidden hubrises. So we only have got about 3 minutes left, so I would like to just take this time to wrap up the panel. I think today we really heard from each part of the world with regards to how we can tackle this false binary. We heard from Stefania the importance of institutionalization. We learned also the challenges that Brazil faces and how it's important to look at market demand and also energy demand and reconciling that. From Selim, we also heard about the just transition, how it's actually inherently a wicked problem. Also, in order to deal with these complexities, we need to ensure that we consider different levels from the micro mom and pop store owner to SMEs to state entity and actors and so on. So having that lens of multi-level approach is quite important in a systemic way. And then from Kenneth, of course, we heard also about risks and, debundling, also the perception of Africa as a risky continent in terms of financing, how we can potentially develop innovative financial mechanisms to balance that risk across the state and the private sector. And also he mentioned some south-to-south cooperation, for example, in the Indonesia example. So I think all of these are quite important. And last but not least, with Callum, we also got a wake-up call as to what really our operating model is today. So thanks for that, Callum. And I always bring a travel adapter, by the way. So you should do as well. So just to wrap up, I think the green transition is not just a transition. It's not about binaries, yes and no, as I've stated outset at the front of the panel. But really, we need to think about sequencing. Sequencing not just in terms of industrial development, which was my first assumption coming in, but this panel has really opened my eyes to also sequencing the complexity of problems, right? If we do this, then that A and B, everything is not path dependent, actually it's incremental. You need to change your approach maybe at every stage of the game. So once again, thank you so much, panelists, for your great wisdom, counsel, and guidance. And I hope you enjoyed the panel today. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, panelists. Could I request you to please step forward for the photograph? Thank you, everyone. We will now be taking a short break for 10 minutes to stretch our legs. Please be back in this room for the next session.
Hello, check. Can you look at this mic on the right hand side if you can see on the camera? This one, first mic. Here. Can we have it on the towards the wall? Sheldon, can I have the preview on the screen? Camera.
shall see what we can be. Why won't you be my summer breeze? Autumn leaves change color, change color. Why won't you be my summer breeze? Autumn leaves change color, change color. Why won't you be my summer breeze? Autumn leaves change color, change color.
Hello, can we ask you to settle down, please? We'll be starting soon. So welcome back. We're now moving to our third plenary. Can I request all of you to please take your seats? Right. The next session is titled The New Techno Order, The Race to Rule the 21st Century Economy. And before we begin with the panel discussion, we have scene-setting remarks from Kushal Vadhavan, who is Manager, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, India. And he is going to be providing context-setting remarks for India's digital public infrastructure models.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to thank the ORF team as well as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation for organizing this Cape Town conversation at a very timely juncture. To begin with, it gives me immense pride to talk about India's digital public infrastructure, as about 2 years back in 2023, when India started its G20 journey, the journey of its presidency of the G20, we had decided that digital public infrastructure is going to be one of our core priorities as a whole, as well as for our digital economy working group. And when we started discussing with the delegates during the initial DWG meetings, a lot of time was spent in terms of explaining what we precisely mean when we talk about digital public infrastructure. So a lot of the initial questions were around how this is different from e-governance, how is it different from various digital initiatives that governments are coming up with, and why does this need to be discussed as a concept of its own. And from there on, I think today we've reached a point where digital public infrastructure is not just a key agenda item in the G20. It's been carried forward by both the Brazilian presidency and the South African presidency, but it's become a key discussion item in all multilateral fora that is discussing the digital economy. It bears a specific section in the Global Digital Compact, and it's being discussed across BRICS, G20, and other multilateral fora. And I think that is because what we've come to realize today is that digital public infrastructure is not just a viable model for transforming public service delivery for developing economies, but it is a model for transforming public service delivery, governance, and open digital innovation for countries across the world, both emerging as well as developed. At its core, the digital public infrastructure philosophy is how do you balance open markets and open innovation with ensuring that every player has an equal opportunity to participate in the digital economy, and there is no creation of monopolies. So what we see is that there are three fundamental approaches to the digital public infrastructure thinking. One is that you give every player in the ecosystem an ability to identify themselves, and this is where the digital identity layer comes in. You give every player in the ecosystem an opportunity to transact, and that is where the payments layer comes in. And then you give every player in the ecosystem an opportunity to exchange information and data, and that is where the data exchange ecosystem comes in. So you have three foundational digital public infrastructure layers. They, of course, consist of identity, payments, and data exchange. And in India, as well as across the world, what we've seen is where this has been implemented successfully, there has been immense benefits and immense transformation of how government-citizen interaction, digital innovation, and public service delivery have been transformed. Tying all these three layers together is an ecosystem that enables every participant to interact across these three layers. So in the context of digital health, for example, our National Digital Health Mission has a unified health interface. It's called UHI, or Unified Health Interface. It allows various data registries, such as registries on identification of doctors, health facilities, etc., to be discoverable by every participant, and to every participant be able to transact and avail services there, essentially eliminating middlemen. By India's own experience in terms of how this has led to on-scale implementation, India's digital identity system today covers 99% of its population, and even more than that. That's 1.4 billion people that have access to a universal digital identity, Aadhaar. In terms of payments, our unified payment interface with UPI has reached about 20 billion transactions monthly in terms of volume, and in terms of value, this exceeds 2 trillion USD. And in terms of data exchange, we have this platform called the DigiLocker. It's essentially a digital wallet that contains in digital collaterals all your documents and information. And there are over 2,000 organizations that are using this for verified credentials and verified document exchange. There are over 600 million people who are using this daily. And in your phone today in India, you can carry all your verified national documents, your 10th certificate, your 12th standard certificate, your driving license, your digital identity, and you can use any digital device and these 3 foundational digital public infrastructure to transact, to exchange information, and to be able to do all this in a secure manner. What this has been able to do, we feel, is shape the techno order in a way that we can see today that there isn't a trade-off that exists between moving towards open markets and open innovation, and at the same time ensuring that there isn't a lot of state control, there isn't a lot of control by a few private entities. India's payment landscape, for example, the foundational infrastructure, digital infrastructure, is of course provided by the government to democratize access, but the top innovation layer is all run by private companies. So one of the largest players in India's payment ecosystem today is Google Pay, for example. And what that tells us is that you don't need digital public infrastructure to be state-run. All you need for the state to do is ensure that it just democratizes these foundational elements, provides an interface on top of that, and on that private innovators come, innovate, and ensure that digital innovation happens in a way that ultimately benefits the consumers. So I look forward to the panel today, and I think the DPI conversation will continue as we see, hopefully, the US take on the G20 presidency and across other multilateral fora as well. We also have India hosting the AI Impact Summit next year in February, where we again see an opportunity to now take digital public infrastructure to the next level by integrating artificial intelligence into it and further streamlining how digital innovation happens. So looking forward to that and looking forward to the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kushal, for actually compressing a very complex and layered idea in about 6-7 minutes. So we're now going to move on to our discussion, and I'm going to announce the names of our speakers and request you to step up on stage. Lata Reddy, co-chairperson of Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace, India. Alison Gilwald is Distinguished Fellow Emeritus, Research ICT Africa from South Africa. Christina Lunz, co-founder and CEO at the Center for Feminist Foreign Policy in Germany. Stephanie Diepeween, Senior Lecturer, Overseas Development Institute at the Netherlands. And this session will be moderated by Nidhi Singh, who is Senior Research Analyst at Carnegie India. Over to you, Nidhi.
Hello. Okay, I'm audible. So good afternoon, everyone. We're here to talk about the new techno order, the race to rule the 21st century economy. My name's Nidhi, and I'll be moderating the session today. So we're living through a moment of profound technological transformation, one that will fundamentally reshape how billions of people live and work and interact with their governments. But this isn't just a story about innovation. It's a story about power, about inclusion, and who gets to write the rules for the new digital age. There is a new tech order that's coming up, and it's being shaped by 3 fundamental forces: The first is the intensifying US-China technology rivalry. So this isn't just about a competition between countries anymore. It threatens to fracture global markets, it can splinter technical standards, and it can divide supply chains. The prospect of a balkanized digital world where different regions operate on incompatible systems is no longer theoretical. This is something that we're seeing as starting to happen. The second is that the European Union has positioned itself as the world's regulatory powerhouse. So despite lacking the tech giants of Shenzhen or of the Silicon Valley, the EU has become the global rule maker through frameworks like the GDPR, the Digital Services Act, the AI Act. So Brussels may not build the platforms, but increasingly we can see that it sets the terms on which it operates. And third, and perhaps the most interesting, which Kushal already talked about, is the emergence of alternative models like India's digital public infrastructure. So these models, they offer an alternative vision, one that is built on open, interoperable systems that are built they are designed explicitly for scale and inclusion. So before we get into the conversation, let's look at what's at stake. So whether this emerging techno order is inclusive or exclusive is going to decide how billions of people access education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. But at the same time, there's also a gender dimension here. So women and marginalized groups are disproportionately affected by digital exclusion. They face a heightened risk of online violence and harassment. And they are typically very underrepresented in rooms where these technologies are being designed and where the policies that govern them are being written. So in that very cheerful context, let's start the panel today. So we'll do 2 really quick rounds of questions because I'd like to have some time for audience questions. So we'll start off really nice and simple with something that's easy, which is geopolitics. So on to you first, Lata. From a cybersecurity and stability perspective, how is the US-China tech rivalry reshaping the global digital landscape? Are we headed towards a fractured internet and separate technology ecosystems?
I think, as far as I'm concerned, there are ways to bypass being caught up in this rivalry. India has an independent position, and thanks to initiatives such as our digital public infrastructure, about which Kushal spoke at length, we can avoid heading towards such a fractured internet and separate ecosystems. I myself have served on 2 global commissions. Firstly, on the Carl Bildt Commission on the internet governance, and then later on, I was co-chair of the Global Commission on Stability of Cyberspace. Many of these issues have been considered there in these 2 commissions. And the emerging techno order, which affects billions of people, as you say, and there is an element of gender discrimination for sure, because we are not in the driving seat, to put it mildly, the female population. In fact, I'm delighted to see that we're an all-women panel, which very rarely happens on technology panels. And I would like to ask for a round of applause for this initiative. Knowing Samir and his very strong views on gender equality, I'm sure that a lot of this is down to him. You know, as I said, I think there are ways to bypass this rivalry. And we can, in fact, you know, look at how we can innovatively bypass the inevitable fallout from this tech rivalry between these 2 huge powers in the tech world. And I think that what we need is a lot of innovation. We need new systems, new ways of being, new ways of thinking. And I think that is the way we can avoid getting caught up in this huge bilateral rivalry between the two powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Lata. Now I want to come to Alison. The US-China tech war, I think we've all heard about how it's framed as a battle for dominance. But what is your perspective on this? So do you think that Africa is being locked out of the technologies that will define the future, or do you think that this rivalry may bring some opportunities instead?
Thank you. Certainly we are locked out. I just want to kind of emphasize that that's not a new situation for Africa. That Africa's long been the place where resources are collected. And there are very unequal power relations around that form of extraction, our participation in global supply chains, our ability to govern what happens in these areas of these new technologies. But I think what is very important now is the nature of this kind of what's often been called this new scramble for Africa, because I think it is very different. We are dealing in a situation where we're not looking at traditional sovereign states. We're looking at global players who dominate the market. And if we look at the kind of US-China rivalry, in fact, in terms of investments on the continent and what's happening on the continent, especially with USAID pulling out of many other areas, but in the digital area anyway for a long time, it's really the big tech companies and some of the big infrastructure providers that are players in the field. And then on the China side, it's more a sovereign state strategy where they are rolling out infrastructure. And very often infrastructure that's on a much bigger scale, really responding to local needs, moving very fast, but in both cases without a significant integrated, harmonized African framework in which this is done. So very often, part of this control of this new environment is actually that you control global standards, standard setting, these kinds of things that China's been very successful at doing. America's been inwardly focused and increasingly inwardly focused. I mean, if you look at the latest AI statement from the US, looking very inward at what it's doing, so not really having much to talk to in terms of Africa. Whereas China's Shanghai statement was very much global cooperation, how do we work together to get AI servicing humanity and those kinds of things. So quite a switch there. So where does that put Africa? I mean, basically what's not acknowledged in these disruption of global value chains and the geopolitics and the geoeconomics, this weaponization of trade and tariffs and things in order to reach the national interests of these big players, is the fact that Africa is actually, a lot of this wealth, a lot of this dominance, total capitalization of AI, 75% across US and China, of global AI. So other countries also a little bit, marginalized in this process. But in the case of Africa, Africa is basically, the foundation on which a lot of this AI wealth and dominance and rivalry is taking place. So from the, extraction of mineral resources, the exploitative extraction of mineral resources, through to the extractive data, data extraction and labeling that's going on there, and multiple other forms, Africa's significantly contributing to the development and the and the profitability of AI and AI systems, but with very little compensation for that, very little beneficiation, many of the things that we've been talking about. On the other hand, as I said, 75% capitalization with China and US, that leaves a lot of other people out of the game, including countries like the European Union. Or regions like the European Union. And obviously there is a way in which, leveraging their regulation in order to create better conditions for Africa in terms of minimizing or at least managing the risks associated with our dependencies on big tech, especially in the context of DPI and stuff. So, there was a lot of talk about open systems and, an alternative path. But if you look at the, DPI stack in India, you still, the big companies are the big players, and they're funding a lot of the research behind this, and they're funding a lot of the rollout across the globe. So, again, it's very important that Africa understands these interests. It can leverage, some of these in its interests. But at the moment, in terms of what we're seeing sort of in the in the G20 outcomes, a lot of focus on the US because of its boycotting of the situation, but not a lot of attention paid to the really conservative pushback by the UK, by Germany, by the European Union on some of the gains of the digital transformation agenda over the last 3 or 4 years. But on the other hand, they're investing a lot, Europeans are investing a lot into Africa. Again, much like previous investments, as I said, China quite unconditional, but problematic in the sense that with your infrastructure comes an ideological or a software thing. So, the problem with a lot of the infrastructure being rolled out currently is with it comes very heavy surveillance systems, for the merit system in China that comes free, gratis with your infrastructure package. And as a result, some of the most undemocratic, repressive regimes on the continent are the quickest to take up these technologies. And we will, until we actually, there are a lot of opportunities within the Continental Free Trade Area, within the African Union Digital Transformation Agenda, the AI strategy, these various things that would allow us to really take a coordinated, harmonized position on some of these investments. We would be able to play off some of these interests. But at the moment, it's very uncoordinated, and we're not actually leveraging the interest that countries have in getting spare resources or managing our labor inputs, etc.
Christina, let me bring you in here on the gender dimension. So how does the emerging order sort of intersect with gender equality and women's rights? What are the gender dimensions of this new techno order that you think we should be looking at, which we clearly are not?
Thank you for the question, especially today on, I guess everyone knows, it's the International Day to End Male Violence Against Women today. And for me, one of the most relevant outcomes of last weekend's G20 was really the huge women's rights strike on the eve of the G20 here in South Africa, which led to the declaration of male violence against women in this country as a national disaster. It's a national disaster everywhere in the world. And when last night during the opening remarks here on the panel, we heard about that we're moving away from the rules-based order towards one which is based on strength and power, that really always means for those that historically have been deprived of power and that we are cementing exactly that. When strength counts, those that historically have been legally, economically, physically been deprived of the very freedoms that others in society are granted, then we have a huge problem. And especially with the developments of AI, what we're seeing is a cementing and scaling of misogyny around the world. To give one example, whenever there's talk about deepfakes and the danger of deepfakes for our society, most people, very often, they would think or talk actually about deepfakes using politicians, which could then in turn, consequently cause harm by putting words in their mouth which they didn't say. But the real problem with deepfakes is that 95% of deepfakes are non-consensual pornography, and 99% of those depict women. Women do not produce rape deepfakes about men. They're all produced by men about women. And what this leads to is that we're seeing a stark increase in the exclusion of women and other politically minorities from digital spaces, because it's never been easier to silence those voices. There are case studies, and my organization, we produced a couple of them earlier this year on gender disinformation. They are deliberately used to silence women politician candidates, women activists, women with a political opinion in the public. And it's really easy. Deepfakes apps can be downloaded by each of you and use a LinkedIn picture and you have your deep rape fake. And when we heard before about India and the public digital infrastructure there, in India, 2/3 of those on the internet are men and only 1/3 are women. And we see this gender divide in internet usage around the world, but of course with different levels of the gap. So when also for the AI summit that is coming up, we desperately need to integrate a feminist, a gendered, a humanist, I guess, perspective that really takes into consideration the security needs of all people. If you do not do so, we will have yet another component that adds to the decline of democratic processes, because not everyone, first of all, can, it's a question of access, and dares to participate, because online misogyny is rampant and it's likely to increase. I guess I'll leave it at here and take the rest for the second one.
Yeah. I think just sort of pulling on that thread of inclusion and exclusion, who gets consulted. So I'll come to you, Stephanie, because your research examines how digital technologies transform democratic politics and inclusion. So when we're looking at this new sort of emerging tech order, there's a lot of multilateral processes that are going into it. There's a lot of efforts being made to make it inclusive, but who is actually participating in shaping it? Are developing countries being consulted? Where are the decisions on this actually being made?
Thank you. Oh, good, this is on. Yeah, a big question, I think one that builds on what my panelists have already addressed. I want to take us back, though, in answering this question, just to think about the starting point and what we're talking about here. So when we start with a language, like a new techno-political order, there's some certain assumptions built into that I think are problematic and perhaps distract us from thinking then about the potential position of different countries, of the global majority, of the global south, in shaping our future. So the idea of a new techno-political order, one, it sort of assumes it's new. It assumes that it's ordered. There's a logic to it. And then in some ways it's sort of set. There's a direction there. There's sort of something that's established. We are entering a new age, as international relations scholars might like to talk about. But I want to propose that actually where we're at in this sort of transition globally to a new techno-political order, a new sort of intersection of technology, the application of science, and politics, is one, it's not just new. There's dimensions that are very familiar, even if they're distorted and being reshaped. And there's an element of chaos. It's not as ordered as we think it is. And there's three dimensions of that I want to highlight, and then sort of suggest what that means for countries of the global majority, global south, countries that are not in the sort of positions of power in our current political and economic world structure. So the first element in sort of thinking about what's going on, this sort of old, new, chaotic, ordered transition that we're in, is one that the playing field that's taking place on is uneven. That's not new, it's always been uneven, but we're seeing this concentration happen potentially in new ways, with huge amounts of investment going to particular countries for particular types of computing that just can't take place in most of the world. I am from Canada originally. Canada cannot participate in computing in the way that the US or China can, let alone South Africa, Kenya, the DRC, elsewhere in the world. So that unevenness is familiar, but it has a new dimension to it. The second sort of point which you raised that we're sort of seeing is who is involved. You sort of mentioned in the question who's being consulted, who are the actors that we're talking about in shaping this order. Well, one of the sort of obvious actors is that we are seeing these new few tech companies with a huge amount of resources, much more revenue than in comparison to many countries' GDP, being prominent. In a sense, the fact that they are tech companies and the nature that their technology plays within the structure of states, within the way that we interact with one another, from the personal to the political, that's new. But it's not new to have large tech companies central in global affairs. We don't have to go far back in history to see the role of companies like the British East Africa Company and other companies that play the role of states. So that's not new. So we don't need to sort of think that now we're in this age where the private sector is suddenly a key actor in global politics. It's always been there. It's always had a political role. And so we can sort of think about that and remember that as we're thinking about the position of then the countries of the global majority in this changing world. And the third one, and this is a point that Alison brought up that I think is really key to think about, is that especially countries in Africa are conveniently invisible within how we talk about this emerging order, but they're heavily integrated into what takes place, whether it's from mining, from data work, from people, researchers' ideas. Africa is part of that story, But it's convenient to particular companies, to particular countries, to devalue certain types of work, to ignore, to devalue, to hide what is going on in certain mining conditions in this continent. But that's also part of the story. So if those are sort of 3 dimensions of what's going on with this new order, what does that mean then for thinking about the position of, I don't know what to call it, developing countries, global majority, countries that were formerly colonized, the majority of the world that is often not sort of at the center of what's taking place in these global discussions? Well, first I would say we need to be realistic, that we are living in an uneven world, and it's an uneven world that has a deep, deep history. And second, I think we can look in that sort of deep unevenness as it is evolving with changing technology to something like a country like South Africa and what it takes to live and try to fight and move beyond huge injustices and inequality. It's a fight, it's a long-term fight, and it takes a lot of persistence, and it takes a lot of sacrifice. And it takes a lot of commitment and being the bigger man, but also being bigger person. Sorry, not man, especially on this panel. But to sort of step forward, and I think, President Mbeki, you know that fight and you know what it takes. This is not going to be handed to countries, but we need to think about what it looks like in an uneven world to step forward. And then finally, this is something that Samir mentioned in his opening remarks yesterday, is given this global order is not decided, there is an element of chaos. The tech companies are pushing ahead with a particular vision of intelligence, a particular idea of what progress looks like. That's not the only vision of progress that's possible, and I think that there has to be space for countries of the global majority to think about what is the vision we want from this changing order, and how do we think about it from our position to move forward. Stop.
Thank you. So I really do want to do a second round of questions, which means I'm going to be very strict with the time, and I will cut people off at 1 minute and 30 seconds now. So we'll do this quickly, because then we can open up to some questions from the audience. So I'm going to start with you this time, Alison. So we've talked a lot about multilateralism, which is why I want to come to this. So sort of the multilateral frameworks that have come up, do you think they genuinely enhance the digital equality and the data justice in Africa? Like, what are the prospects for regionalization, and how do you think that would position Africa better in the new techno order? Again, just a reminder, 90 seconds for everybody.
That big question, you're going to have to cut me off. So I suppose there are a couple of important things. I think there's been a lot of commitment within BRICS, within G20, within South Africa's presidency of the G20 to multilateralism. But I do want to make the point that it's not unconditional. Multilateralism has not always served Africa well, and different kinds of multilateral institutions do so better than others. But even within institutions, there are different agendas running on those sorts of things. So I think, especially if you're looking at the multilateralism in the crisis that it's in the funding crisis that it's in, it's also very dependent on what is happening outside, what is happening in terms of the funding of multilateral institutions, who can, say what the agenda is going to be, the withdrawal of US funds and those kinds of things, but also very, very powerful influence and lobby of big tech in multilateral organizations. So a lot of the DPI agenda, a lot of the AI agenda is actually a big tech-sponsored agenda. And some of it, does fantastic stuff, but some of it is really undermining our interests, not serving our interests well. But because it's on offer, and in many African countries, that's all we've got. We've taken it, and the next time it's from somebody else, and those kinds of things. So I think we really need to understand what we want from multilateralism and demand it. But I think if you look at what's happened within the G20 process, as I said, there's been a real conservatism within it, within the failure to reflect. So, for example, on the AI task force, which was one of the critical mandates of this G20, the South Africa proposed looking at the entire AI ecosystem, from labor to green energy to things. And there was complete pushback on that, on labor, on green energy, on things that are meant to be on the G20 or at least the G7's agenda that couldn't even be relied on to get to a ministerial declaration. So I think there's it really is a very complex but sort of multi-crisis issue at the moment. And just falling back on traditional kind of understandings of multilateralism and globalization and technology and things really require complete innovation and relook from a governance and policy point of view. Sorry, I can see you nodding.
Yeah. Christina, again to you, very simple question because we have 90 seconds to cover it. We've talked about the new techno order and how that kind of enables or amplifies more online gender-based violence. So in 90 seconds, how do you ensure that that doesn't happen going forward? Like, what are the solutions for looking at how digital systems can be designed with these things in mind?
When we stop excluding those experts, there are plenty out there who are actually working on that. They're like whole organizations and commissions and boards of wonderful people, mostly women, but also men, who have all the expertise in the world to exactly tackle that. And once we stop excluding them from where laws are being drafted and where decisions are being made, then we can ensure that their knowledge actually gets into the policy making. Because last sentence, what I think we need to understand is that the huge part of that infrastructure is being built by what I would call the broliga here, like the bros, the Musks and the Trumps and the Zuckerbergs and these guys who are very misogynist, not only since last year or before, but they have a history of misogyny. They're building, they're implementing, and these so-called strong men, obviously there's nothing strong about them, but these called strong men, they are building the infrastructure. So we cannot let that happen.
Thank you, Christina. Lata, on to you. Again, in 90 seconds, can you tell us what are the implications for smaller nations and developing countries that are being caught between these two superpowers as the new tech order emerges? So how do countries maintain strategic autonomy in an environment like this?
I think that it's not just the developing countries, but all countries can benefit from this. And the benefits, for say, of DPI are service delivery, economic participation, social inclusion, improved governance, bridging the digital divide, data protection, inclusivity, and a context-specific design, similar to roads, which provide us with a physical infrastructure to move goods around. And the foundation of a digital system is the backbone of modern societies. And UNDP does, in fact, actively support countries in designing their digital public infrastructure. And a well-designed digital identification system will have social benefits, voter registration, banking secure channels, inclusive, interoperable, and a governance system for public good, and better governance on the whole. So I hope I've kept to my time limit.
You have. Thank you so much. Stephanie, we'll close with you. So there's a gap of the promise of digital technologies and inclusion and what they actually look like on the ground. So when you look at, like, your work is across a lot of diverse contexts, what are the critical factors which determine whether digitalization actually enhances or undermines inclusion? So very simple question that can clearly be answered in 90 seconds.
Okay, I'm watching the clock. So there's two things I just want to say, and then we can open it up to discussion for more. The first, inclusion doesn't happen as a side effect of efficiency. If your system or you're designing something for efficiency, it is not going to guarantee to be inclusive. A really great example of someone I spoke to about this was Transport for London in the UK, where their goal of digitalization was not efficiency, and they have kept cash as a key aspect of the system. And then the second, related to that, is that inclusion requires the right to not be included on your terms. And that needs to be meaningful. So if we don't have the right not to be included or not participate, and we're aiming for efficiency, we are not going to have inclusion. And I'll stop with that.
Thank you so much. With that, we are actually 40 seconds ahead of schedule, which is great. So we'll take some questions now. I'm going to ask people to please line up at the mics. Please introduce yourself. You may ask a question to one of the panelists or multiple panelists, but please be concise about it because I'd like to take multiple questions. Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right,
please.
thank you. So one important issue and dimension which was not covered by all of you is tech sovereignty. Tech sovereignty is very critical, and I'll tell you a small story. Earlier this year, Microsoft and SAP decided to cut off services to an Indian energy company. And you know why? Because they were doing business with Russia. Now, Indian government, as a retaliation, has decided, for example, only the officers will adopt domestic technology platforms. We are getting an alternative to WhatsApp, for example. But the point is, digital platforms are being weaponized. Any country in Africa which does not follow the agenda set by one of the Western powers can have Google or Microsoft or Amazon to suddenly cut off services. It's beyond geopolitics, it's a weaponization of something which we all use every day. Like all of us use Gmail. What if Gmail shuts you off tomorrow? So, you know, when China created a gated tech ecosystem, everybody thought they were crazy. But today you see that they were actually wiser. India has an open system. Most of the other countries have open technology systems. So my question to you and the panel is, what do you do when Western technology government powers, companies and governments come together to weaponize and use it in a very blunt word as blackmail?
Thank you. I think we'll take a couple of questions first, and then we can do this. Ma'am, you have a question? Could I ask you to introduce yourself first?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for the panel and the discussion. My name is Bianca Bonetti, and I work in private equity investments. I worked a lot on the continent, so investing in early stage entrepreneurs, tech entrepreneurs actually. And I moderate a lot of tech events nowadays, so thank you for sharing your insightful thoughts. So my question, I mean, I think we've all tried to use ChatGPT in kind of like, how can I say, basically, if you ask ChatGPT, okay, make a photo of a CEO, ChatGPT will produce a male photo, right? So this is the algorithm. So I want to ask you a question about the algorithm. We talked about designing, we talked about inclusion, like how do we make sure, Stephanie said, we need to kind of like construct it as we're able to include everyone. But now let's talk from a tech perspective. How do we build the algorithm that it's including everyone? So this is my question for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Yes, ma'am, please.
Sorry. Working? Is this one working? Yes.
Yes.
My name is Antje Puschulte, and I'm from a federal government in Germany and working on digital policies. And I have also an AI question. In the beginning, when you talked about the Indian DPI system, you said the top layer, or the first speaker said the top layer would be innovators which use the infrastructure. And then you also said it would be, you would like to integrate AI in that. But the most AI that is integrated is foundation models, large language models. There are also other types of AI which are not so difficult to handle. But what will you do then? Would you integrate OpenAI or other players? We have in Europe only one foundation model, which is Mistral, but it's not a big player compared to the others we talked about. So are you planning to have an own foundation model? Is it possible for regions other than the US and China? And I think to the question she had before me, I think you cannot rule them and make them just because it's a statistical parrot. It's based on data, lots of data, but it will be difficult to make rail guards or how you say that avoid this. And do you think you can take these AI tool for lots of things, or do you have ideas for what not to take and for maybe legislation or rules for it and where you cannot use it? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am, we can take one last question. I'm going to ask you to please keep it really crisp, and then we can come back to the panel to answer them.
Great, thank you very much. My question is to the panelists, but also a challenge to all of us. We've been talking a lot about what Microsoft is doing, what OpenAI is doing. how can we start talking about what African innovators are doing? To what she's saying, the reason why we are not represented in a lot of the models is because sometimes people like us are not building those models. So the AIs that we have represent the biases of the people who are building those models. So how can we make sure that Black people, for example, are represented? How can we make sure that women are represented enough that if you ask, can you create an image of a CEO, that at a point it will be an image of a woman, and possibly at a point it will be an image of a Black woman. So how can we invest in local, by local I mean Africa or Indian models, innovators, and how can we enhance technology on the continent such that people here can also be building those models? Because it might also be unfair to expect that someone sitting at, OpenAI who went to Stanford computer science class, which was primarily a male-dominated class, would be thinking about Lynette, a Kenyan woman from, from Africa, to be able to be represented. So inclusivity, but also how do we make sure that innovation is happening here? Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I ask you to just introduce yourself first?
Sorry, my name is Lynette Kwamboka. I am the Director for Data and Digital Transformation at Data Science Limited. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynette. I think we'll club these questions together. So we have 2 questions on inclusion and representation, one on sovereignty and one on DPI. So we can do this auction style. Whoever goes first gets to pick the question they'd like to answer.
DPI, sorry.
One on DPI, one on sovereignty, and 2 questions on inclusion. For sovereignty. Oh, yeah, please go ahead. You want to go ahead?
So I think that the issue of data sovereignty is absolutely critical, and I actually did have a little note here, but not time to speak about it. I think data has very clearly become a critical issue in international relations. Controlling the pipes has become the data pipes has become absolutely critical.
So it's tech sovereignty, not data sovereignty.
Yeah. So my point that I'm making is that national sovereignty, traditional sovereignty, as it's been historically understood, is how we've organized states on a kind of Westphalian model. That doesn't work anymore, because actually your national sovereignty means nothing if you don't actually control or have the data or are able to process and use it. So I'm very specifically making this point because I think that is what is actually influencing international relations and global governance at the moment, to counter the previous openness we had around data flows and stuff and the internet environment. As the internet, and internet governance become more fragmented, we've got big tech and AI have become more consolidated. And this really is just a few. Everybody's saying we did have big technology dominance before, but not in a way that you've only got 2 or 3 companies that are actually global monopolies and influencing such a portion of the economy. So the data sovereignty thing is absolutely critical. And I think it's very interesting watching the shift, even from the G20, from the Indian G20 to this G20, where other countries which previously have not had data sovereignty on the agenda. If you look at the Europeans' position on DPI, the Pan-African European DPI, this is basically an industrial strategy on the basis of sovereignty issues within Europe as it competes in this global economy. So I think it's absolutely critical that one understands that it's the data and the power. We speak a lot about the compute technology, but unless you've got access to the data, that you're unable to shift that order, you're unable to shift those power asymmetries. And so the point that was made about getting African things, well, we're not going to do the foundational models, but we can develop using our own language, and we can't use the foundational models because, as she said, it is impossible to unbias them. That's why the governance framework of responsible and ethical AI doesn't redress the existing inequalities. If we've got 2/3 of the continent who aren't even digitalized, they're not going to come up in those algorithms and in the data sets that are being used by foundational models. And then that's exacerbated as you go to generative AI and other AI, where we continuously excluded. And synthetic data doesn't solve the problem because you're replicating the same issues. So it becomes imperative that Africa actually gets the access to data, that is entitled to it. Some of that is our data, but that we also strategically use data on the continent to ensure that African researchers, African entrepreneurs, we have this in our African Union data policy framework. We need to open it up so that countries can use this effectively. And we have to demand the same kind of access that European researchers and European entrepreneurs have to the big data sets of those companies, and develop our local language modeling, which I think is a very exciting outcome of one of the G20 projects, is the development of local language modeling on the continent, which has a lot of solutions.
Thank you, Alison. I am cognizant we're out of time, but I would like to take 30 seconds for either Stephanie or Christina if somebody wants to come in on inclusion, or Lata if you'd like to come in on DPI. 30 seconds. I'm so sorry, we're out of time.
I think basically on inclusion, I'd like to address that problem because I think it's a really big issue. And I can only say that in India, inclusion has really worked. Because today when I see a woman holding a mobile phone or who's doing what would be considered a very menial job, and she is able to communicate using that technology, that to me is wonderful. You know, it is true inclusion, and I think that as we have more and more models of the excluded being included, we are going to see that women get their rightful place in the world. And on this optimistic note, I think we should end. And I think that this for me is the true meaning of inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you, Lata. Stephanie, 30 seconds to conclude.
I was going to say I don't think inclusion is possible, so I think maybe we should end on the positive note rather than me taking us down a more depressing one.
All right, and that brings us to a close. We are 1 minute over time, Sunena, but I think that's all right. So thank you, everybody, for the conversation today. And I would encourage everybody to keep this conversation going and pull on the different threads over coffee and lunch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, speakers. Thank you, Nidhi. Very ably moderated, as well as the timekeeping. Before we move to the next session, perhaps you can step up to the front and get the photo. This is a jam-packed day, we know that, but tomorrow is lighter. So we're going to move directly to our next session, and that is the fourth plenary for today, Beyond Commitments, Building a Fair Climate Finance System for Energy Transition. The speakers for this session are Ornella Cucci, Head, Center for Medical Sciences, Technology and Innovation, Western Balkan University in Albania. Nakul Sharma, Senior Policy Advisor, India Program, E3G India. Armando Ayala, who is Head, Just Transition Finance, Southern Transitions, South Africa. Julia Wanjiro Nikema, Policy Analyst, South Africa Project Lead, Egypt Focal Point, Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization at the OECD, France. And the session is moderated by my colleague Piyush Verma, Senior Fellow at ORF America.
Thank you. Great. So unfortunately, we are sitting between you and your lunch, but we'll try to make it as exciting as possible because it's all about money. So I think the previous panel that we heard about on the energy transition, it's more about tech and social. And now this energy transition panel that we are going to talk about, as I said, it's all about money, how to raise money, how to distribute money, how to utilize money. And I've got my esteemed panel here who will help on all about money in the energy sector. So let me introduce my panel first. I have got Ornella Ciucci, who is the head of the Center of Medical Sciences, Technology, Innovation at Western Balkan University, Albania. But the most exciting part is coming as a, she has served as the board member at Green Climate Fund and Global Environment Facility, both. Then I have got Nakul Sharma, who is the senior policy advisor at E3G India. Next, I have got Amanda Ayala, who is the head of Just Transition Finance as Southern Transition, South Africa. And then finally, I have Zulia Nikiema, who is the policy analyst at Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization at OECD. I've got this esteemed panel, but maybe let me set kind of some context. This panel is about fair finance. Finance is key, but unless we makes it fair and make sure it delivers for all, there is no sense of having finance, because it needs to deliver to people, and all of people from vulnerable to marginalized segment of the population as well that we talk about, right? In terms of, I think, when it comes to emerging economies and developing countries, there are threefold challenges that these countries are facing. One is the current energy system that need to be transitioned. We are already talking about how to transition the existing energy system. The second, in these countries, there is already rising energy demand. There is rising income level. People are expecting a better quality of life, maybe more air conditioner, more freezers in homes, right? So demand is increasing. And the third aspect is these countries are already, a lot of climatic events, extreme weather events are facing. So more on the adaptation side, there is a demand as well. And when it comes to adaptation, energy system has to be resilient, right? So how to think about that? So these are the three kind of key challenges when we are going to think about, from the finance side. Let me give you a number. So in 2024, there were $2.2 trillion global energy investment happened. But when we are talking about what do we need by 2030, it's around $5.6 trillion. So from 2.4, we need to take it to $5.6 trillion per annum global energy investment is required by 2030. So this is the gap that we are talking about. But the biggest challenge here, that most of this money goes to developed countries, the global north, and China. And who is suffering? The emerging economies and the developing countries, they are not able to do the transition in a fair way because there is no fair finance. Less than 15% of the total clean energy investment has gone to energy and this emerging economies and developing countries. Less than 15% in 2024. So then you can think about. However, if you look at the population, it's 65% of the population in the world is sitting in emerging economies and developing countries. So if there are 65% population, why there is 15% investment? Okay? So that's what we are going to discuss here. We are going to have this discussion into three sets. We'll talk about international architecture, financial architecture, what needs to change there. Then we are going to talk about more at the national level, and then we are going to talk about how to deliver to people. Okay? And as I said, I have got this fantastic panel, talking about from all these three aspects. Okay? I want to hand over it to, maybe start with Julia, just next to me here. If you can take maybe 1 minute to introduce yourself. I talked about the title and your name, but talk about in your day-to-day life, how do you bridge this gap? In your day-to-day life, how you are working on climate finance to bridge this gap.
Thank you. Is the mic working? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation. I really enjoyed the panel so far and getting a more South-South cooperation perspective, especially the previous session on the renewable energy transition. I work at the OECD, and our slogan is Better Policies for Better Lives. And in the place I'm working is CEFIM, which stands for Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization. And here we work at a place where you might not expect OECD to intervene, because we exclusively work with emerging economies, and we provide country-tailored, demand-driven support. And that means that we work over a longer period with a given country. We have a lot of activities in Indonesia, Thailand, India, but also on the African continent in Egypt and South Africa, where we do analytical support, first of all, to analyze demand and supply-driven challenges, but then also move into support for implementation, providing capacity building, matchmaking exercises, ecosystem support. OECD more broadly, obviously we are heavily involved in policy dialogue activities at the international level. We discuss issues related to the international architecture of finance. And we are very much data-driven and provide evidence to try to get you good practice examples where other countries can learn from each other. I will stop here.
Thank you, Julia. Nakul, over to you. Thanks, Piyush, and thank you very much. I think very interesting discussion, and yeah, I think in terms of, I think how, first of all, I'd like to start with the context. I think it's important and it's really interesting that we are having this discussion just in the next week when we have just completed the COP30 negotiations, and that's important to mention. And COP30 also builds on not only just the annual event, but also to the fact that we were having a demand on just energy transition work program this year. We were also having a demand of, the fist fight again between global north and south on issues related to Article 9.1, Article 2.1, the obligation and the mobilization of climate finance, and of course, energy transition. And then besides it, I think we should also not forget the COP29, the last 3 years of new collective quantified goal on finance. So given this context, I think having this discussion in Cape Town and with South Africa being there, it's a great opportunity to touch upon things which are very relevant for Global South. And in terms of day-to-day, I think I work with a global think tank called E3G. We work on climate policies, we work on climate negotiations. We are a neutral and independent think tank, but I think coming from Global South, I personally make sure that the conversations that we are having throughout the year and we are having today are not vastly different, but I think there is a slight caveat. Throughout the year in negotiations, what we have that as Global South, we have been demanding that we have a need and demand sort of a gap that we need to fill up, which is essential and which is important. But besides that, I think today's discussion is also about, whatever we have, whatever penny that we have in terms of public finance, private finance, are we using that judicially? Are we using and deploying that money effectively? So I think that's the overall discussion that we want to take it forward. So thanks.
Thank you, Nakul. Ornella, over to you.
Oh, thanks. I want to thank very much. I want to deeply appreciate the opportunity to be here and ORF and for having us the opportunity to talk more and more about climate finance, which is really strange now because all of the geopolitics, they are talking about war, not about climate finance, but deeply the climate finance, it's about sustainability. And it's really a big challenge to talk about how to be fair when we are talking about money, governance, and developing countries. Can it be fair? Nothing is fair in these relations. So I have been part for 5 years of Green Climate Fund as a board member representing the Central Asian countries and the East European countries. Same in the global environmental facilities. I have been represented my country in NAMA Fund and also in Adaptation Fund. I have been for 5 years part of UNFCCC, and because of this, I have been part of every COP in the last 7 years, annually. And reading the articles that COP it's representing every year, you can see that nothing is fair. The rhetoric is big, but money? Not at all. So we don't have even, I think, globally, a climate problem or finance climate problem. But we have deeply a coordination problem. And the problem is the architecture. And I am talking about all the funds, GCF, GEF, in the accordance of UNFCCC. The Climate Investment Fund, the Adaptation Fund, every fund that we have, and they are big opportunities for our small countries or big countries with big problems, climate problems. Because all these funds and this architecture was created for a different era, and for economies already stable, for countries not penalized by currency volatility, and also for countries with political stability, and for a planet without war. But now, what they are doing, and this is the main problem. We are talking about finance money, or we are talking about defense money. As in Europe, all ministers now, they are bringing into their politics. So yes, we had a Europe talking about 3 years ago about the big European Greek deal. Everything was green, green transport, green economy, even green love. But now they are talking about defense. They are talking about economy of the military economy and nothing else. So what's about green, and what's about finance, and what about climate finance? This is the question.
Great. Armando?
Thank you so much for having me, and for everyone for sticking around when I know you're hungry. I have to confess, when I saw the title of this panel, I was really excited. Before I joined Southern Transitions, I spent 15 years working in and with development finance institutions. And I have to confess, what I cared about the most was commitments, and that's where it stopped. That's where my goal was achieved. So when I read Beyond Commitments, it really resonated with me, not just because we already are running the risk of being just a talk shop. I think that's already happening. But we can't stop there. There needs to be action, and I think that's what's missing. I was also a bit disappointed that the title said fair, but not just, because I really think that we have to think of fair and just finance. And maybe just stop calling it climate finance and just call it just finance.
Can you just explain, like, what is the difference between fair and just for the whole the people?
For me, at the very least, so the just is more holistic. It involves a whole of economy, a whole of society. Fair it's a bit one-sided. It can be like, oh, okay, it's fair for some, but not for all. Just, for me, is more inclusive. And what I'm going to try to do today is convince you all that we need to stop saying bankable, and we need to start talking about a green premium, because we need to shift the narrative. We don't need to de-risk climate or finance, okay? But more on that. More on that later. I said I would just stick to a minute.
Great, thank you. Maybe just to follow up on, I think some of the, international aspects you have already touched, but I talked about two gaps. One is the gap in the, how much the money is going into energy investments, energy sector, and how much, where the money is going, right? Who needs it most and where it is going. So these two gaps, big gap exist. There are a lot of changes required in the international financial architecture. And, the COP process, the UNFCCC, there are a lot of commitments are happening, but are those commitments are delivering, right, at the international level? So maybe I would like to start with you,
yes.
Nila.
Yes.
With you, yeah, maybe, because you have been part of the two very important architecture, like Green Climate Fund and the Global Environment Facility. Do you think something need to change there?
Oh, yeah. So the challenge is that globally, we are not moving in the right scale, to the right places, or to the right instruments. And I will explain why. The first, Paris Agreement. It's a global agreement. And let's say it's almost universal, but the two largest emitters, China and US, shape global emissions curves alone. 14% and 21%. And we have US coming in and out of the Paris Agreement. And then we have also China that stays in, but its emissions continue to rise to its energy demand curve. Secondly, we have COP every year. We are bringing a lot of documents, a lot of articles, and I want to bring here 3 years ago at COP, I was seeing all 7 countries prime ministers for Balkans. So they went to COP, starting from my prime minister, and because they were obliged from the UNFCCC, they said that they have obligation, and they also said that they will allow the country to have less to 49% of the emissions. And then they came back to our countries, all of them, and in 3 years they don't have a single line in their annual budgets for climate finance or for this kind of emissions, or for preventing this kind of emissions. And the more ridiculous case, it's my country's prime minister, that he said 49%, as the UNFCCC was obliged to do, as in the frame of the UNFCCC was obliged to do, but we are 100% renewable energy production in our country. And any citizen in this world with zero knowledge in the environmental finance knows that we can't create 49% of less emissions, because otherwise we will be in the stone area. The third point is the SDGs. Do you know how percent these SDGs they are implemented in our planet? We have a lot of strategies now in 30 years, in 20 years, a lot of strategies, planification, a number of million of PowerPoints, perfect PowerPoints presenting our SDGs and our SDGs objectives. But globally, SDGs, they are 8 to 18% implemented. So what are we creating here? Ambitions alone does not produce bankable projects. And for climate finance, we need bankable projects. And so in this frame, I think that we need to change the architecture, the bureaucracy, and the global thinking on how we can move the world into the climate finance, but effectively, not just rhetorically.
Thank you. The architecture and the bureaucracy that you're talking about. And I wanted to come to another very important organization, OECD. Julia is coming from OECD. And it's called a club of rich countries. But I know OECD is also working very hard in terms of how international financial architecture can deliver for developing countries.
Thank you very much. I'm going to challenge the Rich Club reputation because we now have 38 member countries, including countries such as Costa Rica and Colombia, and Indonesia is actually an accession candidate member, and Brazil as well. So hopefully the reputation will eventually shift. I think at OECD we are good with data, and we love counting and monitoring what's going on in the world, and we take part in all these global discussions and international financing framework. And I would say the discussion on reforming international finance architecture is underway. But as with any institutional reform, it will take time and it won't happen overnight. And of course, that's why I think it's very important, personally I believe, in small steps. Whatever you can do at your respective level, whether it's national, local, international, regional, I think there are a lot of things that can be done in the meantime because you won't jump from here to an ideal system. So importance of small steps and also different timelines. What can be done in the short term, mid-term, long-term to actually move towards more tangible results, because there's always a lot of talk, but we're not moving towards targets. In terms of concrete actions, of course, I think the reform of multilateral development banks is paramount. We need to move from traditional lending into more innovative financing mechanism. We all talk about blended finance. I would say blended finance is no longer new. It has been around for a while. And there is just published in September guidance on how you should use blended finance, and there are 5 core principles. I would like to quickly quote them. The first one, it needs, no matter what, be related to development rationale and development objective. The second one, it should at some point contribute to mobilize commercial bank capital, private finance, and just be used. And therefore, the de-risking is very important. To give you a figure, at the moment, only 4% of the multilateral development banks is being spent on de-risking instruments, and that could be a key lever to unlock private financing. And we do have studies at that. We just launched an incredible working paper where we can find case studies, evidence-based examples from across the world, from Pakistan, India, Colombia, you name it, where you can find success stories of what has been done across the world. Another climate instrument that I find worth mentioning is debt for climate swaps, where that was used in some cases in Egypt, but also other countries. We talked a lot also about the heavy weight of debt servicing of emerging economies. I think that's a great tool where you can combine the good debt relief with something that is also good for the climate. And of course, green bonds have become very popular, and I think the use of sustainability bonds, green bonds, you name it, can be far more extended. Again, this is a long-term process, so importance of setting targets and to contribute at each respective level. I stop here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Julia. Thanks for that perspective. Armando, I wanted to come to you. I think you heard, this international financial architecture, how this need to change, what are the tools available, but you talked about fairness and justice. How this needs to be incorporated into these two perspectives that you heard?
Sure. So there's a lot I could say about changing the financial architecture, redesigning mandates or investment frameworks or aligning incentives. But I think how that evolves is starting by us. Julia was talking small steps. And I think what we need to do first is change the narrative of how we talk about risk. And risk is the way we rate and measure it to drive financial investment and capital flows. So if we can agree, yesterday we were saying risk is a social construct, and it means different things for different people. So parting from that, how can we take the risk that is being rated by a few global north agencies, and that's determining the cost of capital in the continent, for example, right? So I want to say, let's not talk about lowering risk. Let's not talk about making decarbonization bankable or sharing the risks amongst other people. Yes, there's a space for concessional funds and blended finance, but if the private sector and financial institutions were to adjust even just a little bit their scope of risk, billions would be unlocked, and we wouldn't need blended finance to fund a just transition, right? So that's where kind of my problem with bankable, and Ornella just said it, was we're trying to make the just transition fit into a financial and risk return model that's got us here in the first place, right? Let's not try to make that fit, but let's think, how do we make our banks and our financial institutions and our risk frameworks greener, more SME-able, more global southable? If we're going to turn words into verbs, let's make them good words.
One sentence.
Okay.
For this, we are not talking just about finance. We are talking about climate finance. Because private sector has to finance, and the governments, they has to guarantee. Without this, it cannot be just finance. Yes, and this is the problem of the architecture. I have seen a lot of projects in the countries that I am representing, that they are very good projects, really good projects, but without the support, the institutional support of the governments and the financial support of the governments, without this kind of loans that GCF is giving with 17%, this is not a loan, this is stolen. But without this, the governments has to help the private sector, and without the private sector helped from the government, they can't even invest in small countries like mine, or in big countries that they have a lot of energy problems.
I think we're saying the same thing, but I'll give an
We'll
opportunity
come
together.
back. I just want to take Nakul's perspective. He's working for a think tank in India and excellent work on the climate finance side. if you can share some perspective, how India is looking at this international climate finance architecture, what are the expectations, what India is asking for change basically in that whole architecture. So.
Yeah, thanks, Piyush. I think a couple of points, and I totally agree with all the points which have been made by panelists. I think it's important to note, I think, how geopolitics and international headwinds have been, challenging the whole conversation around energy and climate finance, and so to say, the ambition around it, the NDC's ambition back home. It's also important and worthy to note the just transition conversation, which I also mentioned, which was one of the hot topics at COP. It's also important to also note that the ambition on ground which is taking place back home in South Asia, Pakistan, India, the renewables boom, which is happening. So I think everything is important, but I think to start with, we have to be very clear on the fact that we have to understand these are two separate things. So at one point of time when we said that it is important that for us to talk about equity, justice, that's really important. The money has to flow where there is need. If the infrastructure of tomorrow is going to be built in next 10 to 20 years in Global South, the money from Global North has to flow in. But the larger question is whatever money that we have as of now, in any form, be it public finance, be it private finance, be it equity, be it debt, any form, how and where and how we can use that money into the best form. So I think reacting to that and bringing and teeing up with India's perspective, it's important to understand. I think in 2023 and before 2023, during India's G20 presidency, this conversation was also one of the hot topics that international financial reform architecture should be challenged and it should be attuned to the global southern realities. And that's still the case. But I think we very much know about the global political headwinds. We, of course, know that international financial institutions, it's based on voting rights. Whosoever puts howsoever money, it's based on those voting rights. But before we can change that, before we can really challenge the global geopolitical order, the foreign policy analysts have to answer that. At least what we can do for the time being is work in a symbiotic manner. And what we suggest from E3G perspective is to take 3 action points. One is to understand that we need to certainly increase the mandate of MDBs, international financial institutions. They should be allowed to move beyond the cautious cycle of World War II after World War II when they were made to more catalytic role in international finance mobilization. Which means that they should be more risk-taking. They should be, allowed to take more risk guarantees for financing energy transition in emerging economies. So that's one. But having said that, it does not work, individually, singularly. It has to be symbiotically, worked with, how that pipeline of projects are being created back home domestically. So that's where reshaping the international financial architecture comes the question of how can you rechannel the money into the pipes which are blocked back home. So how can you make sure that the country platforms are working? How can you make sure that there is single window clearance of all those projects? How can you make sure that all of those projects are linked to the national determined contribution or NAPS or both? So that's important. And finally, also from a Global South perspective, it's very important. We are talking, this in terms of emerging economies. It's also important to note there are more than a couple of Global South countries who does not have the fiscal space right now to do that either. In South Asia, we can very well speak of Sri Lanka. A couple of years ago, the debt servicing liability that Sri Lanka has was around 9 to 10% of their annual GDP. So can you expect those Global Southern countries to even talk about all of these issues? So that's where the tools like debt for climate swaps, they come into the debt treatment facility, urgent debt treatment facility. All of these fiscal tools comes into play. So I think we have to take a balanced view in terms of what fits where. Yeah. And there's no one single thumbs up rule which will apply to also. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Nakul. I think you have already started kind of touching at the national level, but I wanted to take the conversation more like internal. As as a country, we are talking about international financial architecture. There is no doubt that need to change, but there is a lot of changes required at the national level as well, right? There has to be a policy ecosystem, regulatory ecosystem. There has to be some kind of framework for private sector participation. We are talking about philanthropic support as well. So my next question is, can we look internally at the domestic level, at the country level, what needs to change? How we can create an enabling framework, or maybe if there are already any best practices at the country level for domestic climate finance mobilization. Maybe you can share that as well. I wanted to come to you, Armando, first. From South Africa, what are the examples or what needs to change, for at the domestic level?
Sure, okay. Jesus, and I just have 2 minutes to explain. Okay, perhaps before I touch on that, I want to go back to the point to Ornella and just to say that we are saying the same thing. And in order to move the needle nationally, but I think this applies to the Global South as well, we need the private sector, right? That gap is not going to close without the private sector. And I think what I was talking about earlier about risk can take many forms, and it can take the form of a private sector hiding behind what they call the green premium, right? And that gives industry and commercial banks and the private sector in general the excuse to hide behind additional costs and say, no, that's not bankable, that's not investable, without actually taking into account the additional cost of inaction and of business as usual. So this is what I'm trying to convince everyone. If we shift the narrative to say, okay, this hasn't been working the way we're pricing risk. When we look at South Africa, we have, I think, 3 times the cost of capital than Brazil or than Indonesia. And the reason behind that, there's a couple of reasons, but one of the main drivers is the way banks have decided that we are too risky. So that's what I'm trying to change. How can we actually move away from that costing and look forward? And I think that's what's missing in our frameworks. That myopic vision that risk is just one thing, or what we've been told.
Great. Thank you, Armando. Get ready with your questions. I wanted to come back to you for some questions, but maybe, Ornella, maybe very short kind of on the domestic side.
Do we need more international institutions? I don't think so. We need less bureaucracy in these institutions. Only for the adaptation, we have 7 funds, global funds. Only 3 of them, they are giving funds. The other 4 of them, they are giving 1 or 2 projects by year. In the Green Climate Fund, you have to apply now, and in 7 years, probably you will start your project. And in 7 years, everything is changed because we are more technology, we have more innovation, and you have to rewrite the project from the beginning. So what we need our own delivery partners, accredited entities, how to implement our own projects. Because yes, international expertise is very good, but how to have, for example, German expertise for Albania reality. It's not working at all. We need to create our own expertise. And the best expertise, as I know, it's in the private sector. They are working. We are just seeing the regulations. We are approving the regulations as governments or as institutions, but the private sector is the implementer. And so in this frame, the best expertise is in the private sector, and it's only one way to be partner with the private sector for the energy transition.
Thank you. Julia?
Yeah, I will try to answer your question. Sure. But simply, for the de-risking instruments, it's never a single instrument like green premium or whatever which will make it. I think we argue it's always a package that you try to put in place to get the best out of it. At the national level, there's much to do, and I believe the Just Energy Transition platforms obviously play a key role in that process. And in Egypt, we have the Nexus for Food, Water, and Energy. And I think at least that helps coordinate and channel international resources through a nationally owned platform. And the mutual learning that has been taking place, and now I know they want to set a country hub, etc., is, I think, greatly useful in sharing experience between different countries who have the JETP. Yet I do think there are still many challenges, because when you listen to the international financing world, they say, oh, there are no bankable projects. You already said there's no project pipeline, or it's not bankable, whatever that means. And on the other side, we hear that, oh, we have so many projects and we cannot find funding. Yeah. So there is clearly a problem if you listen to both sides, and there must be something to close that missing link, to work together to improve the matchmaking. I think that's a key solution.
Very, very important.
And the second point I'd like to make is the whole ecosystem. It's obviously not just, it's a whole environment, the policy environment, the regulatory framework, policy certainty. Taking again an example from Egypt, hydrogen, green hydrogen development, there is a huge investment pipeline, many billions foreseen for future projects, but yet there is no single project that actually reached investment decision. And that is still due to the perceived high risk. So the Egyptian, in the Egyptian case, the government has done a lot to make it attractive to invest. They've done a lot to improve the regulatory investment framework, but still people feel we need more certainty. So.
Great. Nakul, I think you already shared some Indian perspective. Maybe if we can take some question, if there is already in the audience.
Thank you. My name is Siviwe Mhlana. I'm from the Southern Center for Inequality Studies at the University of the Witwatersrand. I was very excited, actually, to have this panel, so thank you to all of the panelists. Thank you for the passion that you've demonstrated on the stage so far. Because I think this is it's a serious question, and it's already, the issue of debt has already been raised, but I appreciate the kind of provocation again from Armando around the issue of justice. And I had this kind of reflection with the first conversation that we were having about just energy transitions, and unfortunately we didn't have time. But what I had wanted to say then as well is that the very inclusion of the word justice implies that there is an injustice. And unfortunately, we haven't had much time to actually engage that injustice. But I think it's key to how we actually respond to issues of kind of transition, but also in terms of how we think about financing. And the question that I actually have for the panel then is, given what we understand in terms of the current model of how it's been based on exploitation and oppression, and particularly of women workers and communities, but also the focus on market-based solutions when we also are aware of the limitations and the data on that as well, particularly in relation to the issue of debt, how kind of the current debt sustainability frameworks often discourage, firstly, investing in kind of climate responses, but they also promote certain sectors that are likely to have an underrepresentation of women, but that are also likely to promote the continuous and endless extraction that has contributed to the crisis that we're in. What are the kind of specific policies do you have? I think beyond a narrative shift, I think we're always obsessed with the narrative. I think we know what the narrative is. What is it that we need to actually hold countries, specifically in the global north, that have contributed to the crisis that we're in, to particularly target the issue of labor and supporting women, workers, and communities in this transition, which I think are often left out of this conversation? Thank you.
Great question. I think there is a lot. There are so many different aspects, but I think if you, it's all coming down to justice and fairness. So maybe you wanna very quickly. I think we don't have time. So, but yeah, do you wanna take Armando? Yeah.
Sure. I'll be super brief so I can try to bring in the other panelists. But I think it boils down to how we see value as well. Earlier today, I think someone was saying, the only thing that moves the needle is those investments that make money. And that's a very narrow way of seeing value. Where's the value of health? Where's the value of gender equality that she was just asking about? And so there are scientific proven methods. If you want to monetize health and social justice, there are ways to monetize that, to say, for every carbon plant that you remove, this society becomes that much more healthier, and thus you save X amount of billions.
30 seconds.
Fair climate change is not a charity, for sure. It's just a global risk management, and investments, this kind of finance investment, energy investments, they are not just creating money, they are creating employment. And in this frame, creating employment means more employment for our society, more employment for the women, more employment for also for all the villages, because they have to care about this kind of investments. So I think this is in this local, domestic frame of this kind of climate finance.
Okay, Nakul?
Just transition, gender equity, very quickly, I think I can share an example. One of the states in India, the Jharkhand Energy Transition Workforce, and a couple of other partners back home are working to make sure that there is microfinance which is available for self-help groups in India, which are situated in the geographical areas where there are fossil fuel mining areas. And coal, especially mining areas. So I think prioritizing the mobilization of finance to the ground level, to the families, to the women, is something which is operationally being done in some of the business cases by the way of microfinance back home, and we can share more details about that with you.
Great, thanks, Nicole. Julia, you have the final words.
I will also take an example, because when we talk about just transition, we all want to hear tangible results on the ground, and I think that's one of the key issues, that has been a lot of talking about just transition, but not that much action on the ground. And one way of doing this is, of course, community-based financing. We had a session on agriculture and livelihoods this morning and talked about the importance of ensuring stable energy access. So there is a lot of opportunity to invest into climate-smart agriculture projects. We have best practice examples from across the world, from India, also from Brazil and South Africa. Nevertheless, I would like to emphasize the importance of economic incentives. I think that's really key, because nobody will wake up and say, oh, let me invest in climate-smart agriculture. But if the government or international actors, or if there's an ecosystem putting in place incentives to invest into that solutions, I think you can achieve a hell of a lot more.
Great, thanks very much. Thanks to all our panelists and the participants for staying, and can we give a round of applause to everyone? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for engaging and for paying attention to all the conversations. We break for lunch now, and we will be back at 3, and we power on.
Trust. 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 Trust is a beautiful thing till it breaks, till it tears your world apart, till it aches, till it pulls you different direction. Trust is a beautiful thing till it cuts, till it makes you paranoid, till it makes you annoyed. Make some noise. Don't go through your girls. They're gonna find what you're looking for. Don't go through your girls. They're gonna find what you're looking for. Don't go through your girls. They're gonna find what you're looking for. Don't go through your girls. They're gonna find what you're Trust is a mystery to me till it falls, till it draws all your blood, till it stains, till it fools you, lose all affection. Trust is a marvelous thing till it runs, till it makes you sad and mad, till it makes you take love back. Take love back. Trust.
troubles bring me down. Boy, you spin my world around. Boy, you spin my world around. Lift my feet off the ground. And troubles bring me down. Boy, you spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. I look at you and think, how did I do it? How did I find a man so true? I look at you and think, how did I do it? I found someone like you. I look at you and think, you got me wrapped around your finger. You got me tripping hard, tripping on your love. Oh, on your love, boy, you spin my world around. Lift my feet off the ground. When troubles bring me down. And boy, you spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world, spin my world, spin my world around. Spin my world around. You spin my world around. Spin my world, spin my world, spin my world I would be lost if I lost you. There would be nothing I could do. So hold me close and once again, and once again, and once again, and once again, and once again. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. Boy, you spin my world around. My world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world
Get away, get away, get away. It's all I wanna do. Spend a little time with you, oh baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man. Love you, want me, love you, want me. Let 'em bomb me, Santa, Sunday. See, I'm bad, see, I'm bad. I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man. Love you, want me, love you, want me. Let 'em bomb me, Santa, Sunday. See, I'm bad, see, I'm bad. Nothing better when we're together, and it just feels right. How I love kicking with you, baby. It's all I wanna do. Yeah. Nothing better when we're together, and it just feels right. Man, I love kicking with you, baby. It's all I wanna do, baby. I'm a melon, I'm a melon. Love you, want me. Let 'em bomb me, Sunday, Sunday. See, I'm bad, see, I'm bad. I'm a melon, I'm a melon.
places in my life and time. I've sung a lot of songs, I've made some bad rhymes. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. But we're alone now, singing this song for you. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. But we're alone now, singing this song. I've been so many places in my lifetime. I've been so many places in my life and time. I've sung a lot of songs, I've made some bad rhymes. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. But we're alone now, singing this song. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching. I've acted out my love on stages with 10,000 people watching.
Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. In the morning when I rise, give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. And you can have what's wrong. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. In the morning when I rise. In the morning when I rise. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. In the morning when I rise. In the morning when I rise. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. In the morning when I rise. Give me Jesus. And you can have what's wrong. Give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. In the morning when I rise. Give me Jesus. And you can have all this wrong. Just give me Jesus. Give me Jesus. In the morning when I rise. In the morning when I rise. When I rise in the morning, when I rise, give me Jesus, give me Jesus, give me Jesus, give me Jesus. In the morning, when I rise, in the morning, when I rise, give me Jesus, give me Jesus. Give me Jesus, give me Jesus. In the morning when I rise, give me Jesus, give me Jesus. And you can have what's wrong. Give me Jesus, give me Jesus. In the morning when I rise, give me Jesus, give me Jesus. And you can have all this world. Just give me Jesus.
You're not here to hold me
the light has left the dark, I fear when I reach for him and he's not here. Many times have come when he is gone, yet I find the strength to carry on. Make real to me. It's the joy in my morning, in my evening, every day and night. I feel the joy when I'm lonely. Something draw me. He's my guiding light. He is the joy. He is the joy. He is the joy. He is the joy.
You don't know what tomorrow holds. Every morning when I open my eyes, it's a blessing I hand in the sky. I kneel down, I pray, I say thank you. Many have passed on, but I'm still here. You gave me another chance to live. Lord, give me strength, guide me through the light, guide me through the dark, fight all my battles, physical or spiritual, or spiritual. Me and every food that I eat, be in every drink that I drink, the air that I breathe, let it be you, God. There is none like you. Change my enemies' hearts so they can see your light. Every step I take, you're walking with me. Every breath I make, you're talking to me. This life ain't promised to nobody, but you keep blessing me constantly. Lord, give me strength, guide me through the light, guide me through the storms, fight all my battles, physical, spiritual, your spiritual. Be in every food that I eat, be in every drink that I drink, the air that I breathe, let it be you, yeah. There is none like you. 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 You don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds tomorrow. Thank you for this morning. Thank you for this breath. Thank you for this life. Be in every food that I eat, be in every drink that I drink, the air that I breathe, let it be you, God. Let it be fair. don't know what tomorrow. Thank you, Lord. There is none thank you. There is none thank you. Thank Jesus, keep me in the cross. There, the precious fountain. Jesus, keep me in the cross. There, precious fountain, free to all.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We now start the second half of the conference with the speed talk delivered by Mr. Nelson Mufu, United Nations Resident Coordinator, South Africa.
Thank you so much to the program director, and it's great to be back after last night's conversation. Of course, I pay homage to the former president and other distinguished speakers in the room, and it's a pleasure to once more be on this platform. Last year, I had the pleasure and honor to be able to deliver one of these speed talks, but we're doing that this year at a moment when the world is not just changing, it is being fundamentally reshaped, as we heard last night. And as 2025 draws to a close, we stand at a global crossroads, marked by contestation, as we heard last night, but also by extraordinary possibility. And as the United Nations Secretary General reminded us at the recent United Nations 80th General Assembly, our world is in a whirlwind, unsustainable but not unfixable, and we cannot go on like this. But we can choose a different path. And over the past year, commerce, connectivity, and geopolitical contestation have redrawn the world's realities. And fragile peace efforts, though encouraging, remain lackluster across our continent, West Asia and Europe. We've also seen that trade routes and strategic corridors are being redrawn, often at great cost. Supply chains continue to shift as protectionism rises, and the multilateral system with the UN at its heart remains stretched. Some say even undermined, and some say failing. But it's also shown signs of renewal and adaptation as we go through UN at 80. And this year, we've also seen at global dialogues, recently at the G20 and COP28, that there is a growing recognition that we cannot let these disruptions go unmanaged. And we can also not let all tools be the ones we deploy to be able to fix what we're confronting. And there's a clear understanding that resilient economies, fair digital rules, and inclusive growth must be at the center of our collective future. And with Africa's presence at the G20, including the first time the G20 actually got organized on the African continent, this sends a signal that the world is finally and hopefully will continue to pay attention to the concerns long raised by Africa and the global South. And as we look into 2026, one truth I want to put on the table is that we need to look at how Africa is not only on the periphery of the new global order, but it's at the center of gravity. I say this because we've heard it often enough, and including on this platform, that we have a young, dynamic, research-rich, and increasingly tech-enabled Africa, which is partnering and posturing well in the world with its partners across the Indo-Pacific and also Latin America and the Caribbean. And this presents really a new opportunity. So therefore, the corridors of the future, be it from energy, trade, digital, and knowledge, will run through the global South and these regions. And our role, and when I say our, I mean the African role in these shifts, will not and cannot be determined by others. It has to be determined by us, as I said last night. We need to make the right choices, make the right partnerships, and also support the right leadership that will take us through this journey. Therefore, it is important that we are clear-eyed about the opportunities and the challenges ahead of us. I also mentioned the importance of ensuring that this new scramble for Africa that is underway is not something that happens to us, but something that we engineer, shape, and lead. Be it from the markets, critical minerals, and also technology, including artificial intelligence, which are being contested, often in ways that perpetuate the old realities and not the world of today going into the future. So this new global world order we've inherited has to be reshaped and not be anchored in the realities of colonialism and exclusion. And it has to be one that is shaped inclusively, equitably, and with solidarity at its heart. And today, the world is grappling with the convergence of impunity, inequality, and uncertainty. This is actually something the UN Secretary General said at the recent General Assembly in New York. And these forces are not isolated. They are deeply interconnected, and their collision is shaping the realities we face. So for Africa, we know the cost of being left to the side, of being excluded, of being exploited. So we now have a unique opportunity to tap into our agency to help solve and shape what the world going into the future needs to look like. Whether we look at the peace efforts that are unfolding around the world, whether we look at the commercial flows, whether we look at the energy markets, but also, of course, our critical minerals. And so this is something that really needs to be something with Africa at the forefront. And this means positioning ourselves at the center of the new supply chain configurations, ensuring that trade rules reflect our realities, not only external priorities, and leveraging the Africa Free Trade Area as a platform for global influence, and not only one that helps us integrate better. So we cannot ignore the hard truths, but we can embrace the possibilities and the opportunities ahead of us and not be despondent, because hope is something that we must adhere to. And so I said last night that last year we spent a disproportionate amount of global resources on militarization, while progress on the SDGs is critically off track. And I also pointed out what could be gained if we redirect some of this expenditure into vaccination, into ending hunger, and also educating our population. Because if we can find trillions for arms and war, surely we can find billions for hope. And international cooperation cannot be then only a naive ideal, but a pragmatic necessity. And in a world where we're talking about leapfrogging, and we're talking about collaborative progress, isolation cannot be something that is being celebrated. I say this because no country or continent can solve the problems we're facing alone. And we can do this by reaffirming the principles and the Charter of the United Nations, which must remain at the center of multilateral action. And we can do this deliberately, reinforcing international law, reasserting the centrality of multilateralism, and not forgetting the importance of justice and human rights as we embrace a reshaped, rules-based international order. And turning to South Africa, we must also celebrate its unique positioning and its responsibility at this juncture. It has been serving and must continue to serve as a bridge between regions, a voice of principled leadership, and also as a global convener, which was so very well displayed over this weekend in Johannesburg. And at a time when all orders are fraying, South Africa's principled diplomatic and intellectual leadership is essential in shaping new ways grounded in fairness, equity, and African renaissance and renewal, something which the former president championed during his era. And as we gather, of course, under the patronage of Thabo Mbeki, a steward of African intellectual rigor, we need to repositioning ourselves and approach 2026 and into the future with renewed determination and clarity. So as I conclude, let us commit to shaping the new global architecture, not simply inheriting it. I mean, actually making sure it responds to our priorities. Let's commit to building corridors of cooperation that elevate Africa's prosperity and its people. Let's advance peace efforts and reform of the global governance architecture grounded in accountability and inclusion. And let us ensure that Africa's voice is not only present in global debates, but in global decisions and actions to take forward these decisions. The future will not wait for us. And as the UN Secretary General has said, the future is not written, it is ours to shape. And we have this opportunity and this privilege to be able to do that, not only in this platform, but going back into our reality. So let's be architects of this new world order, and let's ensure that the next 80 years of multilateral cooperation is something that delivers for humanity and something that we can boldly shape, own, embrace, and deliver. And I thank you all for this opportunity and for your commitment, and my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mufo, for sharing your insight with us. We now move on to the next panel discussion, Reshoring the Creator Economy, Building Local Wealth and Global Influence. The speakers are Lindiwe Matlali, Chief Executive Officer, Africa Teen Geeks, South Africa; Asha Bhatt, Co-founder, High Table India; Bolanle Olukani, TV host, Nigeria. The session is moderated by Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Non-Resident Fellow, ORF Middle East, India.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining in. It's an honor to have President Mbeki in the hall. Thank you, sir, for being in this session. We really appreciate your support and your advice. So how many of us over here, this is going to be a session, you know, everybody here is a performer, is an artist, a creator. But let me ask, how many of you love movies? Oh, what a surprise. Right? And how many of you are on Instagram? Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a consumer economy. And how many of you have made reels? Uh-oh. Only one hand. Oh, the handsome gentleman over there, who we know that has been attracting a lot of attention. So the thing is that today, when we talk about creator economy, it is a combination of the legacy media houses, from movies to television, to now individuals who are creating on their own, with or without platform. So I think the real issue today is that how does that translate into empowerment for people, for the creators, for the consumers, and there's so many dimensions of it. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to request all of them to quickly answer. I mean, the objective of this session is to answer and address one question. How do you ensure that creators, and all of us can be creators, billions of people can be creators today, how do you ensure that they monetize what they do and they have control over the content that they create? And that has several other dimensions, but I'm going to request all of them to give me a quick introduction about the fantastic work they've done, but also address this question. Lindiwe, over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to ORF and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation for having me. And good afternoon, Mr. President. So I'm Lindiwe Matlali. I am the founder and CEO of Africa Teen Geeks. I always say I've got two jobs, one that pays my bills and one that feeds my soul. So I've got Epoditis, which is a company, and Swerfalk, which is a counter-drone company, and those that pays my bills, and Africa Teen Geeks is a non-profit. Where we started as an organization that was teaching kids how to code, and we were the organization that actually put together the coding curriculum for the South African government. We raised the funding for it. So we raised the funding for it and brought people together, and we actually were the one who made sure that it became policy. And about also as a side hustle, I wouldn't say a side hustle, something that I do.
You have many hustles, right?
I do, yeah. I love singing, so it's been something, I write
So if
poetry.
the audience is nice, we have two singers on the stage. I won't tell you who they are, but they might just play a song for you.
Yeah, so that has been something that I do as a way of therapy. You know, if anybody who have started a company, a startup, it's hard, it's lonely. So it's been one thing that I've done where I will write music, and then I just recently released my music. You can find it on all the digital platforms under Lindwe Matladi. And on YouTube, within a month, we have over 700,000 views. So that was amazing, given that, I haven't had time to do any promotion or PR. My first interview is on Friday to promote the album. But that has been amazing, just getting the support from just the community on social media who went. So now I want to talk about the story of, the creators in Africa. I always say the story of the Global South is a story of brilliance exported and value lost. Whether it's music, fashion, gaming, or digital storytelling, our creators are shaping global culture at a scale the world can no longer ignore. Afrobeats is everywhere. Amapiano is everywhere. Nollywood sells more tickets than Hollywood. Our fashion influences runways in Paris. Our memes and dances drive global engagement. But here is the uncomfortable truth. The world consumes our creativity, but it does not reward our creators. The Global South is not short of creativity. We are short of ownership. Our music drives global playlists, our fashion drives global runways, our stories drive global streaming numbers. The world is building billion-dollar industry of our culture, while our creators hustle for visibility and fight for scraps. We are not lacking talent, we are leaking value. For too long, we've been positioned as cultural exporters, while the revenue, the algorithms, the platforms, and the power sits somewhere else. Someone else owns the data, someone else owns the IP, someone else sets the rules. We create the culture, and someone else cashes the check. So today, I'm not here to celebrate creativity. I'm here to argue for economic justice. If developing countries want to win, we need to move from being the heart of global culture to being the headquarters of its monetization. That means owning the IP, funding our creators, building our platforms, training our digital workforce, and rewriting policy to treat creativity as an industry, not an afterthought. Because the creator economy is not just entertainment. It is infrastructure, it is jobs, it is a national soft power, it is a GDP. Every young creator is a business. Every business creates a value chain, and every value chain can transform a nation if we build a system that keeps the value at home. The world already dances to our sound, wears our style, copies our memes, and borrows our innovations. Let's make sure they also pay for it, fairly, transparently, and equitably. The Global South doesn't need to fight for relevance. We are the relevance. Now it's time to build the platforms, the policies, and the capital pipelines so our creators can earn globally, scale globally, and own globally. We've shaped the culture. Now let's claim the wealth. Our creators have always been global. Now our economies must catch up. If the world profits from our creativity, then our nations must prosper from it too. We gave the world the soundtrack, and as somebody who just released the music, now we are taking back the master rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think a huge round of applause to you. You know, I would vote for you if you stand for elections. And I think the entire creators, all of us creators, consumers would definitely do that.
I would only run if President Peggy would be my deputy president.
That's a good one. But, let me now request Asha to share. I think you did a great framing. You did a better job than me in terms of telling us what the challenges are. But I also want to come to solutions from all of you. But Asha, you're a cadet and a singer and an actor and an entrepreneur. And I've lost track of the other things that you do. But quickly, tell us your thoughts on Lindvi also lays some of these points, but your thoughts on this issue and a little bit about what you do.
Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, RF, Mr. President, and Thabo Mbeki Foundation for giving me this opportunity to be a part of CTC, elated to be in the panel amongst everyone. I know first session after lunch, let's all be a little excited.
We're going to make you sing.
Okay. So my creative journey started 10 years ago when I became Miss India in the year 2014. And from the pageant, I moved to films, started with my first Bollywood film. And then I'm predominantly now doing South Indian movies in the languages Kannada and Telugu. And while I was in this creative field, I also wanted to build a community for like-minded people and for creators to come together offline, which is why I started my startup called The High Table, derived from the movie John Wick. Do we have any fans in here? John Wick? You know The High Table, the elder sits at the high table, so we derived the name
So
from
it's
that.
okay. If you don't like John Wick, it's okay. She's going to excuse you for it.
We have a background story for John Wick as South Africans.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
And so yeah, that's a little bit about me, the 10-year creative, being in the creative industry. I understand the emotional and economic aspects of being a creator. And the funny thing is, Global South actually determines a lot of global culture, be it our movie, Nollywood, Bollywood, music, food, humor, digital trends that we have. But I personally believe that we don't get the value that we actually create. So I'll give you an example, because I've been told if you actually state a problem, you come up with a solution.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? Giving an example.
That was the moderator's rule, so she's following that.
So let me tell you by giving an example. So today, I'll talk about India in particular. If I'm a creator, I have a client, I have an agency, and I'm a creator. Today, if the client is giving me a job, the agency definitely has a cut, right? The standard industry pricing may be 15%. The elite pricing may be 18%. I mean, like, you would know. When does the creator actually get the money? There is no direct pipeline. And the bandwidth is 90 days. You may get your money, you may not get your money. If the client is stalling something, then the agency stalls it, and you don't get anything in your pocket, and there's no regulatory framework to protect you and your IP and your rights. So that is actually a concerning thing for all the creators, because today everybody is a creator. If you look at it, agency or no agency, you have a phone, you have your Instagram, you're on social media, you can go ahead and create it. But it's not been protected. B, I would like to say digital literacy. Today, if somebody is sitting in a rural area, they're amazing singers or dancers or actors. They want to make a reel, they'll put it on YouTube. But are they making sure that they're being valued? In terms of if you put up a reel or, a short video on YouTube, do you know how much you're going to get paid for that particular amount of reels?
Are you saying that there are many people out there in various countries who've created very popular videos, but have no idea how to monetize them?
Yes, me.
I thought you made a lot of money.
No, but see, this is something that I'll say personally. When I started off in the industry and YouTube creator thing was very new, I was posting videos and I was getting like 50,000, 70,000 views. But I didn't know what's the money I'm supposed to have in my bank account. What am I going to get? There's no framework for that.
I think that's a great point, Asha. We'll come to that. The point is that in the creator economy, one of the challenges which you also raised, how do you ensure that a lot of the young people in different communities coming on board in the digital mainstream know how to value their work and get the value in their bank account? I think that's where we need a new structure, and maybe influencers like all of you have a role as well.
I just want to say that there's no shortage of talent in Global South. We just need to be smart about value capture.
That's a great point.
Thank you.
Bolanle, over to you. You, I think, are jet setting between Lagos and Los Angeles, and I can imagine that Lagos is better.
Yes, it is actually. It is. I go to LA for hiking and Lagos for turn up. If you don't know, Lagos in December is absolutely amazing. It's like Ibiza, but on steroids. So I invite you all to come this December.
I think Lagos has real people, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
But thank you so much for having me. A little bit about myself. I've worked in the media space for quite a bit now. I started off on Ebony Live TV and then transitioned to start producing. And I'm really excited about this conversation because the creative economy, for me, I don't see it as soft power. I think our creative economy is hard power. I think that it has the ability to completely transform the global south, specifically speaking for Nigeria. We've seen Hollywood use the creative sector to completely control the world. I moved to America when I was 16, and I thought that I was going to bump into a cute guy in high school because that's what I watched on television. I thought that the streets were paved with gold because America has used their movies to completely convince us of who they are and who they're not. And I think that we can do that here. And when you're thinking about the creative economy, I want to give you guys a little bit of facts, specifically for Nigeria. Now, Nigeria in 2024, we were able to make $7.5 billion from our creative sector. And by 2030, we're going to possibly make $15 billion. But it's not going to be possible if we don't have infrastructure. Right now, what we're seeing in Nigeria is we're seeing a lot of ad hoc, one-offs, influencers using their phones to be able to generate content and all of that. We have 53% of Nigerian youth, as of 2022, were unemployed, and it's going to increase. And I have seen the creative sector completely transform and change our community. So I think for me, my main focus is how do we get support to build this infrastructure? Gone are the days where everyone was going to say that they were going to be a doctor, a lawyer. I grew up in a time where, if you were going to be a doctor, if you were going to be a singer, your parents would say, there's something wrong with you, and send you for prayer and fasting, because they were like, what's wrong with you? But now you have people saying that they want to be actors, they want to be directors. And that's because there's potential and there's money in it. So the question is, how do we get the support of agencies and different organizations to back us financially with infrastructure? I'm currently working on my first television series, and it's funded by the Gates Foundation. Now, if it wasn't funded by the Gates Foundation, I'd be in a lot of debt, and I'd be very, very nervous about how I was going to make that money back immediately because of a lot of the loan structures that we currently have. They are 1 year, there's 6 months, some of them, and they ask for collateral. How many creators have collateral to drop? You're 27, you don't have a house to drop as collateral. So these are a lot of the conversations as we're talking about the creative economy that we need to be asking. We're saying, we want people to be more creative, but we have to think about the demographic of the people who are in that economy. We need more properly structured opportunities for funding so that the truth of what we see in the creative economy will actually come to fruition. And I think it's possible. I just think a lot of the language and a lot of the big, mighty, ideas, we need to break it down and really ask ourselves, like you said, Titi, who lives in a small town in a village, has a cell phone, has internet. How is Titi going to understand all these different policies? We need to break it down for her.
I think that's a great rule, that's a great point. But for your television series, there's a lot of talent here. So if anybody wants to audition, please let her know.
Let me know.
We can pick up a lot of talent from here. But that's the interesting part, that today I think there is a level of democratization, an egalitarian approach where you can be a creator. There are challenges in terms of getting the right money, the revenue models. But I can give you the India example. So for example, in India there are about 20 to 30 OTT platforms like Netflix, which compete with Netflix and Prime Video in local languages, in regional languages. So in some ways, it has ensured that non-English voices get the platform that they deserve. And a lot of them are local entrepreneurs who have created that, and I'm sure, Asha, you've seen some of that. So there is a very interesting movement globally on providing platforms which are not necessarily created outside their country. But Gavin, I'm going to come to you because you also have a fantastic and a very, very impressive career. And when we were chatting earlier, he told me about 20 new forms of content which we can create. Of course, podcasts we know, reels we know, but Gavin, give us a quick update from you in terms of your views on the challenges, but also the new forms of content which are appearing.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Pranjal, and thanks. It's lovely to be here, and thank you so much, Mr. President, for attending. So my career, I suppose, mirrors the rise and fall and rise and fall and fall and fall of the modern media industry. So I began life about 500 meters up the road at independent newspapers, working for the Daily Voice, which was a tabloid newspaper. It was just an inky daily paper. I moved to England. I went to work for a weekly magazine, the New Musical Express, and then that sort of faded out. It began to decline in sales as sort of digital took over, and so I jumped into Vice Media, which was a sort of a brand new sort of new media first thing, and that was online only, and for a while it was the biggest thing in the world. It was $1 billion company, and to cut to the end of that story, Vice is now valued at precisely $0. The whole thing
That's
collapsed.
a great point. Let me interrupt you here, because that's also a great point which we often forget, that platforms have shorter lives. You know, so you can be a meteor, you can shine everywhere, but you can collapse as easily as well. What are the learnings from that?
Everything is paper valuations, and everyone is looking for the new thing, and we live in this sort of starburst panoply now of platforms. And I did video for Vice in sort of 2015 era, when that was like the pivot to video was the big thing in media. And then it turned out Facebook had sort of slightly juiced the algorithm, and actually that wasn't true. They weren't getting the eyeballs that they thought, so that whole industry collapsed overnight. About 2017, 2018, I decided to get into podcasting. Audio was the new thing. So I made a few documentaries for the BBC Radio, and then went to work for a company called Novel, who was one man in his basement in like 2020 when I joined. And by the end, we had sort of 45 employees and like big, impressive American hires. And narrative long-form podcasting was meant to be the future. And then that, to cut another long story short, the company halved in size pretty much overnight. As that basically interest rates climbed up, and all that speculative money that had sort of followed what they thought was going to be the next big thing again drained away, because ultimately the model didn't have an underlying revenue stream. So to skip slightly forward, I mean, I now work for a think tank and I do various sort of media things for them. But another thing I do in my spare time, I suppose, is an independent podcast called Multipolarity, which is about geopolitics, basically. It's two very talented economists, thinkers, and I produce that. And we have independently funded that through Patreon. So basically, we sort of did it 6 months for free, and then started to gate certain episodes. And we've built that up to about $3,500 a month of revenue coming in.
So, Gavin, what you're saying is that two things. One, content form is going to keep evolving and changing, and those who do not are going to fail. But more importantly, the revenue models need to evolve too, right? So some of the voices we heard and the thoughts we heard is that we are not getting paid, there are agencies and middlemen taking away money. It also means that we need to find new ways for creators to make money. And any of you, please jump in on this thought, but a quick take from you.
Well, I think creators, ultimately what we've got down to with Multipolarity is the ultimate model where it's personality driven and information led. These two people have proprietary information, and they have literal fans who follow them on Twitter, etc. And all of that is funneling towards the podcast, which you mainly give away, but then there's a certain amount of gated exclusive content. And that's the kind of nub, you kind of go from big newspapers, which are, speaking to a broad mass market, to like, okay.
Newspapers, what is that?
Well, precisely.
What is a newspaper? I don't know how many people actually get. This hotel, I asked for a newspaper. I said somebody was scratching their head in the front office saying, is there a newspaper around in the hotel?
Yeah.
So you're talking about a very ancient form of communication.
And newspapers don't really have sub-editors anymore. Your online world, they just abolished the art of sub-editing. I'm sure you remember sub-editors, yeah.
Sure. So please come in.
I want to jump in a little bit about the part about, income and whether creators are remunerated fairly. For example, like in Nigeria, I believe there was a period where TikTok wasn't paying its creators in Nigeria. A lot of the remuneration, pipelines you see, they only work for people who live in the US and in the UK.
Yep.
I don't know, are South African creators, TikTok, Instagram, are you guys, anybody know? They're paid here. So,
So who all have created on TikTok? You're
directly from TikTok.
But unfortunately,
I don't think TikTok directly pays outside of the US. Yes.
Okay.
So, for example, you have millions and thousands of us on these platforms, and they're not paying. But we're spending so much time. So we only make money from an ad or a brand who comes on our pages, and they're able to, give us income. And I've worked as an influencer that's one of my side gigs for many years. So I've made good money from influencing, but I've not made good money from influencing from Meta or from TikTok. It's when I'm in America, because my backend has a lot of American followers, that I actually make income from there. Now, a lot of the challenges actually has to do with our government policies. There's sometimes a bit of a war between, these companies and our governments where, a lot of times the government has created policies to protect the creators, and companies like Meta and TikTok, they might not be as fair towards the creators. So the main way we make money, like he said, is Patreon. It's having your own personal merchandising that allows you to take power back.
That's a great idea. So you're also advising creators now to go beyond the platforms to create products which they can monetize.
It's only YouTube that's kind of fair, to be honest.
So are we talking about Bolanle dolls or something like that?
Yeah. I also have a weight loss
So you'll
book.
have Gavin dolls
Hit
and
me up.
Bolanle dolls and Asha dolls, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But what I wanted to add on what you're saying is that, the issue of policy, it comes back to what I call tech exploitation. Is that, and I think it goes back to what our government, a lot of African government, including ours, from the point of where we pushing too much of saying, our economy needs foreign direct investment. While I don't have an issue with foreign direct investment, because, we do need investment, but the problem is that that comes at, for example, what you see Microsoft or Meta doing in the US. When they come here, they basically get free reign. Because they will be like, oh, if you don't let us do this, if you come up with this, let's talk about the copyright law that has been sitting with our president for years, has not been signed. The reason for that, we know that a lot of these big companies have been like, okay, if you sign this, then we're gonna disinvest. But the problem is, we know, anybody who studied basic economics know that any country can never pivot from poverty to being a big economy if it doesn't build from within. So you look from the United States to South Korea, we know that they grew because of Samsung, right? So if we're not going to prosper if we keep thinking that our savior is going to come from outside. So our policies has to be balanced in a way. How do we protect our culture? How do we protect our people? How do we make sure that everybody makes money from us, but we're not getting anything? I always say.
So are you saying, Lindiwe, that you need to have, for example, South African media platforms which will be far more fair to you than the global Western platforms?
Yes, but also we need to make sure that the policy from government makes sure that it protects our local industries. And also, it can't be the focus that, we need, like these global companies are going to come to save us. We know that they are not. Because at the end of the day, if we don't build from within, if we don't make sure that our people are, because we know every time we talk about investment, we know everybody talk about, oh, Africa is the next frontier. But one thing I've seen and I've observed, everybody wants to make money from Africa. They want to invest in Africa, but not in Africans. And that's a fact. And that is something that we need to make from a policy-making perspective. How do you make sure that if you're going to say you're going to invest in Africa, you must also invest in Africans? It can't be continuing to what has been happening
That's
from the
a
mining sector.
very strong
where,
point.
Resources are being extracted, but we get nothing. And it's the same thing with our culture.
But I'll tell you.
Before I go, I want to make one thing first, because it also shows from the issue of government failure. Talking from our South African government failure. If I will come back from the issue of Bafana Bafana, remember that Bafana Bafana, there was an issue of a trademark because some John Doe somewhere decided to trademark Bafana Bafana because our government hadn't. Now let me go back to our national party, our ruling party, right? Umkhonto weSizwe. We know it's our Umkhonto weSizwe. It's our like a struggle that we know who they are. But then now, why are we in court fighting from somebody else using what is, we know it's a national thing. So the point is, if we can't even protect that, then we are not protected ourselves.
So that's a good point. I think people stealing IP is a global issue. We've seen that across cultures. But Asha, I want you to come in.
I just wanted to add something to that. We're using very heavy words here, right? Creator, economy, things like that. And we obviously have a lot of solutions and problems. But I think it should start with recognition. Okay. Recognize it as a real deal. We still have a lot of it's an untapped potential. for any country, especially Global South. Once we recognize it as a real deal, then be it the legal framework, data protection, digital literacy, everything will fall in place, and I think we can go about it. It's not just enough to talk about it on platforms like CTC and other platforms. These are like absolutely niche, and today we are privileged enough to sit here and to be talking about creator economy and things like that. But what's happening on the grassroots level, we have to bring them up so that we realize that we're contributing to the country's economy. That's it.
Great.
Thank you.
Questions from all of you. We have about 10, 12 minutes left. Can you come to mics on both sides of the hall, introduce yourself, and keep the question crisp so that we can come back to the panel for more.
Okay, thank you. My name is Baratang Mia. I'm from Gelhype, Women Who Code. My comment is a question comment, but
You'll have to be a little bit louder, please.
Okay. My comment or question is, you know, to be on social media or any other platform that's a creator economy, the big creators, no, let's focus on the little ones. If I were to post something on Facebook, I want to make money on Facebook, I have to spend money. And how Facebook monetize people, they will say, you have to spend 5,000 Rand firstly on advertising before you get considered to be a creator. Now, how do we expect, like you mentioned, they don't pay people in Africa. The requirement is you have to spend 5,000 USD for Facebook to start paying you, or Instagram to Meta. And then when you go to TikTok, there's also a requirement. And those baselines are just to keep creators in a bubble.
That's a good point.
How do we incentivize and make sure that the industry, when they take African creators, they take like 10 out of the whole continent of 54 countries. And I think people who are sitting there as people who are championing this, you need to, this is the economy that's like with billions. You need to start, it's sending messages to our young people. We need to change the statement to say, if you're going to take money, 5,000 USD from someone young, you need to be incentivizing the continent.
Got it. That's a good point. So I'll come to the panel. Any other question from the audience? Right, looks like there are not too many creators over there, only consumers in the audience. So I can get that. But as consumers, if you have demands of them on what to create, please feel free to share that. But I think the point was raised is very important, that while at a level we feel that because of social media, digital media and broadband access, it's really open for everybody to enter, it's really not. So what we're saying, there is an entry barrier. So Bolanle, do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, let me talk a little bit about this. I've had, I think I've been influencing for about 10 years in addition to what I do with producing, and I've done a lot of influencing, and I've done a lot of brand trips and done a lot of travels with that. And it's completely different, the market here versus the market in America. Influencers in America and in the UK, they make astronomical money. It's insane. I mean, with my numbers on Instagram, an influencer in America charges about $10,000 to $15,000 for one post. I have friends who do this. Whereas in Nigeria, what I charge is a fraction of the price for one post. It's good money, but it's a fraction of the price. And what she's saying is true in that the back end, the only reason why I monetize on any of these platforms is because a lot of my back end is tied to American addresses and different things like that. And I think that they just still have not seen the value here. At the end of the day, these platforms are a business. So the RPM, which is pretty much when you post something on YouTube and you're making money from the ads that play during your videos, because of YouTube charges advertising companies, they charge businesses less than what they charge in America. That means that the RPM is lower in continents, in the continents. So for example, if someone is gonna watch your video and they're watching your video in America, they're gonna charge them maybe 12 cents per video. Whereas in Nigeria, they'll charge them 1 cent per video because the business model for them is not as high. So I think what we have to realize at the end of the day, even though these spaces, they seem like they're free, they're fun, they're businesses. Meta is notorious for this. Meta is one of the hardest. Once you start paying for ads on Meta, just know that your videos will never do well because they want to make sure that you continue to pay.
So sometimes you have to pay to be visible.
Yes,
especially
it's not for
really.
Meta. TikTok is a bit different. They're a bit more, they want you to go viral, and I think the Chinese have a different model. But at the end of the day, the truth about it is, I still lean towards these platforms. I've seen these platforms transform people's lives even in Nigeria. I've seen these platforms create jobs for people even in places where, there's not opportunities. So it's kind of like a push and, they know they have more power. They know that they add more value than they don't add more value. I think it just means that we have to have government policies that favor the creators a bit more. But again, even our governments, there's also incentives to let them be in the market and play the way they play. I think it really is just about always remembering that those platforms do not belong to any of us. At any given moment, they can take your page down, and that's it. You must have your own intellectual property off of those platforms, your own website, your own email list, your own, having Patreon. Those things allow you to have autonomy. And I think that that's part of the literacy that we need to teach creators. I have friends who've had pages for 10 years, and one day Instagram said, your page is a violation. That's 10 years of your work gone. It's so difficult to build your following back up.
So Gavin, what's the answer to this? How do you take on these platforms? I mean, is there a model to explore? Do you see alternate options coming up?
Alternate options, I'm not sure there are. I mean, the problem is network effects. I mean, we live in a world where, for historical reasons, these platforms have come to dominate. There are certain exceptions. I mean, Russia has a thing called VKontakte, which is effectively a Facebook clone. It was just designed by one guy in like 2007. And that dominates the Russian social media space. And it has its advantages and it has its disadvantages. Russia sort of like disconnected itself from that greater global game. I mean, I guess just on the point of what is just returns and, how can the developing world get more out of this? Well, it's one interesting thing that happened over the last 48 hours is that Twitter has released the geolocations of every single user. And there's been a bit of a scandal, I suppose, in that a lot of users who were posting content that was sort of, flag waving, kind of, pro-Trump stuff, or things that are sort of about sort of classical architecture and sort of very kind of right-coded things, I suppose, have been found to be in India, Pakistan, Indonesia, and sort of masquerading as part of the West and the West as a social movement.
Actually,
and I guess why
in
is
India,
that?
A lot of the people criticizing India and our policies were found to be outside India, and
Yes.
That's
well,
that's
yes.
a very interesting point that you raised.
But I think the point there, to me, is in part that these were users who found the opportunity to make sufficient ad revenue from the site itself because they were based in developing countries.
And these paid trolls, I mean, that's also a creator economy, right? Paid trolls, people are paid to troll you.
Yeah.
Isn't that creator economy too?
Well, I suppose so. Yeah, if you're a creative troll, I'm sure, I've met some creative trolls. But, so there is downside for developing countries in that the rates are not as high because their economies are not as fluid, but also if you can triage if you can sort of arbitrage into the first world, you can kind of do the same thing that, the West and China did in the early 2000s with the industrial economy. It's just the information economy, and indeed India with the call center and service economy.
Quickly, so Lindiwe, you, and then we'll have a couple of closing comments. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to what I said earlier, the importance of building from within, and the fact that if the only way that we can be able to also address a lot of the challenges that the influencers, because I'm not an influencer, I do other things, but, but the point is that the only way we can deal with these unfair policies that happen for a lot of us in the global south is if we build from within. In China, Facebook is not doing that in China because China has built their own platforms. They're competitive and they're making sure. I mean, if you hear...
So why can't South Africa or Nigeria create its own platforms?
It's purely, as I said, the fact that our policies are misguided in terms of this whole
But
thing
it's
of
not about the
foreign
government.
direct
But anyway, this is
investment.
about entrepreneurship. It's not about the government.
It is, but then, okay, it is about entrepreneurship. Okay, let's talk about this. Do you know how hard it is to raise money in this country? I'm an entrepreneur. Government have CEDA and all of these things. Try and go and apply for money. I sit on the board of TIA. Sometimes it will take up to a year to get your funding. Your idea, if you are in technology, by the time you get the money, everybody has already done that. I mean, in technology, it's about first mover advantage.
Okay.
So there's a lot of that crap that is also happening.
Anyway, quickly, Asha and then Bolanle.
I mean, to me, reshoring creator economy just means flipping the script. Let the value stay closer to where the creativity has originated.
No, but why can't you create local platforms? Why do you have to depend on Meta and the Instagrams of the world?
No, nobody's saying we can't create it. Let that be a step in the direction. I'm not saying don't create it. But people who have actually tried to do that also didn't get a lot of regional support because we do have dependency on these platforms like Meta and stuff like that because we need, let's be real, we need performance marketing for movies, we need performance marketing for startups, we basically need ads for everything for even people to recognize us.
And we don't have venture capital that works. I still have to go to the US to find money, and they will not fund me because I'll be competing against them.
So anybody with a big wallet, please contact her right now. Alanle.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, again, it's possible. The solution creating our own platforms. When you think about China has their own platforms because of censoring. It's not a business reason. They do it because they want to make sure that their people, their citizens are censored. So they're not interested in their citizens in joining global platforms. Now, again, she's saying, if I go to a VC and I say I want to create a Facebook version for Nigeria, they'll say, why? What problem does that solve? The solution really comes down to pumping more funding into the creative sector's infrastructure. That's where we need to go back to the drawing board and giving creators the opportunity to be able to do that. Creators know how to make content. And when I say content, I don't mean like just videos. I mean movies, I mean musicians, artists. There's so much potential. And the great thing about it is it opens more opportunities for employment. I think it's a major solution. It's the new version of manufacturing. That's what it is.
That's a great point.
So we need to move forward and we need to look forward and we need financial support.
I think,
also,
we
all
have...
the companies that get VC funding in Africa are not registered here. They're registered in Delaware.
But Lindy,
so it's
you
like Andela has money. They raised 500 million. They're in they are in Nigeria. They are not. They are in Delaware. So, Mr. President, we need you to fix this for us. We don't have to go to the US for us to, to register outside of the country for us to get the support that we need.
And please vote for Lindy. But thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm ending here. I'm ending here for a fantastic panel. We still didn't have the songs. But one point, all of us are used to consuming free content. Please pay for your content. That is the best way to ensure you have vibrant creator economy. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panelists.
Thank you, Pranjal. Thank you, panelists. I don't think we could have had a better start to the second half of the conference. May I request you to please step forward for the photograph? Thank you. Thank you, panelists. From that fantastic conversation, we now move to the next panel, the Blue Renaissance, Reclaiming the Maritime for Development and Innovation. The speakers are Paris Parekh, Policy Advisor, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, India; Nancy Karegethu, Advisor, Blue Economy, Executive Officer of the President of Kenya, Kenya; Tina Jutton, former Member of Parliament, UNESCO Young Leader for Peace, Advocate for the Blue and Green Mauritius; Nwabisa Matoti, Director, Strategic Projects and Internationalization, the South African International Maritime Institute, South Africa. The session is moderated by Konstantinos Foutsopoulos, Executive Director, Athens Riviera Forum, Greece. Over to you, Konstantinos.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Konstantinos Foutzopoulos. The name implies I'm Greek, and as a Greek, I couldn't speak about the ocean without remembering that our philosophical, commercial, and even political imagination started on the sea. As the Homer in the epic journeys of Odysseus sees, the history of the world is written actually on the water. And today we are again in a similar situation where new maritime domains are reshaping the global dynamics. Last month we saw, for example, that the IMO for the negotiations for the net zero shipping failed, but at the same time, countries like India, South Africa, Kenya, Mauritius, that we have here with us today, are investing heavily in maritime infrastructure, and a new maritime map is emerging. As we said, the countries are investing in resilient corridors, new ports, undersea digital infrastructure, localized shipping, and sustainable blue industries. We can speak about a blue renaissance, as the session title implies. And it's more than an economic shift. It's how we reimagine a world where the maritime domain will help in sovereignty and opportunities across the waters. I will not take more of your time because we have 4 exceptional speakers with us, and we would like to leave also some time for the audience. I will start with a question for all the speakers to give a broader geopolitical framework before we move to more in the countries and their respective regions. As traditional trade routes face growing pressure and new maritime corridors emerge, do you believe that the next phase of globalization will be shaped by ocean routes linking the world's emerging regions? I will start with our speaker from Kenya, Ambassador Nancy Gargitu.
Thank you very much for the question. And let me stand on established protocols, but of course acknowledge Mr. President and thank him for the support actually sitting here with us, and all the speakers who have gone before us, particularly the last panel that has really entertained us and made us our full stomachs. Now we could, there was no digestion blockage of the brains. Now, yes, there are new corridors shaping because I think the previous corridors were set, particularly from our region, Africa and the rest of the world, based on resource extraction and usage from, in wherever place they were going. But we want to say that today we are experiencing corridors that have been stable for a long time, getting flashpoints, sudden and intermittently, that are very expensive. And we have seen that the logic and the costs cannot be sustained anymore. Then, of course, the way they were established did not maybe take care of the South or the developing countries, and therefore, it is imperative that we come up with a new model for business, because even the way they've been established, you could say they've not been equitable in terms of the South getting value, and somebody said about inequality and not being responsive to the people of the South. And we see that those costs, what we've been working on has been just-in-time principles of cost saving and efficiencies, but now we need to think about just-in-case, because the costs are enormous. Rerouting of trade, very essential trade, causing delays to very essential, important and essential commodities, like in the manufacturing sector, electronic, the automotives, which cannot be sustained. For example, if you look at 2021, the blockade on the Suez Canal, 6 days at $9.6 billion a day, that's not sustainable. So even if they were efficient in terms of being short and quicker, that can no longer be sustained because of the loss that comes from the blockade. The geopolitical tensions also that flare up and cause, just suddenly, without planning. So we need now to come from that model to the model of just in case and reshape how we see ourselves doing business. The other thing to look at is the climate actions, which also are, costing trade a lot of money in terms of weather, sea rises, disruptions in the ports, and figures have shown that the kind of impact it's causing on trade, like $7.5 billion affecting $200 to $450 billion worth of trade. That's no longer sustainable. So it's not a question of if and why and how, but reality tells us that we need to think outside those traditional ways of doing business and coming up with more resilient, more responsive corridors. And for now, the best we can do is South-South triangular cooperation. So working together, we can redraw those corridors and maps for the continued mainstay of the trade, because we know the economy, global economy cannot do without shipping. 80% carriage of goods. We cannot afford not to be proactive and think ahead. And like I have said, use a model of just in case, because it's the way business must be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And from Kenya to India.
Namaste, President Beki. It's a particular honor for me coming from India to be speaking before you, sir, because there are two monumental agreements that were signed. There is only a single G2G agreement between India and South Africa on merchant shipping, which was signed in the year 2006 under your presidency. And as Ambassador mentioned, we need trilateral agreements. So we have a unique model where India, South Africa, and Brazil have a trilateral agreement on maritime transport, which again was signed during your presidency, sir. So it's an honor to have your continued guidance and to be able to speak in front of you here today. Now, talking about the overarching keyword for our panel was globalization, and shipping has been the integral driver of globalization. Fundamentally, what globalization meant was the place of production and place of consumption need not be co-located. Something can be produced thousands of miles away and yet can be consumed at a very different part of the world. So this global economics was driven by shipping. Shipping also shouldered a big part of the economic progress that the world has seen over the last 500 years in particular. We definitely learned a lot about how powers have shifted from the Mediterranean to the Atlantic, now to the Indo-Pacific. Some of the panels that have come before us spoke about this transition. But one transition I wanted to draw attention to is when it comes to globalization, particularly in the context of resilience, what we are seeing now is for a continent like Africa, which is resource-rich, traditionally, the business models have used Africa as a provider of resources where it would get shipped out, as mentioned by Ambassador, processed outside, and then would be exported to Africa at a premium. That's an exploitation, economic exploitation, which is invisible. Now, one form of globalization that is definitely happening is the processing is now moving to the continental Africa. And that definitely is going to reshape some of the shipping corridors that we are familiar with. Second, we all have a very landlocked view of the world, particularly people from the global south. Now, this could be a factor of many things, but what I am given to understand through some of the readings and my conversation, colonization had a role to play in detaching communities from their maritime heritage. That's true for India, and I believe to some extent true for South Africa and many other African nations as well. We need to reimagine our economies, reimagine what we do in the context of this heritage. We need to build a national consciousness for oceans. The third point I wanted to make in my introductory remark is, if I was to ask this wonderful audience to name the neighbors of South Africa, and you are most certainly going to tell me the land neighbors for South Africa. Never in your wildest imagination you would say India. We are neighbors, we just separated by a little water. So I think, I mean, little is to your imagination, but we are neighbors, and if you start seeing India and South Africa, or India and continental Africa, or India and Mauritius, my panelist here is from Mauritius, you will start thinking of the possibilities differently. We may not have answers to all problems, bilateral problems, opportunities, but you would still feel more closer to your friends in South Africa, your friends in India. So with that, I'll hand over to the moderator.
We go directly to Maurice.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, for being with us this evening. And I wish to also say thank you to ORF for its amazing Cape Town dialogue, and to Mbeki Foundation and the President for gracing us with his presence, time, and patience. And first of all, for believing that dialogue and conversations can still shape, influence, and transform things for a better future. So I want to say, before jumping into the main question, that I come from a small island developing state, as my panelist from India said. Mauritius, we are just a tiny island in the Indian Ocean. Well, we just have a total land area of only 1,979 square kilometers, which I think is even much smaller than Cape Town. However, our EEZ, which means our exclusive economic zone, is of 2.3 million square kilometers, making it the 5th largest EEZ in the world. Moreover, we share management responsibilities for an extended continental shelf area of 396,000 square kilometers with the Republic of Seychelles, and I guess you must all have heard about the controversial and territorial fight for Mauritius, which is like the fight of David and Goliath, like a small island fighting against huge states to get back its territory, and that's exactly what we embarked on, to get back our territory, which was the Chagos archipelagos. So now, after a long battle and struggle, and with the support of the African Union, the EU, the UN, and many of the countries here in this room, it has become a reality. And I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. And yes, with the restitution of the Chagos archipelagos to Mauritius by the British, our EEZ will now be one of the most expansive of the planet, I would say. So now, of course, when we're talking about globalization, as Mr. Paras said, the first question is what we understand by globalization. So for me, if you ask me how it shapes maritime trading, shipping routes, the corridors, and how is it impacting on us, especially small island developing state, first I would say what globalization means. Globalization means connecting, collaboration, and of course, dialogue for a better world. And as you said, like having access, and irrespective of physical boundaries or borders, having access or inclusion should not be a problem. So to reply to the question, I would say yes. So we need first and foremost to reckon that yes, our future, if we talk about maritime frontier and this redefining of a, of a blue, as we call it, it will be exactly harnessing the resources from the ocean, as we say, churning the ocean to extract what we call the elixir which is so indispensable right now to our future. So I want to say that Mauritius, being a SID, it has its own vulnerabilities, like most SIDs do, like rising sea temperatures, acidification, coral bleaching, and you know, if it rains consecutively for more than a week, we might even disappear. So that's just the extent of a threat. But we are very strategically positioned. So being based in the Cape of Good Hope and also being, I would say, like a gateway or bridge between India and the rest of the world and Africa and Asia, we can become, I would say, a regional hub of choice. So with globalization, I want to see and focus on the positive sides of it. And I would say SIDS become, I would say, the first, like they sit on the front line of emerging new routes, of new shipping corridors. So hence, they can leverage, and Mauritius being strategically positioned in the Indian Ocean's busiest, I would call it, east-west shipping lane, it can become a blue connectivity hub that links Africa, Asia, and the wider Indo-Pacific. So what I mean by globalization, I would end on this, I know my time might be over. I want to believe that globalization means strategic collaboration and not isolation, that it means new partnerships in terms of infrastructure, be it for the ports, logistics, bunkering, surveillance, data infrastructure. Third, skills transfer, capacity building. And fourth, of course, I would say collaboration to become a green port of choice. And for that, we need the much talked about financing. Thank you.
Thank you. And with skills and capacity building, we can proceed with Nobisa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The nice thing about speaking last is that everyone else has covered what you wanted to say, so I will not be long. I would like to acknowledge President Mbeki, the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, as well as the ORF, and appreciate the invitation to this gathering. As it was emphasized last night, as well as in the G20 summit, that there is a new world order that is emerging with a shift of the nexus of power. And that brings about new opportunities, and part of that includes the new routes that we've just spoken about, taking into account also the geopolitics in the Suez Canal. So countries need to position themselves for these new opportunities, especially South Africa, which is strategically located in the south, and however has not fully exploited its blue economy. So we need to position South Africa as a southern hemisphere gateway. That comes with the strengthening of our port systems. We've got a very strong port system. We've got 8 commercial ports. There's going to be a 9th one in Bohoba in the Northern Cape. However, there are inefficiencies that come with that. So we need to, as a country, to look at that and address that and prepare ourselves for these new opportunities that come with the new maritime corridors. The second point I want to make, the green corridors that are coming up with the maritime decarbonization, we need to prepare ourselves for that in terms of making our ports ready to be green fuel hubs, as well as meeting the green port standards. So I will stop there. I will not, I think everyone else has covered what I wanted to say, but I wonder, the key message I want to put across is that this new world order is challenging us to strategically position ourselves, our countries, especially the coastal communities, the coastal countries, to be ready for these new opportunities in maritime corridors.
Thank you very much. And since we have with us 4 countries that represent different but at the same time similar values and ideas, and there is a form of cooperation at various levels, I would like to go into more detail in each country, and we'll start again with Kenya. Kenya has championed a vision for Africa's blue economy. What forms of cooperation do you see, Ambassador, with cooperation with India, cooperation with the broader Indo-Pacific, but even inside Africa itself as more essential in order to unlock maritime potential and at the same time build resilient and modern coastal infrastructure?
Thank you for that question and for the comment about Kenya. Let me start by saying that the blue economy was not always one of our focus areas of development as a country, based on our historical development, again, because the emphasis was on the port as a point of extraction, of export of resources, and therefore that model remained for a long time until the government realized that no, this is no longer sustainable and we needed to have a holistic view. And one of the things that happened was the realization that even our governance structures, being historical, were all wrong and they were not addressing the issues, because we found that we ran a government with different silos that did not address the blue economy as one industry, but looked at it as disparate components. For example, when we did an analysis, we found that maritime policies were present in like 22 different government ministries. Because when you think about mining, is a standalone mandate with a different ministry. Then education, you're talking of maritime education and training and capacity building for the maritime sector. It's in the Ministry of Education that basically emphasizes more on terrestrial, but not, and even environment, with our National Environmental Management Authority, different components dealing with different ministries dealing with different components of the maritime economy. And therefore, the first thing we did was to try and bring coherence and make sure that there was communication between the ministry, because we want to be a blue economy country. And that's one of the beginning points. And we had a national conversation. And we all met and decided what is it we want from the blue economy. And it was surprising that when we did our first conference, even the president was shocked, because the interpretation of facts he had been given, but now coming from the sector, for him to see a different picture was very shocking. And therefore, one of the things that he did was to create a voice for the blue economy. And he created a structure, or rather a State Department within government to deal with that. And that has gone up now, it's now a ministry. And the point I'm driving is, if it was a problem within one country, how much of a problem is it within, for example, this continent, if we are not talking to one another? We share the same ocean. He just told us we are neighbors. The oceans make us one. And therefore, if we are talking about about making it work for us, then we must collaborate. We must, partner, and we must speak with one voice on what we want to get out of the blue economy. We are a young continent, young people looking for opportunities, young people looking for economic validation, and young people who think that, or rather, you can't blame them, that the lack of economic space is a lack of democracy, and therefore makes them agitated. And we cannot raise, or rather, we cannot make the blue economy work for us unless we work in collaboration and in partnership. Let me mention one or two of the areas where we must. We've heard from morning that we are a continent of enormous resources, especially in a time where the shipping or the maritime industry is looking to transit, and the resources that will help us do that are right here on the continents. But where is the money, where is the technology to do it? We can't do it alone, and neither can even the global north or other parts of the world, the blue economy, do it without our resources. So what do? You cannot have an industry, one global industry that works in silos. For example, when the ships from the developed world, that are transition ready coming to our shores? What will they find? So we must work together to make sure that they find the facilities that they need or in our ports. Where will they bunker? Will they find shore facilities for green energy? And the workers who are attending to them, will they understand? So we cannot afford right now to be isolated or to work in isolation. We must collaborate, exchange technology, and such. And also, when you think about Africa itself, a continent that has not yet reached the level of industrialization that we find in other parts of the world, we have an opportunity to leapfrog. We don't have, you know, what is it? To modernize or to remove or to, I mean, we can just leapfrog into technology, into industrialization, into also the skills that are needed. And I think that's what I want to say. So from us as Kenya, we'll say that we cannot do it alone. No region can do it alone. We need each other, and we must find the synergy in which to work together. It will be cheaper, and it makes sense anyway, not to struggle.
Thank you. And talking about synergies, I want to go back to Paras and India, because India is investing a lot. Is investing in shipbuilding, in digital maritime infrastructure, in green ports, in many things. And how do you see the role of India and the Indian model with a focus in innovation, sustainability, self-resilience? How could that model help also the aspirations of Africa?
That's a long question. And you want a short answer for that?
Choose the points you want.
All right. So,
a bit of C.
Initially, I mentioned about consciousness, and I try and take every opportunity to tell people and try and connect them to the ocean. So one thing I can give to this audience is, when you leave from this forum, just remember, no shipping, no shopping. That's how integral the shipping industry is to our lives. It moves 90% of global trade, commerce, and it's also one of the oldest known profession to mankind, along with agriculture. So shipping has been there for the last 5,000 years, and it will be there no matter what number of industrial revolutions come and go. That said, it's very recently that India tried to go through a shipping renaissance of ourselves. Last 10 years have been unpredictable, or I think I choose a different word, unprecedented in terms of the reforms that we have undertaken back home, realizing that as trade increases, as manufacturing increases, as India is more connected with the world, and the more we are exporting, we were able to find one Achilles heel. Most of the goods that India was shipping out and importing in was moved on foreign vessels. Now, as we continue on this path of something we call the Amrit Kal, the next 20, 25 years of our growth story, we wanted to work on that Achilles heel and reimagine India as a maritime power. That said, I'll just give a brief overview of some of the initiatives that we have taken, and something which we could probably look at replicating or adapting to the African economies, depending on their vision. The first thing that was clearly established was political leadership, and it started from the very top. We set for ourselves a grand vision. We call it the Maritime India Vision 2030 and a Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. 2047 is when we complete the 100 years of independence. India has now prioritized shipbuilding. Shipbuilding, for people not aware, is called the mother of heavy industries. Automobile is the mother of small industries, and shipbuilding is the mother of heavy industries. It's also one of the most labor-intensive industries to invest and prioritize. So it's something which some of the African economies may like to consider. Second, we have initiated creation of something called as a Bharat Container Shipping Line. One challenge that often comes up in my conversation with my African colleagues is there is no direct service between India and Africa. So tomorrow, if you want to increase trade between India and Africa, it still moves somewhere in Middle East, then it'll go down, which adds to the cost. We want Indian goods to be available in South Africa as cheap as possible, and South African goods to be available in India as cheap as possible. So what we are doing is we are creating a dedicated shipping line based out of India with enough container moving capacity to facilitate, one, the resilience, because it'll be India owned, but also to service some of the routes which are of national importance to us and to our friends. Finally, when we talk about reforms, a good policy is the first step towards good process. So in the last 10 years, we have completely revamped every single legislation that governs India's maritime sector, where as of today, we have no pre-constitution act on our statute for our sector. It's been a long journey, and of the 15 or 16 principal acts which govern our sector, which includes the merchant shipping, the Indian ports, the coastal shipping, 5 have happened this very year. So it's taken enormous political will, political leadership from people across both the center and the state to make this journey happen. So that's another example which can be implemented.
Thank you. And I would like to go back to Tina. You spoke before about Mauritius and the climate vulnerability that it faces, but at the same time, it's a country that sits on vital maritime crossroads. So I would like to ask you, how can small island states take advantage of this situation and transform this strategic position into blue innovation, green job creation, and deeper partnerships also among regions and among countries?
Thank you for this question, which is very, very relevant. So I would like to cite the example of Mauritius on 3 different instances, where then we will explore the collaboration area. So first, I don't know how many of you heard or saw some years back, there was an oil spill which was called Wakashu, the famous Wakashu oil spill, which where a vessel just accidentally got wrecked in the shores of Mauritius, and that was incidentally at the time in my constituency. So Mauritius, as I said earlier, is surrounded by the blue. The ocean is our pride and is our jewel. In my constituency, most of the livelihoods of the people come from the sea. So it was a shock to see from one day to the other the whole ocean, the whole sea, our lagoons, transforming from blue to black. And it was also a shock in terms of preparedness and how to go about to remedy the situation. So that's when we witnessed I would say, the magic of collaboration and of hands coming together to help and being united. And that's where I personally witnessed the beauty of unity. So from one day to the other, when this tragic accident happened, the next day everyone was on the sea, from children to fishermen's wives, to the government, to the NGO, to the professional sector. Everyone was wondering, how can we help? And I want to here acknowledge all the actors who helped in that scenario, especially the international scene, and the countries like India, Japan, again, EU, UN, so many of them, and it would be wrong and unfair for me to just mention one and not mention the other, so I want to acknowledge here the efforts of everyone. So I want to say here that, for instance, we needed skippers, we needed divers with expertise who could go down and navigate through the oil, and that's when India sent the maritime security people and the trained people in that sector. We had the collaboration from the UN, and also, for a long time, the fishermen were jobless. So we had to come up with a kind of compensation scheme. And I will just dwell with financing in a later part, but coming to the point I wanted to make on collaboration and unity. So I want you to imagine it like on the sea, the beach, becoming all black, and everyone together, from the children to the fishermen to different people, just as we say, putting their boots, like we put yesterday to dance, but going on the beach to actually clean. No one knows exactly how much we can clean in a day or how much of the ocean would be clean, but everyone came together as a nation, and that was beautiful. And not just as a nation. We had representatives from different parts of the world coming over through the different embassies who showed by example, who led by example, and by showing that irrespective of titles or position, everyone came together to save the ocean. And I want to take this example further to say a second instance of what that accident showed us is that also there is an issue in terms of what I said earlier. We have such a large EEZ, but we do not have the appropriate resources to monitor effectively. For instance, there was a lack of surveillance and maybe surveillance tools, which indeed here, again here, I must say that India is helping us with. Second thing, there is a lot of illegal fishing, and even that goes, a lot of fishing that go unreported, and even these things, on these grounds, I'm speaking about the specificities of SIDS and how collaboration can help make it easy from examples and cases I've personally experienced. So first, if I talk about collaboration, for instance, I want to salute India for the amazing initiatives our friend Paras just mentioned, for all these legislations, all these revamping. And I would say that these are transferable. Of course, there's not like a one-size-fits-all solution, but there are transferable lessons for many parts of the world, like for SIDS like us, and also areas of collaboration. So I would say, for instance, the Prime Minister of India's vision, Modi's vision for Sagar, which then became Mahasagar, which is his vision of 2030, is embedded in all these initiatives that you shared here. So why can't there be a proper collaboration? For instance, countries sitting on this panel, India, Mauritius, Kenya, South Africa, and I don't know, Greece. For instance, first, in skills transfer. Second, I would say, skills involves capacity building. Second, in terms of infrastructure. As I said earlier, being strategically located in the Cape of Good Hope and with what is happening in the Red Sea at the moment, there is such a high increase for bunkering services in Mauritius. However, we are underutilizing our capacity, not because of lack of will, but because of lack of resources and financing. So these are avenues for collaboration with India, with South Africa, and with other countries, of course. And apart from infrastructure and capacity building, I want to come to a very important point. While looking at the blue, we should not forget the green, which is what we just heard recently at the COP. And being a SIDS, it's very important, as I said earlier, to also look at this part. Like, I want to take the example of India investing, for instance, in hydrogen vessels, and we offer green time. Okay, so I'll just finish here. So I just want to say that maybe while we are trying to decarbonize this sector, there can be a lot of collaboration in that sense, so that, for instance, even if we are exploring or if there is mining, that this exploration comes with ethics, and like Samir said yesterday, that we don't forget our sense of purpose and of principles. Thank you.
I keep your last point about the skills and capacity building to go back to Nabisa and ask you about South Africa, which is strengthening its maritime skills ecosystem. And what capacities do you see as essential for South Africa to prioritize in order to fully participate in this blue economy that we are talking about?
Thank you very much for that question. I will focus on 3 or 4 points in that regard. Nancy has nicely provided an overview in terms of Africa, so it made my job very easy. The first element that I would like to talk about, which Nancy referred to under capacity building, was skills development. For South Africa, I think this collaboration with India would come in handy when it comes to a partnership with domestic academic institutions to offer maritime qualifications. So we do have universities in the country that are offering marine sciences as well as seafaring qualifications. For instance, for seafaring, we've got 3 universities that are offering those qualifications, namely the Durban University of Technology, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, as well as Nelson Mandela University. So a partnership in terms of expanding our offering in that regard would be welcome. We've got other universities as well that are offering other qualifications beyond seafaring, because when you talk maritime, people always think it's all about seafaring, but it's broader than that. So we've got aquaculture as well. We've got University of Fort Hare as well as Limpopo, offering aquaculture qualifications. We've got the UCT doing marine robotics and Nelson Mandela, as well as UKZN, KwaZulu-Natal, looking at maritime law. So partnerships in that regard in establishing joint qualifications to expand the content as well, to expand our reach in that regard. And also India's strengths in vocational training are well recorded. I think it would be valuable for us to have a partnership in terms of capacitating our TVET colleges to offer maritime qualifications. We have 50 TVET colleges in the country. Out of that 50, there's 2.5, and I'll explain why I'm saying 2.5. We've got one in UKZN, Umfolozi, that is offering seafarer qualifications, and then one here in Cape Town, False Bay College, that's offering boat building. And I was saying a half with the Cape Town, College of Cape Town, which is offering workshop training for seafaring. So we need to expand our offering in that regard when it comes to TVET. So that partnership would come in very handy. Another element would that be of exchange, offering exchange programs for our lecturers and students to build the capacity to upskill them as well. Extend the scholarships as well. I know there are already scholarships that are already being offered to African students, but I don't think that is quite adequate. I think we should expand that as well. And I want to focus on this, the research capacity. We need to build or increase the pool of African researchers in the ocean sciences and maritime. That you can do by partnering through programs like emerging researchers programs that we currently have, maybe expand on that. A co-funding of research chairs at various universities. We've just, SAIMI, South African International Maritime Institute, we've just launched a new research chair in naval architecture and design. There are others, and I think about 6 in the Nelson Mandela University that look at shallow water, law of seas, and others. But we need there are other areas that we need to look at as well to actually expand our content in that regard. And another element would be the communities of practice, where there is a structure where universities, at various universities, industry, as well as government participate. And the nice thing about communities of practice is that various universities can participate. It's not only situated in one university like the research chair. So we can actually partner in that regard to actually boost our knowledge exchange and sharing, as well as generation, as well as build capacity for lecturers and students. Another area that's close to my heart, that's co-creation of research with indigenous communities, looking at maritime indigenous knowledge rather. So that's another area that we need to look at. And also your strengths in disaster resilience and climate change impacts. That's another area that you can possibly tap into in terms of expanding our capacity in that regard through our universities. And also, just to look at also the research element in terms of the research centers, establishing research hubs that focus on you've got technology,
that's got high impact solutions, looking at the cold chain, fish production from origin to consumer, the seaweed processing. I attended a forum some time ago in Japan, where we were informed that seaweed farming is very prevalent in Africa, especially one of the countries that was mentioned was Tanzania, which has got a big industry in seaweed, and which is driven by women. It's driven by women, so it's got a potential for inclusivity.
Yeah,
as well.
it seems like an upside to doing well is you get a lot of homework. So I'm going to make a list of everything that needs to be done. Maybe the next Cape Town conversation, you and I can confirm that it's done.
So much sea, so little time, I would say. And unfortunately, we don't have... We will continue with the questions in the break because we're out of time and we should be very strict. Do we have 2 minutes for a quick question? Very quick, please. And then 30 seconds each, if it's possible. It's almost impossible, I know.
Thank you, colleagues. Very concrete, I think, quick question. Philani Mthembu from the Institute for Global Dialogue, which is associated with UNISA. So South Africa's National Development Plan identifies that piracy has basically been moving southwards from the Horn of Africa.
Please focus on the question.
And when it does, and what it recommends for South Africa's naval patrols to move from our oceans and move towards the Horn of Africa. So the question is for Nwabisa in terms of the implementation of that recommendation, increasing the area of naval patrols. How are we doing with that? And then for Nancy, if South Africa's Navy is looking to increase patrols towards the Horn of Africa, how would that be seen in Kenya?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. One more question? Yes.
Yes, thank you, panel. My question is actually following that question is about intra-African collaboration in terms of harnessing the marine. So, for example, we have how to fight illegal fishing in those countries. So we have Madagascar. I work in Madagascar, who is really facing a lot of illegal fishing. But we also have across the ocean Mozambique, who is facing the same issue. And I don't think that the two countries really come together to look at it. Also, we have the untapped potential of marine tourism, especially for Africans. When I do a quick search about the cruises to go and have a cruises in the Indian Ocean, I find that I have to go through a Western company, yet these are African countries. And then we have a lot of challenges that we face, like, for example, I will have to apply for many visas. So how are we facilitating intra-African marine tourism? Thank you.
30 seconds each. I know it is impossible. Starting with Tina.
Thank you. Yes, very good question. I cannot speak on behalf of the Navy, but I will speak from what I know. Yes, it's a very important question that you're raising, and it brings about the challenge that we're having as a country. I think in terms of availability of vessels to deal with the challenges that we're speaking about. You'll find out that maybe there's illegal fishing that is happening maybe on the east side, and the vessel will take such a long time for a vessel to get there. Hence, we are turning to technology right now to look at vessel monitoring systems. I spoke about marine robotics earlier on in terms of looking at tracking, addressing the issue of illegal fishing, the issue of identifying fish stock assessments, as well as the issue of climate change. So I get where you're coming from, but I cannot at this point respond to what the Navy is doing in that regard. But it's a serious challenge. Hence, now we are now turning to technology as well in terms of that area.
Okay, just to add, when piracy was at its peak, you recall, or in waters off the coast of Somalia, Kenyan armed forces actually did go and secure the port of Kismayu. So it's something that has been done. But I know that recently there is talk of an African Navy, and the architecture of it, should be finalized and give us the leverage in terms of information sharing, in terms of capacity building, and in terms of collaboration and using the resources together to work together to secure our continents, our oceans, and also ensure that the crimes at sea do not just go on unabated, and there is visibility and a clear will to work together towards that.
Paras, Tina, and we finish. Paras.
I had a tangential thought. The question wasn't related or relevant to India, but India has been very active working with our African friends in tackling piracy, armed conflicts in the Red Sea region. And as a citizen of India, I feel proud that we are able to do this in the best interest of our economic interest as well as for our partnership with Africa.
Thank you. I just want to bounce back on the last question by the lady. Right question. I would say that, yes, we are here in this room to talk about collaboration, but how do we facilitate things? And that's when I think leadership matters. And that's why, again, I hailed President Mbeki for being here this evening, and for all the leaders who listen with empathy and who lead with courage, because the future for, for steering this new maritime frontier, I would say, is not just about announcing or announcement effect, as you said. It's about making it happen. And I believe it's about having maybe a new ethical framework based on exactly those principles of collaboration, but thrive over rivalry and competition. And to remember that we can only win together by collaboration and partnership.
Thank you very much. And I will close this session exactly as I started, with a reflection. Omer called the sea the wine dark mirror of fate. What we see in our seas today reflected is the choice we make. As you said, competition or cooperation, fragmentation or connection. The choice is ours. Thank you very much, and thank you, President Mbeki, for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the speaker and the moderators. May I request you to please step to the forward of the stage. As excellent the conversation was, I'm afraid we've cut into our break time, so I request you all to please be back by 5 p.m. for the next round of discussion. Thank you.
public. It's you that I'm in love with. And darling, this will always be so. Can I be a fairy tale? Promise I will love you well. Be a fairy tale. Promise I will love you well. Can I be a fairy tale? Promise I will love you well. Promise I will love you well. Be a fairy tale. Promise I will love you well. Baby girl, I love ya. I really, really love ya. Something that I'm sure you see. Now ain't no sense in lying, darling. I've been trying to give you all the space you need. Now we both endured the pressure, we've endured the heartache, we have both endured the pain. If this is what I have to in order to have you, I would do it all again. So can I be a fairy tale? Promise I will love you well. Can I be a fairy tale? Baby, promise I will love you well. Can I be a fairy tale? Promise I will love you well. Be a fairy tale. Can I? Promise I will love you. Just me and you. Promise I will love you well. Promise I will love you well. Said I know we've had our issues, baby. Said I know we've had our hard times, baby. But look at where we are right now. Look at how far we've come. I wouldn't mind holding your hands and becoming one. No, be a fairy tale, baby. I love you well, baby. Fairy tale. Fairy tale.
मुझे पढ़ना है, मैं बाद में करवा दूंगी बाय।
Don't wait till I'm gone to tell me you love me. I'm right here now. Kiss me, hug me. Don't wait till I'm gone to tell me you love me. Now is the time. Show me something. gone to tell me you love me. I'm right here now. Kiss me, hug me. Don't wait till I'm gone to tell me you love me. Now is the time. Show me something. 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 Friendship is something we take for granted. We'll see each other again somewhere enchanted. A good friend passes and then we remember. Or maybe sometimes November, December. Don't wait till I'm gone. Show me something. Show me something. Show me something. Show me something.
If we can start taking our seats, please, and settle down, we'll be starting the next session. So the next plenary is titled Adapting to a New Normal, Development in the Age of Disruption. And the speakers for this session are Pamela Gopal, Senior Program Manager, African Union Development Agency, NEPAD; Camilla Crisembini, Chief Business Development Officer and Head of Institutional Relations, The Future Company, Ending Poverty Today, Argentina; Uzumoku Ogomchukwu is the Country Director, Management Precision Development in Nigeria; Mandira Bhagwandin is lecturer at Stellenbosch University in South Africa. If I can request all speakers to please step up on stage. And the session is moderated by Jacqueline Kagume, who's Program Officer, Constitution Law and Economy Program at the Institute of Economic Affairs in Kenya.
Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my absolute pleasure to be moderating this next panel on adapting to a new normal, development in the age of disruption. So I'm joined by an excellent panel of speakers who have been introduced, but to set a very brief context, you are all aware that over the last year, the development space has undergone a profound shift. So we have seen long-standing commitments to various development programs, including health, education, climate financing, and human rights being scaled back enormously as traditional donors and development partners have moved and redirected resources to defense budgets and to their own domestic concerns. And this withdrawal has obviously had significant consequences and exposed how vulnerable international development systems are to geopolitical turbulence. Unsurprisingly, the greatest burden of the consequences of these shocks is borne by the Global South, which we will unpack shortly. Across regions, we are now searching for new forms of partnership. Countries are now trying to find more innovative financing and development models that reflect their own local realities rather than inherited structures. And the Global South is now rightfully moving from the margins to the center of these debates. So our session this evening aims to unpack how developing countries and the Global South particularly can navigate or should navigate these changes and how global frameworks need to evolve in order to adjust appropriately. So we'll get right into the discussion and I'll bring in my panel now. So I'll start with you, Pamela. My first question to you is African institutions, and particularly the African Union Development Agency where you work, have been central in articulating continental priorities. But in this era of shrinking aid budgets, how should African-led frameworks strengthen resilience and ensure that progress continues even when external support becomes unpredictable?
Thank you very much, Jacqueline, for that question, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for weathering this session. I just want to start off by saying I don't think Africa is unaware of its situation. I think we will enter 2026 with a clear understanding that there is this global development shift, that the shift in some cases will be irreversible, and we know why. But I think it is important that as we have the sudden aid budget cuts, it's not just about reflecting the financial disruptions that it's caused in the financial gaps. I think it very much exposes the structural formations that we face, are faced in the African continent. And that is why, in Africa has taken the stand of this Agenda 2063. Many people don't actually know that this is the only continent with a 50-year plan. And our member states are really aligning their national development plans on that. And the reason being is that because this is intended to be a structural transformation. And this 50-year development plan is further broken down into 10-year incremental plans that is reviewed and assessed after every 10 years. They've even done a midterm review after every 5 years because it's intended for the structural formation. But this resilience also begins with, for example, we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that has become a primary engine for Africa's development. It's a market that can be unified with about 1.4 billion people that will certainly help us reduce our poverty levels and build regional value chains, which is a fundamental approach to advance regional integration on African terms. But also we have the African strengthening of the South-South cooperation. And earlier we heard about this context, right? The fact that we are here in the Cape Town conversations, it's trying to show how this is formed in terms of the South-South cooperation. Just the content that we're sharing today forms a fundamental approach, whether we have the AU-India digital strategy, whether we have the AU the Latin America Climate Cooperation, or the AU, ASEAN on trade corridors. These are global alliances and partners that Africa is realizing that it needs to form its own, be a recipient of its region. And of course, also in the African context, we know that we must actually unlock our sovereign wealth and pension funds, our asset class managements on a lot of these sovereign wealths, so that we can unpack our own blended financing mix. I think it's important in doing this to reduce the dependence on the unpredictability of donor cycles that we find ourselves, but also to just encourage you that a lot of these countries in the continent have weathered the storm. For example, in Rwanda, we have extremely strong state capabilities, right? Where we are disciplined public institutions, and they have stayed on track because they've maintained progress throughout, be it in the health systems or in the maintaining progress in the procurement systems. I think Rwanda is a good example where it weathers its financial ecosystem, irrespective of the fluctuations that have happened. Same we see with Ethiopia. Ethiopia have invested a lot and have rapidly reduced its poverty levels. In terms of also infrastructure growth, we have witnessed over the years how they relied very little on aid, but have also reduced that. And we can name many. Botswana is also one of them who have been consistent in sustaining the economic growth, as well as Ghana of recent, where we see that they have focused a lot on education to build strong institutions. And globally, we can name countries like Mauritius, Singapore, and Vietnam as well, where these countries have focused on investing in the machinery of the state. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pamela. I'd like to bring in Camilla. So she's talked about the regional institutions, but I do know that you have significant experience working with the private sector and community-led organizations. And so my question to you is, what innovative financing models or cross-sector collaborations have emerged in your region? You do work both in Latin America as well as Africa. So what ideas do you have with regards to what could help close the widening resource gap that has been left by the retreating partners?
Thank you. I don't know if it's the first all-women panel, but it's quite something, no? I just realized it's nice to see us all here. Thanks for the question. I'm Camila. I'm from Argentina. I come from the public sector. I was a member of Congress and the director of youth policies in Argentina in social development. Now I work for a purpose-driven company called The Future Co. that brings people out of rural poverty by targeting each of the indicators of the multidimensional poverty index, both in Africa and in Latin America. And we do this with over 12 to 15 years of experience working on the ground in poverty in Argentina and other parts of the world. And what I actually wanted to start this discussion, or my part of it, considering the context of what we're discussing, right? So we're discussing international development financing, and there's 831 million people in the world who live in poverty. So that's a lot of people. And as you know, there's a high percentage of that in sub-Saharan Africa as well as Latin America. So it's not just something on the margins of a global discussion. It should be in the center. And for some reason, in the past years, we've seen shifting interests driving away from inequality and poverty. And I think part of the reason for that is, geopolitics have a lot to do with it, but also the fact that we've been investing a lot in running diagnostics and consulting and doing more and more collective catharsis of what things don't work in the world. And one of the reasons, or on the positive side, that I think we should be working on is showing what initiatives actually work to bring people out of poverty every single day, as a strategy to bring in or to bring back investment, grants, funding for social development projects. The ones we're working on right now at the Future Co is we're a purpose-driven company. We're not an NGO, and we work with governments and multilateral banks and or with companies such as mining companies or companies that have a huge stake in working with communities And we sell the service of working in the community for between 3 to 5 years holistically. We don't just do education, we don't just do health, we do everything at the same time, co-planning it with the community, and we put in solar panels, we connect to the internet, we build a community center, but most importantly, we focus on the self-sustainability of the community. So we do a productive project that can be sustained once we're no longer there. And I feel sustainability is one of the ways we can bring back financing for these initiatives. So what we do is, for example, in Mozambique is our first community in the Gaza province in Samoa Mbingwanane, and we're doing banana plantations for the community to sell that and to become an actor, part of the market, to have the income to keep going, all the infrastructure and social development and capital, or social capital that they have with the income that they're generating. In Cordoba, in Argentina, where the farmers just sell milk to someone who then produces value and then, or adds value and then gets a lot more money. So we're building the infrastructure for them to actually produce the cheese and get more money for the community. So the sustainability of it is part of one of the best ways to find financing back for this. Yesterday, the CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation said we need to move from or build a bridge between the what of the policy to the how of delivery. And I feel like to bring back financing for social development initiatives, we not only have to work together, union, someone mentioned union before, that brings a lot of strength when there's a lot of actors pushing together, but then finding what initiatives work, showcasing them, bringing them to the center of attention, reminding everyone that poverty is not just something on the margins, but should be in the center because it's huge and it's part of what's going to change the world if we're able to change that, and focusing on the self-sustainability of the initiatives we do, bringing more money from consulting to actually doing things that change people's lives for good. Thank you.
Thanks, Camilla. Demonstrating the opportunity cost for the persisting poverty. So I'd like to bring in Uzwamaka to think about the international development institutions. So they're currently under a lot of pressure to justify relevance in a world that is now shaped by geopolitical fragmentation. So in your view, what reforms are most urgent if global development frameworks are to remain credible, equitable, and effective?
President Mbeki, thank you so much for all you do. Everyone here acknowledged at this time. I come from Nigeria. Today, Nigeria owns the World Bank $18.2 billion US. The Nigeria I left 3 nights ago has no business owing that much with what I have back home. I say this because part of yesterday's conversation was a call to us all to think on how we can serve better, but also do better as a people and when we represent others in communities. I think the new world we are going to see is one that is no longer donor-based. We want to see partners and frameworks that actually serve the international community. So as you are here today, whatever organizations you're representing, whatever country you're representing, you have to intentionally be part of conversations that do not see these relationships as neo-colonialist or hegemonic or as such that is dependent on a donor. I believe every country, irrespective of continent, has something they bring to the table in terms of competitive advantage and comparative advantages. I think these strengths should come forward and should better serve as a negotiating and bargaining power. So the new world order I see is not just based on principles, but one based on principled partnership. And if we all leave this conversation tomorrow, next tomorrow, as advocates of that, we become the change agents that we want to see in the world. I'm really about the action and the next step forward. And this is what I see as a positive looking forward strategy, not just for countries in Nigeria, Latin America, elsewhere in the world, but as a front to better serve the people, to better serve the planet, to better serve processes in international development, but also for sustainable economic growth. This is how I see the picture and I see the future for a principle-based partnership for a new world order that better serves all of us.
Thanks, Uzo, Amaka. Coming to you, Mandira, one of the consequences of the major cuts that we have in development aid is the obviously very negative implications to core and very important sectors, education, health, most of which are reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals. And so my question is, with the SDGs being currently significantly off track, what lessons should developing countries and the Global South particularly take from the setbacks that have been occasioned by the cuts, and especially in terms of prioritization and realistic sequencing of the funding of these programs? Yeah.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I'd first like to say thank you to the ORF and Thabo Mbeki Foundation and acknowledge our president, Nkulu Thabo Mbeki. Thank you so much for being here today and joining us in this panel. So I think, yes, rightly so, you know, what we can agree on is that, or what the primary takeaway should be, or the lessons we've learned from the recent kind of global crises, the pandemics, the kind of several conflicts, the climatic catastrophes, is that the strategy of almost trying to implement everything everywhere is not working, and it hasn't been working for quite some time. And our new normal requires a shift from a comprehensive implementation approach to, as you've rightly put it, a more strategic sequencing approach that is kind of ruthless when it comes to prioritizing specific investments. And when we look at the Global South, and especially developing countries, the strategies that we've started to see emerging in places like Benin and Vietnam is there's a focus on kind of three factors. What we'd called multiplier SDGs or multiplier goals. The prioritization of enablers, so these are factors that create a conducive environment for strategies to be implemented to achieve goals, and being realistic. So what do I mean by this, right? Is that we're seeing that there's this kind of trend or perspective where when we're looking at the SDGs, it's become very apparent that not every country is going to be able to achieve every SDG. So what development policymakers, practitioners are focusing on is prioritizing SDGs that can have a multiplying effect. So by this I mean, so if we look at the SDG 6, right, goals that focus on clean water and sanitation, and then if we look at SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, those can be considered as high impact multipliers, because if we follow the logic, so if we prioritize access to clean water, clean energy supply, it will likely have a ramification for health and productivity. And in that sense, it will reduce kind of the burden on healthcare systems, and it creates this feedback loop. And at the same time, so while we focus on strategizing towards focusing on kind of multiplier goals that can then impact the other goals, at the same time, we must focus on ensuring the enablers that especially speak to Sustainable Goal 16, which is SDG Goal 16, which is Sustainable Development, and SDG 17, which is partnerships for these goals. So the enablers we're talking about here is macro stability, strong governance, and reliable data systems. So those must be the first that are secured. They serve as the foundations, as we know, to achieve the sustainable goals. And what we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic and several debt crises is that countries that lack the fiscal space and maneuverability, as well as good data collection and management practices, were hit the hardest. So we cannot sustainably fund social progress if the financial and institutional foundations are weak. And just keeping in mind the time, I want to bring us to the point of being realistic, especially when we're looking at energy transitions. And this is quite a contentious point in South Africa, which is quite a coal-dominant economy. So, yes, the idea is to transition to cleaner energy, to have a lower carbon footprint, but that's not going to be achieved overnight, and that's not going to be done by totally eradicating the use of coal. And similar to how Vietnam accepts that, they will for a while be dependent on gas before transitioning to more sustainable, renewable forms of energy, South Africa, in the same vein, accepts that there will be this dependency on coal for a while before we put the mechanics, before we put the building blocks, before we put the social safety nets in place to transition to a more a cleaner kind of energy economy. So those are the three points that I think on factors that developing countries should prioritize.
Thanks, Manjira. Given the time, I'd like for you to give me a very brief response for the second round of questions. So Pamela, I'll come back to you and prod a little further to the first question on the place of institutions and Africa's approach to partnerships. So my question is, what principles should guide Africa's approach to new partnerships so that cooperation is affected less by geopolitical interests and aligned more to long-term development goals? What should be the underlying strategic principles?
Great, thank you for that question. And I think the central principle, it must be that Africa Partnership goes forward with an intention. What do I mean by that intention? That intention means that we cannot focus on short-term geopolitical anxiety. I did start by saying we have a 50-year continental plan. It means that we need to focus on the long-term structural transformation, partnerships that have the core interest of not just collaboration, but of development collaboration. It is fundamental that we need to strengthen our continental value chains. We need to have deepening our productivity capacity as well as the state capabilities. It is fundamental that we do that. And in the African continent specifically, we need to also recognize that we have very powerful buffers. What do I mean by these buffers? We have development frameworks. I said the Continental Free Trade Agreement. We have CAADP, which is a continental agricultural framework. We have PIDA, which is the infrastructure development framework for Africa. We have the Africa CDC. We have so many of these fundamental policy tools and platforms that we are governed by, that I think it's absolutely fundamental that despite there are financial instabilities, fluctuations, we have this real stabilizers in the continent. And if you look quickly at the way we scan ourselves regionally, in the East, they have really improved on digitalizing customs and our cross-border trade. In the West, we have been piloting regional pharmaceutical manufacturing value chains. And in the SADC, we have been developing green hydrogen corridors. In North Africa, they've been doing digitalizing environmental digital hubs. And the last one being central, where they tie up with the climate smart agricultural. So I think if we just focus on these innovation avenues, and most importantly, I just want to take us back to the two panels ahead of us that spoke about the pace of innovation, that spoke about TikTok, et cetera. I think where we go wrong is that Africa doesn't lack the ideas, but I think it's the harmonized regulatory ecosystems that are not in place, and therefore we are strapped. So the speed and the pace in which harmonization of regularities happen is not aligned with Africa's innovation. Thank you.
Thanks, Pamela. Camilla, in about a minute, and I think she has alluded to most of it in terms of discussing the principle of innovation, because my question is, how should development initiatives be redesigned to remain both sustainable and responsive in the current context?
So I was thinking about Samir Saran's speech yesterday about the politics of power, purpose, and principle. I think we should go back to that often because it kind of summarizes up the whole thing. First of all we have shorter funding for development. On the happy side, we have technology, which is also making the prices of things that used to be a lot more expensive cheaper. For example, to have clean water or to have access to satellite energy in areas that were very remote. What we need to work in, despite of the lack of funding, is that this is still really urgent for our people. Poverty is still super urgent. So we need to work on strategies that are sustainable, like I said before, and make sure that we know that infrastructure in itself clearly is important because the multidimensional poverty index refers to, for example, having a dry toilet in each house for you not to be poor. But infrastructure by itself does not make someone less poor. There's a lot of social capital transfer that needs to happen. There's a lot of people need to have work, need to have the time to work. Families need care systems. So there's a lot of, I wouldn't say soft because it's really hard, but there's a lot that has to be around infrastructure for development to actually work. So again, focusing on the principle, not just infrastructure, and making sure that what we do is sustainable regardless of how much financing we have. Each of the initiatives that are funded can actually really solve poverty and move on and make people's lives better.
Thanks a lot, Camilla. Ugochukwu, one of the greatest risks in periods of disruption, such as what we have, is that cross-cutting issues related to gender, to human rights, to climate justice tend to be forgotten or to be sidelined. So how do we ensure that these issues remain central to the development agenda despite the shrinking budget? In about a minute, please.
So you only care about what you care about. And I know it sounds monotonous, but this is true. Think of any project you've been on. How do you start your project? Is it from a human-centered design perspective, or is it from the donor's perspective? This is why the conversation yesterday is really important. I recommend you all go back and listen again to the inaugural conversation yesterday. If the donor continues to pay, they continue to dictate the tune to the point that you're ready to take hold of your destiny, then you can put the people that are most relevant in the conversation, so physically different people, children, women, disenfranchised people, the global majority. Only you can make that choice when you have the power, and that power sometimes comes with financial incentives. So this is how I see the structure.
Thank you. Thanks, Uzwamaka. And finally, Mandira, my last question to you. The place of collaboration and cooperation amongst governments. How can governments build domestic consensus and regional as well around development choices that may require trade-offs, restructuring or shifts in their policy focus? In about a minute.
A minute, okay. So 3 points. Make trade-offs transparent, right? So from the get-go, be honest and say governments must move beyond these like abstract goals and, present citizens with clear data-backed scenarios of the costs of inaction versus the benefits of the proposed policy shift or reform. 2, demonstrate immediate and tangible benefits. Consensus, especially amongst the citizenry, erodes when the pain of reform or restructuring is felt immediately. But the benefits are promised decades away. So governments should, I know it's a delicate balancing act and there's lots of complex factors to consider, but we need to design policies, especially when we're thinking about development, where we have front-load benefits or quick wins, so that citizens can be like, okay, this is working, there's something that's tangible here. And then the last point, which I think is always important, is to institutionalize inclusive dialogue and accountability. So consensus must be built through permanent channels at all levels, from grassroots, civil society organizations, governments, local municipalities. You need to have the buy-in.
All right, thanks a lot, Mandira. So we've tried our best to spare some time for audience questions. So we have mics on two sides. Please introduce yourself. If you have a question, please come to the mics. Let us know your name and let's hear your question.
The mic is not turned
move closer.
on. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So I was saying, thank you very much. Very interesting conversation. My name is Fumi. I'm Nigerian. In my local language, they say you can't rely on an outsider to help you build your house. And when I think of it, I believe Africa needs to look inwardly to develop and achieve its goals. And we all know that there's no free food, yeah? Aid comes at a cost. So in a way, it might be good news for us that the West is cutting its aid to Africa. I guess my question to you is, I would like to get your thoughts on the role of the private sector. How can we incentivize them to play a bigger role in partnering and supporting the growth of Africa? When the gentleman from HAPSA spoke earlier today, he mentioned some initiatives and actions that they were taking in supporting the growth of South Africa. So it would be good to get your thoughts on how we can get all the private companies in Africa to do more of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Fumi. Let's come here to Dominic.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists, and again, thank you to the Thabo Mbeki Foundation for the contribution bringing us here. It will look more like a contribution to what was said, yeah? And I believe that in Africa, we still need to do the basics right. We are talking about social initiatives, financing, and so on and so forth, but I have 3 examples to share.
Please keep it brief.
So basically, the first thing, I will be quick. It's first about education, because now when we talk about social initiatives, it's more about social business in Africa. Investments will come, it will go somewhere in a packet of 2-3 families and gone. Second example is, I see, because I'm working in the automotive industry, and I was following the transformation between the traditional energy generation for the vehicles and now the electric transformation. And then the question was, okay, we decide to move from the diesel to electric, but those batteries, they are working with lithium, which is another mineral. So are we leaving a problem to jump into another problem? Are we really thinking and doing the basics right? The last example is when I was traveling, when I was a student, I used to travel from Côte d'Ivoire to Nigeria by roads. And at the Togo, all the borders, but the famous one was the Togo borders, where we talk about free movement of people and goods in West Africa, but at least people at the border. The amount of money and the stress that you are going to pay there, and when you complain, simply the custom or the immigration agent will tell you, go and call those ECOWAS people to come here and do my job. If you can do that, pay and go. Which means, we need to have people being safe when they are working, where they are working, and have the salary that they deserve to do the right thing. If this is not done, we'll continue to steal, and the money will be very useless for the community.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Dominic. Brilliant. Please, let's keep the questions concise. Rufus, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. My name is Rufus Karanja from the Embassy of Switzerland. Of course, this topic is quite important, even to the government of Switzerland. Maybe on top of the addition to the private sector is how to better leverage what we would call non-traditional donors, so the philanthropy. And my question is, because on the backdrop of order reducing, of course, we see the MasterCards, IKEA foundations coming in very much. But my question more is, how do we then incentivize much more of the Africa philanthropy? Of course, we have Thabo Mbeki, but in your country, you have Aliko Dangote. In my country, we also have others who are very much tapping into this. So that's one particular question. Then on partnerships, I think one of the things that is a big lesson learned even from COVID, it was the local organizations, it was the grassroots that actually met or were the front line. How do we better, with the reduced order funding, how do we better incentivize this local grassroots to actually become or to step in at this particular time? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rufus. Before, let's come here, and then I'll take that as the last one. Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Luke Tafadzwa Mupinga Shato. I'm from the Thabo Mbeki. So my question is very straightforward.
Please.
One of the reasons why Africa is slowing down in terms of development is because of the large capital flight out of Africa. Do you think it's feasible that we can return back the capital that left out of Africa? If so, how can we do it? Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. And finally, in 30 seconds, please.
Sure, thank you so much for an insightful conversation. My name is Gabriel Montague-Pollock. I'm with the British Embassy in Zimbabwe. Rufus has kind of already asked my question, so at the risk of donors all sounding the same, my question is really on localization. Localization was at the top of the development agenda prior to USAID cuts, and it's sort of kind of fallen away. But true local partnerships are often really hard and take a lot of time. So just any reflections from the panel in terms of kind of sort of, you know, bridging and making true local partners. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Gabriel. So we are left with 3 minutes. I'll start with you, Camilla, on the question around the private sector. Please keep it very brief, 1 minute.
I'll try to answer
Or
everything
less.
together.
Yeah.
First of all, a great idea is to fund those local leaders, to actually create grants, funding, and to teach them how to get financing, how to speak the language of the market out there, which those programs usually work really well. We've done a lot of that mentorship grants and train those who are actually in the communities to know what to do and to have broaden up their ideas. Secondly, our governments have a lot to do too. We need to shift also from social policies that teach people that things that happen are favors that politicians do to them, and make sure that they understand its rights they have. And I'm sure this is not just Argentina talking, right? So institutionalizing and making digitalization, for example, and having the advantage of having technology to create channels that are not at discretion, where everyone, all citizens can access, that is also great for not only local, but general development. Finally, well, I'll stop there because I'm going to take a moment.
Thank you. Uzwamaka, you're next.
How many of you have ever downloaded and read the ORF report after every session you attended? Sincerely. So make that your first commitment. When this is done, actually download it, read it, share it in your organization, share it with your government, because every year we come and say phenomenal things, and we'll keep saying those phenomenal things. So let's start reading our work, let's start sharing our work, and maybe we'll amplify the conversation to the point that there's validity to this good work we're doing. We can catch up later on the other questions, but that's one thing we should all do here.
Thank you, Uzwamaka. Pamela?
Great. Very quickly, on the question of Africa building from inside out, I think we are building it, but we're just outsourcing our materials in very wrong avenues, very different avenues. Regarding private sector and financiers, I think we all are speaking different languages. Our role should be simple and clear and crisp. Private sector is worried about or concerned and asking pertinent questions, why you need it, what you need it, and how you will execute it. We are at all given times unable to address those questions easily. It's always a bureaucratic approach. A few years ago, we had the TICAD in Nairobi, Kenya. Over 100 Japanese private sector CEOs were there. Up till this day, we are unable to open up barriers to entry for the private sector. So I think that is a fundamental issue that we're having in the continent. And the last one on localization. The African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, is working very much on the ground in a regional focus where we look for regional solutions to address regional problems. We are experiencing a fundamental shift locally. Locally, we see in Togo, for example, where communities are gathering together and creating their own microgrids to provide energy to one another. They've gone back to almost the barter system of I want what you have and you have what I want, and we would trade in this manner. And it's working. We saw in the unrest of South Africa who was there to clean up the streets. It was our faith-based organizations, our youth. So we work from the ground up, but we see results more on the ground, and it doesn't really surface on the top or penetrate in that manner. Thank you.
Manjira, do you have something to add? Or have they...
I think just on the comment on building or ensuring the basics are in place, we must develop a serious culture of execution. If you execute and you can see a project through, you can hold on to those long-term visions. So execution is what I think should be the key word for next year's ORF.
All right, thank you. Thanks a lot to my panelists. So if you can join me in giving a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline, and thank you to all the speakers. So we'll be moving to our next session now, and it is titled Navigating the Triangle: Can Commerce, Security, and Inclusion Coexist in a Geo-Economic World? And the speakers for this session are Kyung-Jin Song, Senior Fellow, Asiatic Research Institute, Korea University, Republic of Korea. Catherine W. Gitau, Consultant, Diplo Foundation, Kenya. Apurv Mishra, Consultant, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, India. Buhani Hilungwane, Interim Managing Executive, Transactional Banking, APSA Corporate and Investment Banking. And the moderator for the session is Jens Hillebrand Pohl, who's director at Helsinki Geoeconomics School, founding secretary general at Helsinki Geoeconomic Society, and professorial fellow at Helsinki Institute of Geoeconomics in Finland.
Hello, is it working? Good afternoon, everyone. A pleasure to be here with you at this hour. I would like to thank the organizers for putting together this particular panel, which in many ways summarizes and links many topics that we've been talking today. And it's also, of course, an honor to speak in the presence of President Mbeki, who has done so much for African agency. That will be a leading theme here for us. So the title of this session implies that there is a tension or balance that needs to be supported between three different objectives: security, commerce, and inclusion. But if you look behind the surface, they are all in many ways complementary goals. They don't need necessarily to compete with each other. And this is also something that we want to unpack in this panel. So we have heard today about energy transitions, connectivity, climate finance, the creator economy, and many other examples of where commerce, security issues, and inclusion intersect. Each of these debates covers one area. Our session here is to take one step back, look at the bigger picture, and see how these three say something about the underlying power architectures and how they link up with each other and interlock. And so to deal with this, we have this capable and all-covering panel, I would say, that covers geopolitics, as well as geo-economic and geo-intellectual competition in a way. I'm going to go straight into it, and I would like to start with the bigger picture. So, and I'm going to ask you, Apoorv, to deal with this. So, how has the shift from globalization to geoeconomics reshaped strategic autonomy? And what does non-capture mean for this global moment?
Thanks, Jens. Let me begin by making 5 quick observations about the theme. 1, we are navigating not a triangle, but a trilemma. In macroeconomics, we talk about an impossible trinity, that between free capital flows, stable exchange rate, and independent monetary policy, countries can't have all 3 simultaneously. You have to choose 2 out of 3, depending on your economic priorities. Our panel lays out the geoeconomic version of this impossible trinity. Countries cannot simultaneously have commerce, security, inclusion. They have to choose 2 out of 3, but this choice must be based on their national priorities. It must not be forced upon them by nations which control what I call the plumbing of the global economy. And that's the effort we have to make collectively as the international community, but especially as the global south. The second observation that I want to make is that weaponization of economic interdependence is neither new nor a Western prerogative. I mean, there is an urgency on this issue because of the economic balancing that has been happening for several decades, in which there is now a greater salience for the global south. And so it is a success in this interdependent world which makes the pain of weaponization that much more acute. I mean, think about how the Nazis in the 1930s weaponized economic interdependence to cause bloodless invasions in countries like Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania. I mean, more recently, the United States, by its control over internet protocols. Think about the use of gas pipelines and energy infrastructure by Russia. Think about the use of BRI and digital infrastructure by China. So weaponization, like I said, is neither new, neither is it a prerogative of the West. It's just that it's our success as the global south makes this a more urgent issue today. The third point I want to make is that despite the convergence of COVID, conflict, and chaos coming from DC, we still live in a very interconnected world. I mean, the ratio of world trade to GDP has flatlined and sort of remained leveled since 2011. This is both good and bad news. This is good news because it means that globalization still matters, but it's bad news because it means that the pie of trade and consequently exports is not increasing. And so this model of export-led manufacturing driving economic development, especially in global south, has begun to see its limits. So how has the global south responded to this? 2 things. A, what we've done is we've redrawn the lines of trade. In the last 15 years, South-South trade has doubled from $2.3 trillion to about $5.6 trillion. And 2, there is an increased focus on domestic consumption as a driver of growth. And you see this at least in India with our focus on deregulation and reducing tax on consumption. What we are telling is that yes, we will continue to compete for export markets, but that is becoming more and more challenging. But simultaneously, we will also focus on internal drivers of growth. And I mean, from 2010 to 2023, the share of trade to GDP in India fell from about 49% to 46%. In China, this was more drastic, from about 51% to 37%. By contrast, in Europe, this share went up. So Germany went from about 74 to 83%. France went from about 57 to 77%. And therefore, when trade becomes geopolitical, it hurts EU more than some of the other countries that over the last few decades have tried to limit the role of trade in their economy. The fourth point I want to make is that the increased salience of the global south has come at the cost of developed economies. Trade between developed countries in 1995 was about half of the total global trade, 50%. Today, it is just 39%. And what's happening, a lot of the political convulsions that you see today is a consequence of this economic rebalancing. As advanced economies began to lose in this interdependent world, what you saw is that there was an increase in protectionism in advanced economies. Every economy since 2010 has become more protectionist. But do you know which country has the maximum number of trade distorting policy interventions? United States, with about 9,459 such interventions. India, by contrast, has about 1,989 such interventions in the same period. And so and the second thing that has happened is, of course, there's increased protectionism, but because they're losing, there's also increased weaponization of international law, especially international trade law. I mean, we blame Trump for the demise of the multilateral trading system, but its demise started under Obama. When he strangled the dispute resolution mechanism of WTO by not appointing a South Korean judge who he thought was not sufficiently aligned with US interest. And then when 2 other judges were not appointed in 2018, the entire dispute resolution system of WTO became in limbo, which meant that trade by necessity had to become bilateral and regional because the multilateral trading system was not working, because there was no way to enforce these rules due to the failure of the dispute resolution system. So this aggressive posturing by the West has made strategic autonomy, which is a Cold War concept, suddenly fashionable again. It has made resilience as the antithesis of efficiency suddenly fashionable again. And let me tell you, this focus on diversification, decoupling, de-risking of supply chains, I mean, it started with COVID. We say that adversity doesn't make character, it reveals character. And Global South saw the behavior of countries during the pandemic, not sharing vaccines, hoarding medical supplies. And that is why you see suddenly the salience of strategic economy. Let me end by saying what this means for the Global South and the way forward. We have entered an epoch where global public goods will become a central element of geopolitical strategy. Global payment infrastructure, monetary system, trade sanctions, MNCs violating contract terms, global consulting firms sharing sensitive national data with foreign governments and foreign clients. All of this will be the new ether in which globalization will unfold in the coming decades till we reach a new equilibrium. So what must the Global South do? Let me end with 3 quick suggestions on what we can do together. 1, let us build norms and safeguards to prevent the indiscriminate weaponization of the plumbing of globalization. 2, let us ask for and insist on greater representation for the Global South in the plumbing of the global economy. And let me give you a very specific example. Once we discovered that how the International Accounting Standards Board had colluded with big financial institutions to cause the financial crisis of 2008, it was the G20 that asked for a reform of the IASB and ensured that there was a public monitoring board of the International Accounting Standard Board, and there was a greater representation for Global South in the bodies of the IASB. 3, while we continue to reform the existing plumbing of the global economy, we also have to build together viable alternatives and backups for this plumbing. So think about alternate payment systems, alternates for telecom equipment, alternates for companies that can lay out the subsea cables that drive our digital economy. The mere existence of these viable alternatives will encourage good behavior from states that currently control these nodes of the global economy, and it will expand the policy space available for Global South so that the choices they make in answering this dilemma are their own. It's not enforced upon them. Thank you.
Okay, no, but thank you very much for that. You covered a lot of field, and I think that what we will do now in the next, with the next 3 panelists is to unpack that a bit. And let's first turn to geopolitics. And I would like to invite Kyung Jin to lay that out, because security is a word that comes up more and more. Our economies become securitized, and economic security is becoming a new guiding framework. So tell us a little bit about that and introduce us to that way of thinking.
Thank you, James. The US-China power competition largely dictates the commerce and security relations of many countries. But ironically, the US-China competition highlights how deeply intertwined our commerce, security, and inclusion are. They not only coexist, but reinforce each other. Take an example of maritime security. I'm from a country with one of the world's highest trade dependency, along with Germany. So 90% of Korea's economy is dependent on maritime trade and the overall stability of the Indo-Pacific So stability of the Indo-Pacific, which is home to the world's most critical sea lanes and frequently affected by non-traditional security threats in its waters, is of utmost importance for not just the economy, but also the survival of Korea. Hence, Korea has been expanding its maritime security cooperation with the Indian Ocean Rim countries and the countries in East Asia and the Pacific. Critical minerals is another area where commerce, security, and inclusion coexist and reinforce each other. 90% of the global critical mineral supply chains is controlled by China. So, by innuendo, China can go against the notion of commerce, security, and inclusion when it comes to critical minerals, if it so chooses. Many like-minded countries can act together for stability and resilience of critical mineral supply chain. The same goes for pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and etc., where China is quickly expanding the global share. And I can come back to the question of critical minerals later, time permitting. The question of critical minerals is a core pillar of diversifying supply chains, which is absolutely essential to balance strategic autonomy and resilience with a need for openness and globalization. At the same time, investment in domestic production, R&D, and innovation is also an important area to this end. Such investments should be made in a balanced way. Let's take an example. Why are we having this chips war? Because while the US has the most advanced technology, it lacks the production capabilities when it comes to semiconductors. There are only 2 countries in the world that have a full stack development capabilities, that are Korea and China. There are still many areas requiring global cooperation, such as AI adoption, public health, climate response, cybersecurity, terrorism, etc., debt relief as well. One or a few countries just cannot deal with the magnitude of these global issues. And a review of important global institutions, such as the UN Security Council, the IMF, and the World Bank, as well as a commensurate adjustment, is critical for more legitimate, representative, and inclusive tackling of these issues. When the US-China power competition started, pundits around the world worried about deglobalization and decoupling. But deglobalization, as worried, has not happened. Instead, globalization has taken a form of friendshoring and regionalization. Of course, some scholars and researchers claim globalization has always been regionalization, not globalization in its full sense. Anyhow, this is what we see today, aimed at balancing resilience and openness and global cooperation. And also in line with this, and contrary to what was expected with the US-China rivalry, and in view of the non-functioning WTO, more countries are seeking bilateral, plurilateral, and regional trade agreements to reap the benefits of free trade. The UK-India, UK-Indonesia, Korea-UK, Korea-Malaysia FTAs, among many others. And at the regional level, there is this regional comprehensive economic partnership where 15 countries have joined, and more countries in the region want to join this RCEP. For instance, Bangladesh wants to join RCEP. And there is this comprehensive progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, currently with 12 member countries. And Korea, for instance, also finds this is an opportune time to join CPTPP to expand its trade territory. Geopolitical and geoeconomic competition between major powers has brought supply chain disruption and thus the need for Global South to adjust and diversify supply chains. Such rivalry has affected the modus operandi of the international financial institutions, particularly in relation to debt relief of the Global South. As said earlier, reform of decision-making structure and representation of international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank is required for fair representation and more equitable resource allocation for the Global South. Their decision-making structure is a reflection of the economic landscape of the 1960s and the 1970s. For this, not just the Global South, but also other countries underrepresented in these organizations should raise a collective voice with continuity. A very good forum is G20, but the G20 has not called for it in a strong and determined fashion since 2010 in Seoul, Korea, if I'm not terribly mistaken. You know, Korea is assuming the G20 presidency in 2028, and next year already will be a part of the G20 Troika leadership. I hope Korea will focus on realistic delivery, not a long list of affirmations, confirmations. The Global South wants economic engagement with major powers more than anything else. That said, economic engagement and the reform question do not always stay on the same page. For instance, during the 2008-9 global financial crisis, and especially immediately after the scandal of the then IMF managing director, Strauss-Kahn, there was a serious attempt led by US intellectuals to break from the conventional practice of a European heading the IMF and an American leading the World Bank. The often cited candidates then for the IMF managing director position included a Korean who used to be my boss, and one of your own from India, Dr. Ahluwalia. Then the Global South failed to rally behind the non-European candidate. So my question is, when a new such opportunity arrives, will the Global South collectively support a non-European candidate? Or will it compromise? The Global South will compromise for some economic benefits. With this question for all of us, let me stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's come back to that in the Q&A as well. And I think it's very good. Together, Apoorv and Kyung-Jin, you have sort of painted the linkage between security and geoeconomics very well. And I think, and basically security and commerce, I think this is a moment when we can pivot to inclusion and what it takes to make a harmonious society and a healthy society. And this is also deeply embedded in what both of you have discussed. And this takes us to the way national communication happens. Digital platform can be a very good way of increasing inclusion, but they can also deepen dependency. And so how do we see digital, and I'm now turning to you, Catherine, because this is your area of expertise, how do we see digital sovereignty shaping the Global South development space?
Thank you very much. I won't say I'm an expert, but I hope I'm an educated amateur. Well, of course, the story is told. Digital inclusion has expanded extraordinarily across the Global South, in Africa, and in Kenya, where I come from, in particular. We've seen mobile identity, mobile money, e-government, e-commerce, massive use of social media, and massive participation. And these tools have brought millions into the digital economy and administrative system. But inclusion without sovereignty has created a new form of digital capture because we are included at what I'm calling the consumer level and have become increasingly vulnerable to the other levels, which include the infrastructure, which is largely foreign-owned. This includes cloud hosting, which was sold when I was part of the Kenya government as an accelerator, a cost advantage, a solution for obsolescence and difficult maintenance, but which has become a form of capture because you can literally be externally shut down. And I don't think there's anything in international law that prevents it. So there's also the capture of the platforms. I don't always follow the news in South Africa, but I know in Kenya there's often huge demonstrations regarding the rideshare apps, where policy is made externally and yet affects thousands of workers in our jurisdiction, and over which our own government has limited control. But there's also the issue of the social media platforms where we've seen very vigorous political action, for example, which again is outside the sovereign control of various regions. So these platforms are not neutral infrastructure. They're governed by commercial incentives. I remember recently having a long conversation with an AI platform regarding something that was happening globally. I finished at 11 p.m. at night, then I woke up very early in the morning because I was still thinking about it. But when I asked questions, the platform refused to answer them on the basis of platform policy. So I said, what happened between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m.? There was a policy change over which we had no control. Of course, that's a trivial example, but you can just imagine that you're actually being governed from abroad, because nothing would have prevented me from discussing that issue in my own jurisdiction. But now I was subject to policies and laws made elsewhere. There's also capability capture. This can be as simple as the dilution of local technical expertise. It becomes easier and easier to use these platforms, but we have less and less people who have deep technical knowledge to manage, build, or otherwise customize these applications for a particular domain. And this is becoming increasingly prevalent. So we don't know the code, we don't know the assumptions, we don't know the architectures, we don't know the governance models such as the policies which I have just discussed. They are secured externally, they are maintained externally, and the national learning curve is flat. We are learning nothing except how to use them better and better, and which makes us more captive, because increasingly we pay for these platforms in foreign currency. This is the silent form of capture that reshapes development trajectories. We also have governance issues. We get excited about local innovation. For example, in my own country, there's a lot of innovation of financial platforms, and we build ones that are very relevant to the global south, such as mobile money and mobile lending systems and so on. But none of them have globalized because the financial institutions, the financial standards are captured, and we have no say, and we can actually be locked out of the global ecosystem, regardless of how good our innovations are or how appropriate they are for the global south, the rest of Africa, and perhaps in our own jurisdiction, we are able to enjoy them. So digital inclusion has opened the development space if we take the consumer level digital inclusion as enough. But digital dependence is shrinking it again, because as the consumer inclusion increases, then the structural inclusion becomes more and more important, because there are changes we need to make, there are things we need to control, and if we're weak, we cannot do it, and so we are limited in the extent to which we can enjoy the fruits of our digital inclusion. So digital tech sovereignty is no longer a technical conversation. It is a development choice and a geopolitical necessity. So what do we need to do? I'm so happy to be here in a South-South, because I really agree with Approve that we need to start building together that structural inclusion that forms an alternative, because we have similar issues and similar problems, and we also have good examples. For example, I look at India having addressed many of those issues which I have discussed. We need to start leveraging what we have. I was reading the list of strategic minerals that we have in Africa that are very strategic and important to the whole ecosystem of technology, particularly cobalt, the PGMs, bauxite, lithium, coltan discovered recently in Kenya, and other minerals. Sometimes we think of them as just something that needs to be mined from the ground and sold, but they could be used to say that we're part of this chain and we have a say and we have some power, because this is where the whole chain starts, and therefore we can stop it. I don't want to follow China's example, perhaps, but because this has become so important to us, then we have to look at our point of leverage in the short term, and perhaps our short-term area of leverage is that stage of the minerals. And I'll just quickly say that that would mean that Africa has to work together as a bloc, and also the South-South should also work together to look at our points of leverage and our points of power. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And that suggestion, I think, was truly a geoeconomist's way of reasoning, and it's very much, I think, attuned to where we are heading. And the risk factor that you mentioned, I would certainly single out as the most important at all, really shadowing all the others, because the dependency has no historical precedents, and we are also very soon inviting in new generations, Generation Z, Generation Alpha, who are brought up in a dependency relationship of the nature that you just described. Another very important channel of dependency and capture is finance, of course, trade and finance, which is precisely like what you described. It's also an opening for inclusion. So it poses a delicate challenge of increasing inclusion, but at the same time keeping a keen eye on capture and dependency. And for that, I'd like to hand over to Bohani.
Thank you very much, Jens. There's a risk that I could go on and on and on and on, but I do just want to make 3 key points only. I think firstly, recognize President Mbeki and all protocol observed. I want to make 3 key points only. 1, inclusion is not a philanthropic act. It's actually a driver of business profitability and sustainability. And the world is full of examples in telecoms, in finance, in retail, of businesses that are anchored around inclusion. And therefore, it is important that when we talk about inclusion, we should not be thinking about people with power and money feeling sorry for others. It's actually a business opportunity which, for many businesses, is the main driver of both profitability and sustainability. And I want to make 2 points, therefore, with respect to this question of both financial and trade capture. And I think the risks are actually the opportunities, interestingly. I think the first risk that we must highlight is the shape of trade in our countries across the continent. Where we still export raw materials and import finished goods. I speak a lot in my role in the bank around trade finance and access to trade finance and driving intra-Africa trade. But actually, the first starting point of driving intra-Africa trade is ensuring that we can make goods and services, finished goods and services, which are acceptable and can be replacements for what we buy from elsewhere in the world. So that's the first point I do want to make, is that the shape of our trade is both a risk in terms of capture, continued capture, but it's also an opportunity. It's an opportunity because we now have the AFCFTA, and we've agreed on a protocol with 54 countries. We've agreed on a number of things around rules of origin and all of these kinds of things. What then becomes important is, I think somebody spoke about it, it's the ability to execute and be consistent in that execution and make sure that we can actually crystallize this opportunity and remove it from this, over-the-top discussions to a real business opportunity. The second part I do want to talk about in terms of these capture questions is about, and there's been a lot of discussions this week in the B20, G20 around the cost of capital in Africa. But I think the key point here is mobilizing domestic sources of funding across the board and ensuring that Africa and indeed the Global South, and I think the BRICS New Development Bank goes a long way in terms of dealing that. So Africa and the Global South become, instead of just consumers of capital, but actually mobilize internal capital to finance infrastructure, to finance, to open access. So we speak about digital infrastructure, transport, we speak about energy, infrastructure, all of these things. I think there's enough money in the Global South, there's enough capital in the Global South to make sure that there isn't a dependency on legacy financial institutions. This is both a risk and an opportunity for the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's, yeah, exactly. So now I think we can open up the floor for questions. With all these interventions, I think we have plenty of things to talk about, and both challenges and hopefully also ways forward and reasons for hope. So, yes, I think we have a question right here.
Hi, Ella Batan, Senior Researcher at the Institute for Security Studies. I have a question and a comment, and it ties in with the discussion we've been having since this morning about digitalization, the use of AI, the use of social media. And my question is about how to make the use of digitalization safer for everyone in a space where we've seen a lot of misinformation but also disinformation. And the second question is about how to make digitalization but also the use of social media safer for all its users, including children. Because we are forgetting that more and more the people using social media are our children. I don't know how many people watch the series Adolescence. It actually shows some of the risk of children using social media when it's not regulated and when there's not a way to make it safer for everyone. And now the comment on the discussion we had on the creative sector. I get a feeling, and I support the creative sector. I think it's a job employment sector for many people. But I also get a feeling sometimes that it might have provided an opportunity for government to actually escape the responsibility of creating jobs for everyone. It's not the responsibility of government alone, but I think it has become a sector where government often tend to say, okay, let them deal with creating jobs, let them be there, as long as they are not disturbing us. And there's a need to also do some regulation beyond having policy on cybersecurity. And even when you read some of the policy on cybersecurity, you see that some of them are not actually addressing cyber insecurity, but they might be drafted to actually try to see what the opposition is doing. So creative sector is good, but maybe we need some regulation on how to make digitalization safer for everyone, including children. And we might want to be inclusive of other expertise, especially when you look at children. Maybe psychologists, bringing those into the discussion and trying to see what are the impact of all of that on all the users. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that very good question is probably earmarked for Catherine first, but everybody else. I think what I will suggest we do, we take the question for you, and then we round up here in the panel. Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Samson Ajayi. I'm a researcher, a business leader, and I am also a Nigerian. My question is, making reference to the previous sessions on the creative economy, I think one of the outcomes was that, maybe global service providers tend to exploit Africans from, fully maximizing those platforms. And one of the recommendations was that there is a need for a local adaptation of our solutions, something adapted to our local reality. And when Catherine was making a reference, she mentioned initiatives that are localized, for example, M-Pesa, also have limited global scalability. Now the question is, are we not in a divide here? Are we really sure that local solutions could really protect our national interests on a global scale? Thank you.
Thank you. And then finally, yes.
Yeah,
please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Dominic again. When I read the question, can commerce and inclusion, security should coexist or can coexist? Yes, it's a must. The how, we can discuss that, but it's a must. And if we don't want them to coexist, we need to assume the choice and be consistent. And 2 examples. I'm leading the topic digital transformation in the automotive industry for the region Africa. One thing is, you can see in a country like Nigeria or Ghana, 75% to 90% of the used vehicles are imported from the US. But then, if you are looking for a part or the coding for the diagnostic tool to identify the fault on the car, you can't do that because our systems are not designed for American vehicles. And when I asked, but can we simply just get those data from the US here in Africa? They said no, due to US export control. Man, do not sell your vehicles in Africa then, and assume that. Second thing is, as an example, and we were talking about digitization and e-commerce and everything, I face a challenge. And you will see in Africa, you will not have many countries, or very few, like South Africa, yes, some Northern Africa countries where you can have e-commerce platform for automotive products. Why not in Cote d'Ivoire? Why not in Niger? Why not in... Just one reason. We do not have data about the vehicle park. And from that point, we cannot develop e-commerce solutions because e-commerce is just a physical product. The purchasing process is digital, but at the end of the day, you get a physical product. Without data, we can't do much. How our African countries cannot just do the basic rights. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think the 3 questions really weave into each other. So what I would suggest we do is that I think many of the questions are really covering the field that you, Catherine, dealt with, and also I think Apur. If the other speakers also want to chip in, let's go ahead. But Catherine, do you want to talk first? I think we need to keep it pretty brief because we're out of time. But anyway.
Okay. On the question about misinformation, disinformation, and law, if you follow, you will see that the Kenya government was also almost being brought down because they were trying to update our cybersecurity legislation. because of what our Gen Zs have been doing. You may not know, but there were some very serious demonstrations which spread to Tanzania, in which Kenyan youth were very active. I'm very ambivalent about that. I don't think this will be dealt with by law. I think it's going to be dealt with by norms and by sufficient incentives for good content. Our content creators are following the Western model of creating sensationalist content because that's what gets the likes and the money. If governments were investing in the creation of decent content, I'm sure people would get busy with that and less busy with fomenting dissent or creating really negative content. But it's a very big topic, and I understand the concern, especially for parents with young children. Of course, we can have gateways and we can have other technological solutions like parent controls and so on, but it's not easy to stop your children from consuming negative content. On the question of are we ready to continentalize, is there such a word, our products? Yes, why not? I believe in something called the psychological infrastructure, which has never been built in Africa. We don't believe in ourselves. And that is why we continue importing even the simplest products and goods. That would change because even if the quality was not good enough to begin with, the market would eventually demand the quality and we would rise to the challenge. So I agree that there is a risk, but there's also the risk which the other gentleman told us about, because we're being sold products without data, which creates the dependency. I need to stop there. I know that.
We will not
Yes.
exhaust this topic for sure. Very, very briefly, I don't know if, Eugene, do you want to yield your time? Okay, Bohani, you wanted to say a few words, and then Apurva to round it off.
I just want to say one thing. A lot of what we're discussing here could be solved through deep domestic capital markets in the continent. What we're talking about in terms of products we're consuming and all of that, we could solve a lot of that if we just ensured that we can mobilize domestic sources of capital, domestic funding within the continent, which means we would actually have the right and the ability to dictate on what happens in these products and services. It's unfortunate, but the truth is that these are realistically questions of financing and capital that we're talking about here. Thanks.
Yeah, and ironically and sadly, external stakeholders would not recommend that solution, which is really, but at the very, very good point, I think, that we need to bring with it.
Yeah, gents, let me just end with a larger philosophical point, which is that the epoch of global integration, which made economic weaponization possible, was actually hugely beneficial to the global south. I mean, the share of low and middle income countries in global exports between 1995 and 2022 almost doubled. And in that period, the number of people living in absolute poverty in our countries came down from 40% to 10% as calculated by the World Bank. So this is not a zero-sum game between the global north and the global south. Dependence is essential for our collective prosperity. What we have to think about is canalized dependence. Dependence with guardrails and a safety switch. Dependence, strategic autonomy cannot come at the cost of prosperity. And just because we live in a more contested world does not mean the end of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for the next edition, we probably would need to have a day or so to deal with these type of topics. But we did our best for 40 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. We now move to our next segment, which is a special address by the Honorable Toko Didiza, who's Speaker, National Assembly of South Africa. She's had a long and storied career. Prior to joining politics, she was active in women and youth movements. She has also previously served as Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs. We are honored to have you join us at Cape Town Conversation 2025. I turn the stage over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Program Director, President Mbeki, the patron of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, the former President of South Africa, His Excellency Honorable Kayode Fayemi, who I'm sure is busy with something, maybe not so political this time, as a former minister and former governor, and I trust that you have not left the political space completely. You'll still make your contribution in one way or the other. Our distinguished guests, our various panelists who have made presentations here, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We gather at the third Cape Town Conversation at a moment that feels decidedly different, a moment where the tectonic plates of global geopolitics are shifting beneath our feet. Decades ago, the rallying call of our struggle here in South Africa for liberation was simply yet profound: the people shall govern. Today, as we look out at a fractured world, we must ask ourselves, does this maxim hold true for the global community? As we meet to write a new page in our continuing efforts to give meaning to governance, we must ensure that, indeed, the people shall govern. We must make sure that it is not just a slogan that might have been formed during the time of national liberation movements, but the founding principle of a new, just multilateralism. We convene here, having started yesterday, in the immediate aftermath of the G20. And those of us who are here would remember that we've not just been on the sidelines, but we've been part of a process. We've had conversations here where we're looking at what should be the agenda of South Africa, taking on from Indonesia, India, Brazil to here. And through our collective work, we ensured that what we had produced would inform a number of thematic areas that actually had finally culminated to a declaration that had been adopted in Johannesburg. So we can say we have been part of the process of influencing the agenda, we as the people. And therefore, the declaration that have been adopted should not just be seen as a diplomatic communique, but rather as a victory for the Global South. It represents the perfect culmination of 4 years of tireless coordinated work. We've witnessed a passing of the baton from Indonesia to India, India to Brazil, and Brazil to South Africa, that has sought to alter the global agenda. For 4 years, the developing world has held the pen. We've seen a shift away from the concerns of a few towards the needs of many. This continuity of leadership has forced issues of poverty, inequality, and development onto the center stage. It has proven that when Global South works in partnership, we're able to shape the global agenda. However, we must be cautious. We know that history is littered with noble declarations that have gathered dust in archives of global summits. This brings me to the central challenge facing us as parliamentarians and public representatives. Chinua Achebe, in his classic work, Things Fall Apart, warned us of what happens when societies lose their cohesion and agency. He wrote, I quote, "Warriors will fight scribes for the control of your institutions. Your land will yield less and less. You shall learn ways of cheating, and you will poison the kola nuts. You serve your own friends. Yes, things will fall apart," close quote. To prevent things from falling apart in this new global order, we cannot leave the implementation of the G20 consensus solely to the scribes of diplomacy. The task of the Global South, and particularly of us, the public representatives, is to ensure that the progress made this weekend is not relegated to the pages of declarations. It must be made tangible. A declaration promises change, a budget funds it. A summit agrees on goals, legislation enforces them. Governments sign treaties, parliamentarians exercise oversight to ensure it is honored. If I may add, all of this cannot happen unless the people ensure that they don't lose their agency. We need a renewed commitment to partnership between international social partners. Through us, the representatives, the mass of our people must understand these global agreements. We must report back to our communities, ensuring they understand that the G20 is not just theoretical. It is about their jobs, their climate, and their food security. We must demand and legislate a fairer and a just world. For too long, globalization has been viewed as the domain of global elites, a game played in ivory towers, while the grassroots suffer the consequences of decisions made without them. Program Director and colleagues, part of the theme of the 22nd Congress of the Socialist International in 2003 was, I quote, "For globalization governed by the people," close quote. That must be our mandate today. We need a multilateralism of the people, by the people, and for the people. If the people do not feel the benefits of international cooperation in their daily lives, in the cost of bread, in the safety of their streets, in the opportunities for their children, then they will turn away from it. They will, as Achebe warned, I quote, "refuse to pick up the hoe and prefer to wander in the wilds," close quote. We must ensure that institutions of global governance, from the UN Security Council to the international financial institutions, are reformed not just to satisfy diplomats, but to serve the ordinary citizens of the Global South. As South Africa prepares to hand over, as they've done, I heard this afternoon, the mantle of the G20 presidency to the US, we must answer the question, what do we do next, particularly as this forum? How do we continue to engage the United States as it takes over the chairship to make sure that the issues that have been raised by the Global South are not lost? And for us as legislators, we need to allocate resources. We hold the power to account. We possess the resilience described by the poet William Henley in Invictus, a poem that speaks to the spirit of our continent and our determination to rise. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I'm the master of my fate. I'm the captain of my soul. Let us be the captains of our collective soul. Let us take the consensus of the weekend and forge it into the laws of tomorrow. Let us ensure that in this century, finally, the people shall govern. I want to indicate that reflecting on the sessions that I've just listened to, Mr. President and honorable guests, indeed, it deals with very important issues that touches the lives of the people, to see how best we can use our knowledge, our expertise, our agency to make sure that indeed we produce the just world that we want. But if I may be critical a little bit to the organizers, it says Cape Town Conversations. Conversations is about having a dialogue, an exchange of ideas. One of the things I would propose, if I may, that next year's conversation, the agenda must be short, so that it allows us enough time for a conversation. I know how the program directors were struggling to manage the time by giving specified time to presenters to make their presentation, and at the end, feeling very guilty to say, yeah, we can have some, maybe 2 or 3. And the people behaved. They didn't toy. They just quietly said, I wish I had a moment. And 2 days, I'm sure, if we were to choose only 6 panels, so that we can have enough time. Because the value of the discussions we've had would be enriched if we are able, the majority of us, to influence that agenda. By the time we go home, we will feel, indeed, we've had a conversation. I looked at your agenda, that there's a panel that starts at 21 hours. I was told that they are young people. But I said, even those young people's brains need a break to be able to ensure that indeed they can bring their energy and their expertise. Here in Cape Town, I'm sure some of you have been looking at the beach and thinking, when will I get time to go there? So managing the time, maybe we need to add another day, 3 days, so that we finish at least by 4 p.m. and allow a little bit of time to stretch a bit and start the next day. But otherwise, I have had a good moment being with you, building on the conversation that you had last time, which has had an impact not only in terms of the government track, but also in the P20, the Speaker Summit that was held here in Cape Town in September, where we took some of the ideas that you shared with us in the beginning of the year. I'm sure as you continue, you will have the same spirit that you have had when you started yesterday, to make sure that this conversation becomes a lived reality in shaping the world that we want, and ensuring that the voice of the people of the South continue to reverberate globally. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for inspiring us with your words and vision. And also, we are grateful for your continued support of Cape Town Conversation, and we hope that you will be able to join us next year as well. We will now be moving to our next session, which is titled Investing in Data Centers: Can the Global South Maximize Economic Benefits and Minimize Environmental Costs? The speakers for this session are Jiten Jain, Chief Executive Officer, Cybersecurity, Voyager Infosec, India. Erin Watson, Managing Director, Baker and York, Australia. Shalini Kapoor, Chief Strategist, Data and AI Ekstep Foundation, India. And the moderator for the session is Basant Hasib, Assistant Professor, Political Science, London School of Economics and Political Science Programs, the European Universities in Egypt.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our 9th session for this year's Cape Town Conversation. The title of the session is Investing in Data Centers, Can the Global South Maximize Economic Benefits and Minimize Environmental Costs? My name is Basant Hasib. I'm an assistant professor of political science at the London School of Economics and Political Science programs at the European universities in Egypt. Joining me today is still a group of experts on the topic. We have Jitin Jain, Chief Executive Officer of Cybersecurity at Voyager InfoSec India. We have Erin Watson, Managing Director at Baker & Young, Australia. And we have Shalini Kapoor, Chief Strategist of Data and AI, XTEF Foundation, India. Like any transformative technology, data centers, they bring tremendous benefits, but also significant challenges. Data centers recently have become the invisible backbone of the digital economy, and they are driving innovation from AI to cloud computing. Building and operating data centers, they come with local benefits that actually accelerates the economic progress from creating jobs to infrastructure investment. However, they also come with an environmental cost. Data centers, they use vast amounts of energy that actually emits significant amounts of carbon, and actually they lead to a global rise in fuel prices. They also use vast amounts of water because of their cooling systems. They use land, they use raw materials and minerals, and they result in electronic waste. These economic benefits and environmental costs are unevenly distributed between the global north and the global south. The global south has more than 50% of the world's internet users, meaning that most of the demands on digital services, from streaming, from AI and cloud applications, they come from the global south. However, the global south has only 10% of the global data center capacities, and most of the data centers, they are located in the global north. This means that most of the economic benefits of hosting data centers, they go to the global north. And even though most of these data centers, they are located in the global north, we have a disproportionate share of the responsibility, the environmental responsibility and accountability that is mainly imposed on the global south. And as the global north continues to consume electricity, they will continue to emit carbon, and they will use the remaining size of the carbon budget. And because this carbon budget is very limited, they leave little room or little space for the global south to emit what it needs to, for their economic development without surpassing the climate limits. And here, Jitin, I would like to start with the conversation with you on the economic benefits and the environmental costs. Now there is a consensus, global consensus on the negative impacts, negative environmental impacts of data centers. The question is, should the global south invest in building data centers? If yes, what are the benefits and costs that the global south can expect?
You know, I think if you were to go in these data center debates 5 years ago, you will hear the same arguments that these are power-intensive data centers. You require huge, power. They will put loads on existing power grids. Power grids might collapse because countries have shortage of power. Then you heard arguments like, you need water in countries with shortage of water. You will not be able to sustain data centers. Then you heard these arguments like, of capex expenditure, that why should poor countries in global south invest in these data centers without no guarantee of returns. And then from last 1 or 2 years, you are listening to this new propaganda of carbon emissions, where you are saying that, look, you will contribute to carbon emissions, there will be environmental costs, and that is why you should not build data centers. I think this is sheer propaganda of global north, and it should be called out honestly. In my opinion, see, this is the new age of reindustrialization. These are going to be the new industries. Data center is not some building with some servers. Data centers are the beating hearts of new sectors like AI, telecom, finance, healthcare. There is no sector today which can survive without a good data center. So in my opinion, global south must build data centers with or without carbon costs, environmental costs. If you don't, you risk getting digitally colonized. We have seen in last many, many years, and look who's preaching this whole propaganda of why you should not build data centers just because of economic costs. These are the same very countries which build their empires by burning fossil fuels, burning coal, oil, setting up heavy industries. They build prosperity. And today they are the ones who are preaching global south that you should not build your prosperity because of the, our guilt of past of what we have done. So you see, if you don't do it, you are looking at a risk of losing out on AI jobs. You'll be locked out of the innovations in AI, health, and telecom. So the cost of building data centers with environmental concerns and carbon emissions is great. I understand that. But cost of getting left out, cost of losing your talent, cost of losing innovations is far greater. So in my opinion, I think if you do not own data centers in your own country, your data will travel to foreign countries, and whoever will have data will have intelligence, and they will resell your intelligence, make money. So it's better to have your data on your own country to ensure that it is, and look, you have to look at this entire debate from the construct of national security and data sovereignty. No country today wants their data to be in hand of foreign countries, and how can you expect in a fair world that 60–70% of internet users in the world should not even hold or store 5% of their data? Data will be monetized, people will make money. So I think Africa should, or India or global southern countries should monetize their own data, make money, ensure data is safe, and the prosperity through economic sovereignty and data sovereignty is delivered. So in my opinion, I think we must build data centers, we must own data centers. If required, we must emit a little so that we can innovate better tomorrow.
Okay, so following up on this point specifically, regarding the strategies that they can use in expanding the idea of sustainable data centers, what strategies can help the Global South in expanding its data centers in a way that both supports sustainability and energy affordability in the time where global fuel prices are increasing?
See, there is going to be an environmental cost. You will contribute to carbon credits. But look what is happening in US. Here you are being told that you can't build a 70 megawatt data center because of this environment concerns. At the same time, these very countries are ganging together, bringing old competing private companies in their country together on the same board, making them invest $500 billion to build a 10 gigawatt data center, which is like 200 times of, or 70, 80 times of what we are seeing today in any country. I mean, the biggest data center today is like, 200 megawatts, and they're going to build 10 gigawatts, which is almost 20,000, 10,000 megawatts of data centers. Where are the environmental concerns in those? Now they are talking about like, look, we know American grid today can power a project like Stargate, which Trump is building. So you need a nuclear reactor. So they're talking about using a portable nuclear reactor to power those data centers. But when it comes to these countries, you are listening to these arguments of, what are the environmental costs? I think, see, the whole, this narrative, if you go to an a Western country about the control over internet institutions like ICANN and other things, they say that data is global, so data should be hosted in US. It is a global common. So you should throw the same argument back at them that if data is global, then the cost of data, cost of hosting data should also be global. It should be paid by every country. And here, I believe that you have to differentiate between data centers owned by the countries in the global south and the data centers owned and set up by the Western companies, but put in these countries because of economic benefits, cheap land and policies, and being able to manage through bribery and other things. So if there is a data center which is being set up by the local government or a local company, it should be given benefits. I mean, because you are going to host your own data, it should be seen from the concept of national security. But suppose if there is a data center set up by Amazon or some private company in here, then I think the cost has to be borne by the globe. You let American, different companies, climate institutions finance the cost of the environmental cost of the data center. You can't throw the burden at global south that you can't, you can't expect global south to stay offline just because you want to monetize their money. And I must tell everyone that if you don't store your own data, you risk getting mined along with your own data and being exported to the global north. So if you don't build data centers, by the time you wait for this green energy to come in this global south, there will be AI 4.0, data center 4.0, and you will be still exporting raw materials to these people.
Shalini, I'll come to you now. There has been a shift in the conversation towards climate tech initiatives as a powerful enabler for a cleaner, more resilient, more sustainable digital infrastructure. In your opinion, to what extent do these initiatives like the renewable energy farms, for example, how can they offer real advantage and help the Global South in attaining their economic and environmental goals?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for having me here. So, see, in a data center, let's understand that when a data center is built up, there are some myths and there are some realities. The myth is that data center needs very high-end skills to build, to construct. Data center actually does not lead to a lot of job creation and skills simply because there's a lot of automation in the industry. There's a lot of automation and there's a lot of equipment which is brought on from different parts of the world for it to come together. So it's not impacting jobs as well. But what it does impact is definitely, I mean, we all know energy. And when energy, especially in AI, the demands have increased immensely. For example, a Google search today takes 0.3 watt hours of energy. Think about that if you do a ChatGPT search, how many times would it be? Any guesses? It's 10 times the cost. So it's 2.9 watt hours which will cost for a ChatGPT search. So the demand on the industry for, even if I take within this room and each one of you is putting a ChatGPT query, it is going to be huge energy demand. Now, if a country looks and puts up the renewable energy agreement, that itself changes the entire game of providing energy to that data center. And when it is renewable energy, and as in Global South, we are the best in solar power and also a lot in wind power because of the kind of turbines which can be put together to harness wind energy. So wind and solar are two areas where if we as countries invest and put that renewable energy, there's also some energy cost or there's some cost involved in the battery storage part of it, which can be offset if you just give it back to the grid. But this can be a game-changing mechanism to get your power purchase agreements done with large big techs and have your own data centers. For example, Amazon, in India especially, they have two regions, Mumbai and Hyderabad, 100% on renewable energy, and you should see the energy farms which have come up in the states of Rajasthan and Maharashtra just to furnish energy to these two data centers, and it caters to several ASEAN countries as well, the data center usage. Now, the usage is the most important part to convince a big tech like AWS or a Google or a Meta, because actually all of them they completely understand that there need to be environmental givebacks that they have to do and they have to offset the cost. They understand it very well. But it's up to the country to get into that agreements with each of these big techs and tell them that the capacity to have renewable energy is present and hence a data center can come up. But the usage is what convinces them to come to a country or not come to a country. Because if we do not say that we have the startup system or the entrepreneur system who are going to bring the usage of the GPUs, usage of the CPUs, then the entire business model of the data center fails for them. But if the business model is there, it's a renewable energies, the wind, the solar farms, which can completely offset the cost, and that powers. So it's economic benefit because you have had new kinds of energy models, which can even power some of your other, not just data centers, but some of the other industries, because you have built up new capacity. You have built up a capacity of creating renewable energy, and then you can be the, it can be powering your factories, it can be powering some other energy intensive mechanisms. So that has worked well. The power purchase agreements, and it has also given a lot of independence to have your own sovereign AI. And that's where I agree to what Jitin said, that if you want to have your own sovereign AI, your own data, usage is one you handle, and on the other, the capacity through the renewable energy, and then you can keep the data within your own geographical boundaries.
Since you've mentioned Amazon, and given your experience at Amazon Web Services, where you have led the public business sector, and the AI for Good initiative, which you're currently leading, could you give us some examples of how the societal deployments can actually help the community around data centers? And in what ways the partnership between data center operators, climate tech innovators, and the civil society environmental advocates could actually accelerate the deployment of breakthrough solutions to decarbonize digital infrastructure?
Yeah, sure. So I'll give some examples because I used to work with AWS. I work with the XTEP Foundation now. But when I was with AWS, I was leading the data center business as well in terms of oversight and how CSR can be applied. The sustainability initiatives can be applied. So in India, 2% of your profit is compulsory, mandatory. It's mandatory to dedicate towards some of the social give back, social responsibility commitments that you have to do. So, if you are earning, say, 10 rupees, out of that, 2% of the 10 rupees is what you put back to for the societal benefits. Now, what this has led to is that the data centers business, when they show their profits, they empower, and the rule says that, and that helps sometimes, putting the rules help the societies around it. So that money is coming back to the societies around the data center. So there are children's schools who are getting better education. There is skilling on AI to the youth in and around the data center. There are lake preservation and water conservation funding civil societies who have been working in and around data centers because there is an impact to water, there is an impact to lake, there is an impact to the effluent. So the civil societies, with that money from the data center, who are giving and working with the civil societies to work around the geographical location of the data center, and that gives the power back to the society. We used to do some impact assessments of these programs as well to see, have the skills, say the skills of the students and the young youth, is it improving? How many people have been trained, say in AI or say in the latest technologies, or how the water conservation methodologies have been taught, and is there any water saved? How much is the water saved? And how the societies around the data center can benefit. So these are programs which, initially it sounds that, you are making it compulsory, but actually if you see that, it impacts us, this is the give back declaration in a way which the data center is doing, so that they are giving back, and it's 2% of your profits, and that also engages the employees. And what I've seen is that there's so many employees who come out because they want to, it becomes an employee engagement activity as well. The society is powered, the people feel comfortable because, there might be certain movement, displacement of infrastructure and displacement of real estate and homes of people. So they have to be catered to, they have to be attended to. So in a way, it engages the society in and around the geographical premise of the data center, and it also gives civil societies a way to engage with people all around. So these are some of the mechanisms which have worked. Can more be done? Yes, of course. I think a creation of a data center does have an impact on the environmental areas in and around, and there should be definitely more engagement and more, I would say, a give back. More of it should be done, and why should we restrict it to just 2%? That's what I think.
Thank you, Shalini. And now moving to the global north, Erin. I know that Australia has done some work in trying to balance between the economic impacts and at the same time sustainability of digital infrastructure, including data centers. How do you assess such initiatives and endeavors by Australia?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it's been interesting to listen to you both speak and sort of hear your concerns, and I've sort of got 3 points to make. And just to be clear, I definitely don't speak for the entire global north. I very much speak for Australia in this conversation. So there is huge investment into data centres in Australia. So Amazon recently announced $20 billion investment in new data centres in Australia. This is a very live conversation. I was doing some work ahead of this panel, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of debate out there in Australia about the value of data centres. Do they really deliver on jobs? Do they really deliver on employment? I think that's really questionable in Australia. So this is a very, very live conversation, and there is a lot going on. So that's the first point that I will make. But Jitin, the second point I'll make is around how this debate is so similar to sort of the post-industrialisation conversation around fossil fuels that you mentioned, right? So, in Australia, not being strangers to this conversation, where our entire economy is built on essentially 3 commodities, while at the same time trying to transition to this sort of clean energy agenda that the current government has. And that's all well and good for us as a developed, rich economy or country, when we then say, well, actually, India, as you develop, you shouldn't be having the same benefits from fossil fuels that we have enjoyed. And there's a lot of similarities I'm seeing here between that sort of old conversation that is still very relevant today, and there's always political sacrificial lambs like the Adani coal mine in the northeast of Australia. But there's a lot of similarities there, and now we're saying, okay, well, Australia, you've got the data centres, you've got the economic benefit of the data centres, you're leading in development and digital infrastructure, but at the same time, it's we're saying to you, well, actually, you can't do it. So there's a paradox there again that's very, very similar. So that's the second point that I'll make. The third one, though, is that we've been having a conversation about these big tech companies and so on, and I think from the Australian perspective, it's quite interesting because Australia isn't afraid to pick a fight with big tech companies. We've seen that with News Media Bargaining Code. We've just introduced a social media ban for under 16s in Australia. So, kids can't go on Instagram. Well, I mean, there's always ways around these things. These things aren't perfect. But the Australian government, whether it's our current government, which is the Labor government, or if it's a more conservative government, they're not afraid to have arguments with tech companies. So this idea that we were talking about before, that tech companies will just come in and be these sort of super, these super tech powers, I actually think Australia knows how to push back, and has done, and has really sort of, in some ways, not crippled is the wrong word, but certainly cut them off at the knees. It's very, very popular politically to fight with the tech companies in Australia, particularly when it comes to, whether it's, kids, jobs, all of these sort of very political issues in Australia. So they're the 3 observations I'd make from the Australian perspective.
Thank you, Erin. I'll go back to you, Jitin, on the issue of the negotiating power of the Global South and concluding investment deals with big cloud companies. Initiatives like green data centers, they as Shalini mentioned, they can help in strengthening the operational resilience of companies, but also they can help in strengthening the business reputation in a time where climate responsibility becomes crucial in business deals and in securing investment deals. To what extent, the question to you is, to what extent can the Global South actually leverage their growing digital market and their geopolitical value in negotiating cloud data center investment deals with big companies that is also conditioned on sustainability and the commitment to developing local green skills?
Yeah, before getting into the negotiations and signing the deals, first we must learn how to deal with the West. So, I would agree with Erin. You rightly mentioned that Australia, despite of being a developed country now, is now investing into renewable energy for data centers. I think all of us must learn from Australia. Let's build data centers, even with carbon emissions. Let's innovate. Let's make some money, because the only thing today, what is really green is a dollar. Once you make money, once you make prosperity, then you can transition into green. You can look for green energy resources, but while you can't just wait for green energy resources first and then decide of building data centers, I think that won't work, because you'll lose out on innovations, you'll lose out on prosperity. So let's follow Australian model. Let's build first, make some money, and then go green. That will sustain. Second, about this agreements. I think Global South must learn the art of weaponizing the agreements, which we have been on the other side of receiving in many, many things. 10 years ago, we were, sold this drugs of how this, social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter are harmless. They are global commons. They are for global good. Then 5-7 years ago, you saw this global, inter-country platforms like Swift were sold that, these are global commons. They will never be weaponized. No country will really own them. Even if they're situated in the West, Globe will totally run it. No country will have sovereign control. But when it came to a conflict in Ukraine and Russia, you saw Swift being weaponized. A country at the size of Russia being kicked out of Swift. So one thing is very clear. Technology and data will be weaponized tomorrow. So you better be on the right side of that weapon. Right? And I'll give you an example. Suppose you have a data center, a 10 megawatt small data center, and cost of renting that data center for 100 years, let's say, is $1 million. Now, a company like Amazon might build a data center with $100 million here. If you were to give them an offer that, look, there is an African government-owned data center, which we will give you a 50% discount, let's say only for $50 million, will you put your data in that data center? They'll say no. It is not about cost. It is about data. It is about monetizing data. You look at companies in WhatsApp. How many employees in WhatsApp? Any guesses? Any guesses how many employees in WhatsApp? Not even 100,000, not even, few thousands. But look at the valuation of the company. When they sold WhatsApp to Facebook, the valuation was not done on the number of employees. It was done purely on the quantum of data and number of users. So data center jobs does not mean 100 people working in a data center typing or fixing something. No, it means the innovations you will create, the IP patents you will create, the technologies you will create, the public infrastructure you will fire, the growth you will create in the country. The pride of the country, the strategic security, the data sovereignty, it is all about that. This whole propaganda of cost, environmental cost, carbon emissions, power grids, is all farce to ensure that you don't get into this business of, hosting and controlling data. In my opinion, that we must weaponize the agreement. You require land, power, water, data, and a lot of, security for data centers. These are not, consumption commodities. These are strategic assets. You must learn how to leverage, and you must learn how to negotiate contracts with them. You can get into a power purchase agreement with a green company that is harmless. But when a private company at the size of Amazon, Microsoft, Google come and invest in your country, you must make sure that instead of allowing them to set up their own data centers, they must rent a data center which is owned by an African company, which creates wealth and prosperity for Africa. That is how the art of negotiation and deal should be, not by looking at the number of money or the numbers of dollars you will pay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, yeah, if you don't mind me jumping in, Jitin, I think it's a really interesting proposition. And when we talk about this idea of the global north and south when it comes to technology, I think, one thing that the global north, and let me just speak for the entire global north now, but one thing we need to do better is understanding that countries in the global south are often have technology that's leapfrogged ahead of us. Now, I think the India stack is a perfect example of that, where, you know, you can push and push and push a country like Australia to integrate UPI in the ways that other countries have, but they don't take the technology seriously. They don't go, oh, India could have possibly come up with a better and more interesting system that can unlock value and create value among, you know, the diaspora and NRIs and these people who are on that system. So, like, we have to get better at going, actually, you have the technology, you might have the infrastructure, and how do we come and meet you there? Because often the model is, okay, well, we'll help you develop some data centres as a development model versus being a true economic partner. And that's what we have to shift our mindset from, is, this is, we go from being a development partner to a true investment destination or an economic partnership. And I think that's a real challenge in the global north, in the mindset.
I think I agree with you. I mean, if you look at India and China, we form together the biggest internet users and mobile users, smartphone users number in the world. The only reason India has been able to fire this great economic growth and digitalizing the entire financial sector, because we built everything from the scratch, right from our unique identity to UPI to scale payments and direct benefit transfer or things like ONDC. We built everything from the scratch. We were not gradually growing. We wanted to leapfrog, and it's better to build in this age something right from the scratch and build it right, rather than to build something over and over it and improvise it. It will take, I think, a decade for the West to realize that global South can develop something better than them. It's a mindset problem, right? Second, they can never imagine a scenario where 90% of the world's data is hosted in the global South. They want 90% money in the West, 90% data in the West, and 90% carbon costs in the South. That's a model which is not going to be acceptable any longer, because people are waking up. Countries are realizing the value of sovereignty. You have seen many, many countries, getting into, fights with Twitter, Facebook over things and things. People thought these are new age governments. These have become Lord Viceroys of the new age digital colonies of the world. But I think the companies which are building data centers like, Stargate projects, they are not going to be the new government, they're going to be the new empires. And trust me, especially countries like in Africa and Southern Asia, like India, we have seen the cost our generations have paid for, slavery and colonization. And trust me, digital colonization is going to be worse. If we paid 20, 25, 30 generations for colonization. If you allow your data to go out, they will train their AI on your life, your culture, your history. They will change everything, and trust me, at least 50 generations will pay for this digital colonization. So I think, in my opinion, leave the West, develop your own, benefit for your own people, make prosperity for your own, and this is what my belief is, that data centers are the new engine of digital sovereignty, and we must ensure that our sovereignty stays within our land.
Yeah, sure, go on. So I think it's very important that we be smart enough in the negotiation that we do. And when I say smart enough, while we say that, the number of users are more and maximum, like, if you see Anthropic's or OpenAI's latest report, actually India is number 2 in terms of the users. But it's not just the users which count when you create a data center. Let's be very clear, it's the enterprise usage which brings the business model of a data center alive. And when we say enterprise usage, it could be the retail commerce, it could be the payments, the banks, and all of them coming together to think that yes, and to agree that we will keep the data within the country. So when we have to be smart enough to bring up a data center, you might need switches, routers, chillers, coolers. Today, these are sourced from across the globe. There's not just like one country. There are several providers. Options are there. It could be in Taiwan. It could be in China. It could be in US or India. There are several organizations. So what needs to be done is that smartly we figure out as a country that, if what is the enterprise usage say for all the payment gateways, for all the banks, all the retail commerce, and make that situation and that, or pool all those things together to negotiate better. In fact, Australia negotiated very well. I remember a case where for their GovCloud, their own government usage, they negotiated a big deal where they said that we need to have sovereign. The entire command center should be in our control. If something goes down, then we as a country, if 3 hours outage is there, then all the data stays here. There should be no backup with US, and there is no heartbeat also going back to US. They negotiated it very well. So that negotiation happens only because as an Australian government, they brought in huge billions of dollars of usage of their citizens, and they said, we are now in the position to negotiate. So doing that negotiation of your own enterprise usage gives you, and because people will talk about commercial, the profitable interest. So that bringing it all together makes a lot of sense for every country. And then whether it is big tech, whether they'll all be coming because they have arms, ammunitions, is the routers and the switches. That's what they want to sell that. They want to get that used. But then you have to bring the usage of enterprise together as a negotiating.
Thank you, Shalini. I think now it's time to open the floor for the audience discussions, their comments, and questions. So if anyone has a comment or a question, please come forward. And please introduce yourself before making your intervention. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Luke. I come here with a heavy heart, and I just wanted to find out. So my question is a yes or no, and I'm okay. Data centers, no. Coal, no. Uranium usage, no. COVID, yes. Is this deliberate to slow the growth of Africa? That's my question. Is this deliberate just to slow Africa? Thank you.
Do you want to answer? Do you want to take a round of answer? Do you have an answer for this question? Jitin, can you start?
No, he answered. The last line was correct, yes.
Do you have any comments to make, Shalini, Erin? Okay, do we have any other questions or comments from the audience? Okay. I don't think we have any other comments. So on that note, before we end, because we have two extra minutes, Erin, I have a question for you. Yes, it's regarding the global regulation on sustainable digital infrastructure. Yesterday, Max was talking about why are we celebrating documents if we don't have an effective implementation mechanism. And today in the BRICS session, someone was talking about the lack of consensus on global regulation. So my question to you is, how important are the emerging regulatory frameworks on digital infrastructure, like the net zero standards, for example, in actually forcing states to adopt more greener, more resilient, and more sustainable digital infrastructure?
That's a really big question. I think, first of all, a lot of these statements and documents, none of them are binding anyway. So, they might be of intent, but beyond that, what do they actually often achieve? I think the question of regulation is, what is the regulation for exactly? And so if it comes to an issue of, say, who bears the burden, for example, I think that's an interesting question, but we've grappled with that in other areas, like I talked about before with fossil fuels and clean energy and net zero and so on. And the global environment now, particularly in this space, is really under strain. So again, is that the best use of our resources and time? I think that's a really interesting question. I suppose those smaller arrangements around how countries work together on addressing some of these issues from a regulatory perspective is a good thing. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not sure that global landscape right now is one where we're going to see a lot of traction because it's so fractured in the multilateral space. That's a really negative point to end on, sorry.
Okay, we will, unfortunately, we came to the end of the panel. Thank you so much to our esteemed speakers. Thank you to the audience for attending the session. And thank you for Mr. President for attending our session today. Thank you very much. And that's it. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Another round of applause for this session. And for all of you, thank you so much for engaging with us through the day. I think all of you have been an exemplary audience, taking in all the ideas. We now break for dinner, and we will be back. Do come back, join us at 8:30 for drinks. And the final session of the day, which is on the future of multilateralism. You don't want to miss that.
Heard you say you in my heart. You say you are my baby. You've seen the way I've come around. I've heard you know my baby. I've never been so deep, you see the way I love my baby. You are my dreams, you're in my scenes. I know you are my baby. I've seen the way you look at me. I know you've been my baby. Mentality, you're in my heart. I know you know my baby. Don't lose it, I know I see you there. I know you've seen my baby. Play master, just play those keys. I know you've seen my baby. So lean on me. So lean on me. So lean on me. So lean on me.
one morning, just thinking about the night before. We were dancing in a club in Kingston Town, sweating to the break of dawn. The summer vibe was heating, her body on the dance floor. This girl was something different, yes she was. Reached out to me and held me close. She said, oh, whisper to me, baby, hold me tight tonight. And oh, put your arms around me till the morning So the DJ pumped the party. He was spinning all her favorite jams. We stayed until 4:30, yes we did. Headed straight to her penthouse. Ooh, I caressed her velvet body and gave her everything a woman wants, a woman needs. We both felt something special, you know we did. A night of wonder, a night of peace. Oh, whisper to me, baby, hold me tight tonight. And oh, put your arms around me till the morning light. Oh, whisper to me, baby, hold me tight tonight. And oh, put your arms around me till the morning light. Oh yeah.
Yo, I told her that she looked like she was heaven sent, the hottest, body like a goddess. Said that she want me for me, and not cause I'm an artist. Man, I was surprised, the kind of lady that was in front of my eyes. They grabbed my hand and made my nature rise. And we stood by the bar as we hugged and eloped. Shorty style was dope, her back was tight, she looked so right. Standing under the spotlight, we went home and made sweet love all night. Yeah, we made sweet love all night. Come on. Girl, you so special. You know I want to bless you. She said, whisper to me, baby, hold me tight tonight. And oh, put your arms around me till the morning light.
not easy. Things are not easy. Things are not easy. Things are not easy. We're living in a real world. Things are not easy. We only reap what we sow. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. We're living in the real world. Things are not easy. We only reap what we sow. Why can't we? Why can't we face reality?
elegante. I'm in the mood. I feel so fresh and clean, nice and easy. I wanna go out. Tonight. The night time is the right time to have fun. I feel good. Come on, you are so far from me. I'm so happy. I'm in the mood. Whoa. Don't you try and bring me down. As we rejoice, clap your hands. As we dance, clap your hands. When you get, whoa, clap your hands. When you happy, clap your hands. 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 Oh, clap your hands. Let us sing and dance. Let's have fun as we rejoice. I'm so glad to sing every song as we rejoice. Clap your hands as we dance. Clap your hands when you clap. Oh, clap your hands when you happy. Clap your hands. Oh, clap your hands. Oh, clap your hands. Oh, clap your hands. 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 Oh, clap your hands. Woo!
Please come home, Mom. Everything feels wrong without you. just one more breath. Ever since you left, I've been lost in darkness. People pretend to care, but their hearts are empty. You used to protect me, now I'm facing this alone. I can't find any peace without your love. Please come home, Mom. Even for just 1 hour. Life feels so empty with you up in heaven. Family shows fake love, but I see right through it. You were the only real thing in my world. I keep praying, hoping somehow you can hear me. Please come home, Mom. I still need you so much. I never noticed how fake they were until you were gone. They smile when I'm looking, but talk behind my back. You showed me what real love looks like, but they only taught me what betrayal feels like. Every single day I pray you'll come back to me. Still hoping for a miracle I know won't happen. Please come home, Mom. Even for just 1 hour. Life feels so empty with you up in heaven. Family shows fake love, but I see right through it. You were the only real thing in my world. I keep praying, hoping somehow you can hear me. Please come home, Mom. I still need you so much. This house feels so cold without your laughter. Your voice used to fill every corner. If heaven could let you visit for just a moment, I'd never let you go again. Mom, I'm surrounded by people, but feel so lonely. Please come home. I need your love. to guide me. I finally see who people really are. But you're still the brightest light in my heart. Please come home. I still call your name every night. I'll love you forever. That will never change. I love it. 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 I love it.
know that you're worried. I'm thinking about somebody. I try to reassure you every time, but you don't understand me, only know what you see. I'm not too good at speaking, but I promise it has meaning. I want you to believe it, I never keep it secret. I love you and I mean it. You can trust me when I say the words, the words. You can trust me when I say the words, the words. I love you and I mean it. You can trust me when I. You can trust me when I. You can trust me when I. nothing to hide. Try and understand me. Look deeper and you'll see that I'm not too good at speaking, but I promise it has meaning. I want you to believe it. I never keep it secret. I love you and I mean it. You can trust me when I say the words, the words. You can trust me when I say the words, the words. I love you and I mean it. You can trust me when I say the words, the words. You can trust me when I say the words, the words. I love you and I mean it. You can trust me when 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 I say the word, the word, the word, the word, the word, the word, the word. You can trust me when
Here I stand. stand. I can do no other. God help. Amen. Here I stand. I can do no other. God help. Amen. You ask for a simple answer. Here it is. Unless you can convince it by scripture.
Давай он
And not by popes or councils who have often contradicted
съемки
each
делал.
other.
Сним...
Unless I am so convinced that I am wrong, I am bound to my beliefs by the texts of the Bible. My conscience is captive to the Word of God. To go against conscience is neither right nor safe. Therefore, I cannot and I will not recant. Here I stand. I can do no other. God help. Amen. Here it is. Here I stand. Here it is. Here I stand.
are the ones we love. Yeah. Time cannot go back. Soon we will follow. Now when your day comes, will you stand there? Will you be clothed with his goodness when your day comes? Will you be clothed with his goodness? Or will you perish?
Good evening. Welcome back. I wish we had so many people in the room during the day. This is a great turnout. Well done. Please applaud yourself. So, moral of the story, 9 p.m. rocks. Okay. So, we move to what I think is really the heart of the matter now at 9 p.m., which is diminished multilateralism. Can we have the lights down, please? This is like, sorry, it's not because of the muted multilateralism, but because I think it's less harsh when we are all tired after a day's conversation. A little bit of dim lighting is good. And we have a fantastic panel discussing the role of plurilateralism in a world where multilateralism fails us. Can smaller groups do the heavy lifting? Let me invite Minister Werner to join us for this conversation as well. So, good to see you here, and well done. You're holding the fort. Pulkit, if you have anyone else wanting to come in, please ask them to join us. They can bring their drinks inside. And we will begin this conversation that has a fantastic panel led by the moderator, Lisa Homel, one of our young fellows who's going to be steering this conversation. And she will have as her panel, Karim Hagag, Director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Please welcome him, colleagues. Karim. Anthony Van Nieuwkerk, who's going to be joining us as well. Please come here, Anthony. I think you were here for last year's panel as well, the late night panel. You are the late night specialist. Please join us. Right? Isabel Saint-Mazard, please join us, Isabel. Good to see you in Cape Town. And finally, Sergis Potapkins, and he's going to be bringing in the rear. So please, let me welcome all of you on stage. Lisa, you can briefly introduce them and take the panel forward. Seriously, you have more people in the room than most people did during the day. Entertain us. And before you begin, I also must, unfortunately, say goodbye to all of you. I'll be flying early morning. I have to be somewhere else. This is my second trip to South Africa in less than a week. I was here for the G20 and I'm back now for this. And I had to go to Delhi in between because I had to do something there. My dog was not too well. So I have to go back. But thank you for being here with us in Cape Town. We'll be back here bigger and stronger next year, deciphering the Trump G20 presidency and more. But I promise you, Global South ain't going nowhere. We are going to be here, and thank you for being here.
Alrighty, let's kick off our 9 p.m. panel. I feel charged with injecting a little bit of energy here, so we will all do our best, and I hope everybody puts together some good questions for us at the end. We'll do about 35 minutes of conversation up here and then turn to audience questions for the last 10. My name is Lisa Hommel. I'm an associate director at the Washington-based foreign policy think tank, the Atlantic Council, and I'm delighted to be joined by a panel really from all over. And we're going to dive into the 50,000-foot question that I think maybe informed the conversations last night, and we've been circling around a bit today, which is basically the future of multilateralism and plurilateralism. As we have been discussing at length all day long and yesterday as well, multilateralism as it once was understood is at best declining. Multilateral institutions have been criticized for not being inclusive of the Global South. These institutions generally face inefficiencies and deadlock, and I would be remiss to not mention that my own country's president has been particularly disruptive to the norms that we have collectively taken for granted in the post-World War II global order. This decline of legacy institutions has created space for new groupings and leadership. And in light of this new landscape, both emerging and established powers are redirecting energy towards plurilateral and regional formats. So today we're going to discuss the degree to which plurilateralism can deliver the functions of peacekeeping, financial stability, dispute mediation, trade frameworks, et cetera, that have previously provided by institutions like the UN, WTO. We're going to discuss how to shape plurilateral engagements to avoid the pitfalls that have hampered multilateral effectiveness. And I'd like to hear from the panel and audience questions, thoughts about what should be done with existing multilateral institutions. So, without further ado, I think I'd like to start with Kareem with kind of a scene setter question. If you could discuss for a few minutes, we'll do about 5 minutes at the top each, what are the trade-offs between multilateralism and plurilateralism?
Thank you very much. So allow me at the outset to thank ORF and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. It's really a pleasure to be here, especially in the company of President Mbeki. And of course, to thank the organizers for having us end on this interesting and light topic for our evening. So maybe to propose what I think is a context for thinking about plurilateralism and multilateralism. So the relationship between these two approaches, I think, is dominated by two overarching themes that I think can help frame our discussion. So the first theme is one of contestation. So plurilateralism versus multilateralism. And plurilateralism defined as groups of countries working formally or informally, very much outside of the multilateral system. And this is very much informed by the narrative of the crisis of legitimacy of the multilateral order, and therefore plurilateralism is seen as an alternative to the failing institutions of multilateralism. And so this is a very contested relationship. So plurilateralism contests the dominant framework of multilateralism on the basis of efficiency. It's much more efficient to go outside of the institutions of the multilateral framework. It's contested on the basis of on normative foundations. So countries that have engaged in plurilateralism contest sort of the liberal, universal nature of multilateralism. It's contested on the basis of representation. So the common notion that the countries of the Global South especially are underrepresented within the institutions of multilateralism. So it's very much a contested relationship. The other frame is somewhat different. The other frame is one of complementarity. So plurilateralism as an anchor of support for multilateralism. And this is very much recognized within the global multilateral architecture itself. So the Charter of the United Nations recognizes the importance of regional organizations, for example, in upholding the multilateral system. Recently, the high-level advisory board that was on multilateralism that was put together by the UN Secretary General in preparation for the Summit of the Future recognized the importance of informal coalitions of states to uphold the multilateral system. So this also recognizes that multilateralism is fraying, but provides an anchor of support in the form of plurilateral coalitions of states to support the multilateral order. Now, why this is important, it's not because of trying to impose a binary frame on the discussion. So these are very much ideal types, plurilateralism as a contestation or as support for multilateralism. To the contrary, what you have is a very vast, between these two frames, there's a very vast array of experiences, models, and examples that we can look to inform our thinking about this concept. And so this is why I think this is an interesting discussion, because there are many examples that we can look to and try and understand the trade-offs that are involved when we think about plurilateralism and or multilateralism. So the trade-offs of efficiency, the trade-offs of legitimacy, the trade-offs of inclusion and representation. And let me maybe give one example to illustrate the types of trade-offs that we can think of. So on the issue of peacekeeping and peace operations, so my institution, CIPRI, conducts a global database on international peace operations. And the highlights of the results that we are finding offer a very interesting picture when it comes to issues of plurilateralism and multilateralism. So as of now, we have roughly 61 international peace operations active in over 36 countries. 37 of those operations are deployed by regional organizations, as opposed to only 18 that are fully fledged UN peace operations. The top 10 contributing countries are from the Global South, led by countries such as Nepal, Bangladesh, India, so very much dominated by South Asia, also Pakistan. The rest of that list of the top 10 come from sub-Saharan Africa. So Rwanda, Uganda, Ethiopia, South Africa, Kenya, Burundi. And these countries have been the top contributors in terms of military personnel, but also police personnel. And they have been at the forefront of some of the most complex and demanding peace operations globally, most of which are in sub-Saharan Africa. So 21 of the 61 peace operations are actually focused in sub-Saharan Africa. So this is an example of pluralism at its best. So if we think of who is actually doing the heavy lifting when it comes to peace operations, the Global South is doing the heavy lifting, but very much anchored in the multilateral system itself. So these peace operations, even though they are conducted by regional organizations, they receive their mandate from the United Nations. They adhere very much to the normative framework of multilateralism when it comes to consensus-based peace building, when it comes to the rule of law, when it comes to democratic legitimacy. So very much an example of plurilateralism anchored in multilateralism. Something interesting happened lately, which again informs our thinking about trade-offs. So recently we began to see the limitations of multilateral peace building. And these were limitations resulting from funding cuts. I mean, given the budgetary crisis faced by the United Nations and regional organizations in general, we found operational gaps within these peace-building missions, and that led to serious questions when it came to security. We found that there was a deadlock within the United Nations Security Council in renewing or failing to renew the mandate of these missions. So what we saw recently over the last few years is countries that have hosted peace missions looking to alternative arrangements. So we've seen this in Mozambique, we've seen this in Mali, we've seen this in the DRC. We've seen these countries looking to invite bilaterally forces from neighboring countries to provide security. We've also seen these countries resort to private military and security companies. And that, I think, gives us a warning sign of how, when we look to arrangements outside of the multilateral system, we begin to run into trouble. So that's one example out there that illustrates the trade-offs that are involved between adhering to the multilateral system with all of its complexity and challenges, but also the challenges of going outside of that system to look for alternative arrangements.
Thank you, Kareem. I'd like to keep it big picture just for another minute, Antoine, and come to you. Major institutions such as the UN, WTO, G20 are delivering fewer concrete outcomes, while newer groupings like the BRICS Plus, regional coalitions, and issue-based partnerships are becoming more active in setting pieces of the global agenda. Looking ahead, do you see these institutions moving towards fragmentation, more targeted cooperation, or some combination of both? And which formats are most likely to work on practical issues like trade rules, climate action, digital standards?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, and good night, good evening, everybody. That was premature.
Ending so soon.
That was premature. I already had a glass of wine, so. Okay, I see the audience is alive.
Proof of life.
Rather than talk about trade-offs, I see fragmentation under conditions of domination. Let me explain what I mean. I think beneath the veneer of successful, effective, and efficient multilateralism, driven by cooperation, compromise sometimes, but also coordination is what we want, isn't it? Lies a deeper malaise, which is fragmentation. These institutions and what they represent, in my view, are ravaged or dismantled by 5 dark forces. I'll mention them quickly. You must be familiar with most of them. The first one is techno-feudalism. It's a concept written about by Yanis Varoufakis. In an earlier panel, we talked about digital colonization, feudal techno-masters controlling a fiefdom, or fiefdoms, digital colonies. It is changing the nature of political economies and capitalism. The second one is the immense power and influence of the military-industrial complex. Not only the American one, but dare I say, the P5 in the Security Council collectively ensures that conflicts are not resolved. The third one is transnational organized crime, the dark underbelly of capitalism, which often we don't want to talk about, but which has immense influence. The fourth one is a compromised or a conflicted hegemon, the Trump administration, or if you want, the MAGA movement, which might live beyond the Trump term. And then a fifth one, civilizational states. The belief in exceptionalism, or the belief in a manifest destiny. We are meant to save the world and promote X, Y, or Z. We can also call them imperial powers. So trade rules, climate action, digital standards become subject to the use or the abuse by competing powers, as I've outlined above, or forces if you want, and is no longer seen as universal public goods. And maybe to demonstrate this point, let me point out that I'm quite concerned, I don't know about you, but I'm quite concerned about how we protect and advance the gains of the G20 summit that concluded in Johannesburg last week. Particularly those 4 points: putting in place rules and regulations for global finance safety nets, addressing the onerous debt burden of countries in the global south, reform of the IMF and international financial institutions, pursuing a fairer international tax architecture, to which we can add, we've discussed this at length, those G20 summit statements about trade, data, and climate, and women. It seems to me that the Trump administration's agenda does not align with this developmental-oriented agenda. And I said to somebody over dinner, over that glass of wine, that a week from now, Miami will start. So the G20 is handed over into the hands of the Americans, and 1 week from now, they will start to dismantle these gains that we thought we had negotiated so successfully. For me, it's an illustration, Chair, of us not entering a new phase of a just global order or the revival of multilateralism, but possibly the emergence of a Cold War 2.0, where we face a very tough environment with a hegemon in decline, confronted by a rising giant in the East. And between these two powers, these two blocks, multilateralism, what is your word?
Oh, that's not my word.
Plurilateralism.
Plurilateralism. That one.
Yes.
Falls in between the cracks. When we come to the second round, I will try and answer this question, whether there's any other vehicle that is possible for us in the Global South to use to save what we can and promote our own interests in a collective sort of fashion in order to get to this question here behind us. How do we get to a just global order?
Thank you very much. Let's use the last two questions here to zoom in on more regional issues. So I'd like to start first with Isabel, discussing the Indo-Pacific. You know, this has become almost a laboratory for plurilateralism. Maybe expand upon that a little bit, and then we'll come to Sergey to discuss Europe.
Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers for having me in this beautiful city. And also let me thank President Mbeki for attending this late session. Coming to the Indo-Pacific, well, first maybe I could remind the audience that so-called plurilaterals are not a new phenomenon. They have existed for decades in the region, but there is no denying that they have gained in popularity over the past decade. The question is, can they deliver? Can they deliver in terms of economic stability, conflict management, and regional governance? My sense is that the picture is quite mixed. We can have positive developments. For instance, if we look at a project like CPTPP, for comprehensive and progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. It's a trade agreement between 12 countries. It extends beyond tariff reduction to include commitments to on labor rights and environmental standards. So in many ways, it promotes an economic rules-based order. And I think it's also a good example of, as a response to brutal US unilateralism, because you may remember that this particular agreement was a project of the US originally. It was proposed by the Obama administration, and then under the first Trump administration, the US withdrew from the project, but then Japan came in and salvaged basically the project and finalized the negotiation, and so we have it. So it's a good example of how to survive in a US unilateralism context. Another interesting characteristic is that it's been open to extra-regional economies, and the UK has recently joined in. And even the EU now is interested in establishing deeper links with CPTPP. So this could be seen as an encouraging, promising example of a plurilateral grouping advancing multilateral governance in a way. But on the less positive side, what you have in the Indo-Pacific is a growing number of so-called minilaterals, which means 3 to 4 countries getting together, such as the Quad between India, the US, Australia, and Japan, AUKUS, AUKUS is Australia, US, UK, and any trilateral, the most advanced is between Japan, Australia, and the US. But there is really a large number of these minilaterals. And they have become the standard form of international cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. Even France, my country, wants to have its own trilaterals with India and Australia. It didn't work for some reasons. So it turned to India and the United Arab Emirates. And it's not working that much either, but, well, it's a different story. What is interesting is that officially, these minilaterals in the Indo-Pacific, they say we want to contribute to stability, security, development. Okay. But my sense is that more often than not, they serve as a signal of strategic convergence and shared interests among their members. And yes, indeed, weapon deals are part of the game, let's be honest, in many cases. So I do agree, big ones, yes, indeed. And these minilaterals have proliferated in the Indo-Pacific, and they have proliferated to such an extent that they produce a saturation effect. They overload the agendas of the regional countries. They may overlap, they may compete between themselves, and I guess at the end of the day, they dilute resources, they bring a level of confusion, and more importantly, I guess, they undermine what was the multilateral platforms in the region, which was led by the ASEAN. So in that respect, I'm not so sure that multilateral groups can deliver in terms of regional governance. They do deliver strategic signals for sure, but regional governance, I'm not so confident.
Thank you. Sergey, let me turn to you now. Can plurilateral platforms meaningfully engage strategically diverse actors? And perhaps you could focus especially on Europe with instances of plurilateralism there.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for having me here. And I really appreciate the great work of ORF in doing its mission. And it's not only not just a polite word for me, it's based on my experience. After I visited India in 2023, the year of Indian G20 presidency, that visit was really eye-opening for me, and I believe after the Cape Town conversation, it will open the eyes even wider. So the plurilateral is a phonetic nightmare for me, and about plurilateral, I will oppose Karim, his first statement that plurilateral works outside of multilateral. I think it works also inside and overlap with multilateral, and in a broad sense, the European Union is a plurilateral union, and NATO also is a plurilateral union. Eurozone is a plurilateral union. And for those who not agree with me, I have more examples from the outside of Europe, the Nordic-Baltic group, the Visegrad group, the Drone Coalition, all are plurilateral groups. And I will stand on this statement, and because this brings us to the question, why did the European Union created among countries that wrote supposedly universal rules for the world order? Obviously because the universal rules does not work for such a diverse world, and even the West is diverse. So I have already mentioned this plurilateral alliances inside the EU. But does that mean that plurilateral hurt or oppose multilateral? I don't think so. So countries of the global south may argue that the world order created in the 20th century was not fair to all states and nations. But nevertheless, if we talk about the principles, so equality of states, non-discrimination, and collective management, all these principles are in the DNA of new entities like BRICS, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and others. So we have experienced at least 3 major restructuring of the global order since the end of the World War II. So look at how what we now call the global south has changed since 1955, since the Bandung Conference, which was established the non-alignment movement. So the movement was at the highest point in 1970s, 1980s, but then after the collapse of the USSR, there was a sense that it had become useless. So it seemed that there was only one winner and you had to accept the rules. It also seemed that China and Russia, among others, has accepted the rules of the new and only leader, and they actually did very well out of this. And nevertheless, we quickly entered the post-American era. And so we have reached a new point where the spirit of the Bandung Conference and the 10 principles of peaceful coexistence are important again. But one different thing, that Indonesia, India, Brazil, and South Africa, and many other countries is not the same as it was a previous circle. So they are strong enough to oppose the global order, but not in a threatening way, but more like in sports, where you become stronger by competing, and in this competition, everyone becomes stronger by learning new techniques. And I will wrap up here. I want to conclude with the following. The countries change, the world is changing, but the principles matter. So the DNA built into the post-war world order is largely correct. Just need to know how to adjust it better.
Thank you. Let's do a quick second round of questions, and then we'll turn to the audience for questions. So try and answer in about 90 seconds if you can. Big topics to keep short. So turning back to Karim, How far can regional or plurilateral security groupings realistically substitute for UN-led conflict mediation? 90 seconds, please.
So I think the example of peacekeeping and peace operations offer a very clear example where regional organizations have done the heavy lifting. And here I think that the question is one of capacity, whether regional organizations have the capacity to actually do the heavy lifting when it comes to peace operations, mediation, providing regional security frameworks. But then it goes also to this larger question, which I think has been implicit in much of what has said here, is regionalism and plurilateralism, is it meant to be a substitute or an alternative for the multilateral order, or is it meant to be conducted in a way that reinforces that order? And I think you've seen many examples. I completely agree with Sergey. I think the examples of the European Union, the African Union, to a certain extent ASEAN, have actually worked to reinforce some of the core principles of the multilateral order. When you see some of the examples of the minilateral frameworks that Isabella mentioned, these have been sucked, the Quad, for example, or AUKUS, these have been sucked into the broader dynamic of great power conflict and militarization. So very much leading to a fragmentation of the global multilateral order and the principles that uphold its order. So that, I think, is the key question. How do we conduct plurilateralism in a way that upholds the multilateral order? And that's a very contested question. I mean, some would argue that the multilateral order is not worth saving because it has been plagued by so many challenges and the crisis of legitimacy that we see today.
Thank you. Anthony, you helpfully told me the second question that you would like me to ask you. So we'll go with that one. What vehicles are possible for South Africa, for the Global South more generally?
Yes. So which principles is it that we have to preserve? So can we, under the following conditions, do regional groupings make any sense? The G7 is the steering committee responsible for maintaining the capitalist system. The G20 is the board of directors who sits from time to time to make sure the steering committee is on the right path. And the OECD are the shareholders who extract value from this arrangement. So can BRICS Plus, under these conditions, make any difference? And the clustering inside BRICS Plus, by the way. I think in the absence of a set of shared values and principles into which BRICS members ought to be socialized, there is very little chance of progress in determining the shape of a just world order. It's a tough statement, I know. We might have a conversation around that. Perhaps IPSA, the India, Brazil, South Africa, plus Indonesia now, I believe, clustering, is an example of something that might work around issues of climate and energy and maybe marine and maritime issues as well, although I remain skeptical. And then secondly, in my last 30 seconds, can African and middle powers become norm entrepreneurs or global agenda setters? I mean, the answer is obvious from the way I think about this. And by the way, who are these middle powers? Harvard University released a project findings the other day, last week, to coincide with the G20 summit, on who these middle powers are who might possibly fill the gap in between the hegemon that is collapsing and the rising power of the East, Brazil, India, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Nigeria, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, South Africa, Turkey, the UAE, and Vietnam. Can they make a difference collectively or individually? My last 10 seconds is each one of them aspire to exercise soft power in their own regional setting. driven by national interest and security considerations. And it's too early, I think, to say whether any of them or cluster of them will be able to play any role in this emerging Cold War 2.0 that I'm talking about.
Thank you very much. To the audience with questions, if you could already start lining up so I can see about how many we've got. Isabel, coming to you to discuss South Asia very briefly. In this region, can plurilateral or minilateral formats meaningfully compensate for the absence of strong regional multilateral bodies, or do they risk hardening existing divides?
Well, I think South Asia is an interesting example because it's one of the least integrated regions you can have in the world because of the conflict between India and Pakistan. There's been a project, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, so-called SARC, but it's been muted because of this conflict between the two rivals. And to answer your question, India has been tempted to go for plurilaterals, especially with its Bay of Bengal neighbors or with island states in the Indian Ocean. So India has invested in so-called BIMSTEC. It has invested in the Colombo Security Initiative, which gathers Mauritius, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Seychelles as an observer. Do they work as a substitute? Not really. Do they reinforce division? No, because the division are so harsh that they don't need to be reinforced. It's just exploring different options, but there is no, I think, escape from a regional cooperation organization because there is a huge loss in not cooperating between India and Pakistan at the end of the day.
Thank you. Sergey, last question to you before the audience. Looking to Europe, can plurilateral initiatives help Europe reset its relationships with the global south on more realistic terms? 90 seconds.
Yeah. I start from the small states or the new states of the European Union. So by fact, those 10 states that joined to European Union in 2024 at the big enlargement now is more than 1/3 of all European member states. But if we are talking about the gravity, in fact, the core, the old countries of Europe, by coincidence, is colonial past, colonial countries, they are much more stronger than this last 1/3. So, and for these countries of old Europe, is much easy to accept these changes which are happening now with global world order. Long story short, they are rich, they are self-sufficient, they are safe, and they do not need to rediscover the global south for themselves because they had already this huge, terrible colonial past, but still they have vision, contacts, and expertise there. So they do not see big threats of changing the balance because they have understanding that Europe will be in power at least for one generation, which is eternity for European politicians. But at the same time, the small powers are dependable. They are dependable from the core. They are dependable from European Union cohesion budget. They are dependable from NATO on questions of defense. And they are very cautious in every question of changing the balance or decreasing of Europe's influence in global order. If you check the discussions in the Baltic states, we're still not sure that the Article 5 of NATO will work also for us. So no doubts that NATO will fight for Germany or United Kingdom, but how about Latvia or Estonia? We are too small to be sure in our security. For the Global South gravity is huge for our small states, even if we are all 10 together. So we have lack of human resources, expertise to build our own dialogue. I think that we'll just choose this policy to follow the global EU strategy towards the Global South. Is it good or bad? No, not good, not bad. Just need to know that to build a dialogue with also small states of Europe, which nevertheless have their own voice inside the European Union.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for the 3 audience questions. I see people standing up. Samir, let me start with you. Number 1, 2 over here, 3 over here.
Look, it's kind of dangerous to ask someone on stage to give a view around India when there are so many Indians in the room, so you should generally be careful. And, it's kind of dangerous and sometimes kind of odd, but nonetheless, everyone is entitled to their opinion on what is the fastest growing economy in the world. Now, let me come to my 3 points. Number 1, I think Western scholarship began when they learned how to read a book. Our plurilateralism is far older than their books are. So in many ways, before they knew how to spell the word, we were building relationships in our region and beyond. And you can see how countries from time immemorial have always aggregated based on water bodies, based on natural features, based on topography, based on knowledge, based on innovation. And let me just tell you that the rise of Europe was courtesy something called the magic of monsoons that allowed the riches of India to proliferate the European continent, right? So plurilateralism was not born when India, in modern days, experimented with BIMSTEC. Actually, India built the first, along with few other partners, the first plurilateral group that still continues today, that was called the G77 or the Non-Aligned Movement or the Global South. The Global South was born when India was a very young country in its modern avatar. So it is not BIMSTEC, it is not IORA, it is not the Naval Symposium. It was always looking for a way where individual sovereignty would be actually enacted and not just be a word in a piece of paper. And that is why plurilateralism was important. It was about agency. Plurilateralism was not about virtue signaling. I can throw that back to the panelists on the stage and say, how about cooperating with Russia sitting in Europe? Do you do that? No, you don't do that. And it is very inefficient when you don't cooperate with Russia. So try and do that before, solving the problems of the world. Let's talk about ourselves. Now, my question to Anthony, he's dark on the Global South. Now, and he's looking for a common thread that binds us. Actually, Anthony, I think because nothing binds us, and yet we coagulate and we aggregate, that is the symbol, that is symbolic for the world so diverse that you don't have to be same to partner together for purpose and for principles. And I think that is what binds the Global South, that we are not bound by a religion or by the Bible or by a book, but we are bound by the fact that the world can be more equitable, more just, more sustainable, and that's why we work together. So I don't think you need similarity. Being with people like us is not statecraft. Being with people who are different is statecraft. So my view for you is that why is difference so abhorrent? Why are you so afraid of difference within the BRICS if we can create the institutions and solutions for the future? The question is that have we institutionalized enough? And are we doing enough with the fact that we are aggregating like we do so regularly? And I think we must judge our leaders for not delivering on a base that has been built by aggregating so regularly. So do you think similarity is overrated and perhaps difference and diversity might be celebrated in the future?
Thank you. Sir?
So, it's very interesting. I sense a lot of scorn about the new groupings which are coming across. And if you go back 50 years, 100 years, when the existing multilateral institutions were being formed, I'm sure there was a lot of scorn at that time as well. But what you're doing is you're judging the new groupings against the existing ones, which clearly haven't worked. I mean, European Union today is as dysfunctional as any organization can be, even within Europe. So what is happening is countries like India and others are dealing directly with individual states because European Union does not work. So the question is that if you're going to judge the new groupings, first you have to give them time. You have to judge them on the idea that a lot of new models are being created. Some of them will work, some of them will not work, but please do not judge them with the existing order, which clearly is not suiting everybody.
Thank you. And your name and affiliation?
I'm Pranjal Sharma. I'm an economist and a non-resident fellow of ORF Middle East.
Thank you. And our last question here, and then the panel can take them.
Hi, Paul Katz from the Jane Family Institute. I wanted to ask about a multi or maybe plurilateral grouping that hasn't come up yet, which is the V20, this group of 74 climate vulnerable countries, and specifically their finance ministers, who have been organizing over the last decade, very diverse states, small island developing states, large landlocked countries, but also some relatively significant players on the global scene, Philippines, Bangladesh, Pakistan. I wonder, these very diverse countries, right, all say that, by centering their climate vulnerability and, arguing that, aligning interests around, this question and basically rejecting the idea that vulnerability is weakness, which is something they like to say. I wonder, does this represent a different sort of multi or plurilateralism? Is this a way to bring diverse countries together around a common interest that might be powerful?
Thank you very much. All right, we are out of time, so we need to go very quickly here. Let me start with Anthony. I'm going to give each of you a moment just to respond to whatever you wish. Anthony first, please.
Should we in the Global South have a distinct identity, style, purpose, culture? I think we do. I hope this is not a sort of a bilateral now.
I know.
No, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at President Mbeki. I want to hear what he thinks. So let me also be provocative. What happened to NAM, the non-aligned movement, the celebrated NAM that stood up against the colonial powers of yesterday, which continues until today? Did it have a vision, a mission, a purpose? What happened to NAM? Where is it today? Now I hear somebody whispers there's the new BRICS and the BRICS Plus. BRICS Plus will do nothing for us unless it says to itself, we know who we are. We have an identity. We have meaning and we have purpose. The purpose is this, our conversation. How do we build a just global order? I put my faith in the BRICS alliance, but at the same time, I'm also asking the diplomats in my country, in Durko, in Foreign Affairs, what kind of homework are you doing to make sure that South Africa, as a prominent African leader, understands its place and role in BRICS Plus? What is it that we contribute and what is it that we take from BRICS? They can't answer because they haven't done their homework. And this is a weakness, I think, of us, because I believe that we have to forge identity because we are up against dark forces and a big struggle.
Thank you. Isabel, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Well, I think if I'm not judging any kind of experience, but I think if we are talking about multilateralism, the best solution in my mind is to have so-called inside plurilateralism, whereby you have a subset of countries with common interest working within the structure of an established multilateral institution. We had this comment this morning of it's not so much about creating brand new principles, institution. You may try, and maybe it's a good option, but I think it's also quite a cautious and prudent option to safeguard the principles and the institutions that have been agreed upon by all, and especially the universally acknowledged institutions.
Thank you. Sergey, and then Karim.
Just want to wrap up by some some words from my side, that we are talking about plurilateralism, multilateralism, but finally we are living in the world where the one global power can attack the neighbor country, and all institutions, multilateral institutions, can do nothing with this global power. And the development of the last week show us that another global power also is not able to provide the security guarantees for their partners and allies. So, meaning that yes, we should all rely on the principles-based world, but it's our responsibility to be united and to adjust all these rules to the future of the next generations. Maybe it's too pathetic, but I thought it's important to tell from my side.
Thank you. And Kareem, last 30 seconds.
Thank you. Samir, as always, I found your comment to be quite compelling. You're absolutely right. Plurilateralism has been around for a long time, and I would argue in support of what I think you were hinting at, in that it has been, for the most part, beneficial for the cause of global order. South-South cooperation has actually been an anchor that has upheld the global order. So that should be celebrated and should definitely not be scorned. But I think your comment introduces another aspect of this, which maybe we could discuss at next year's Cape Town conversation. The real crisis is not so much with multilateralism, it is with universal multilateralism. So the US-dominated rules-based international order, which existed somewhat above the UN system, that has been a very big cause of the crisis we are facing today. That universal multilateralism is what gave us Iraq, it's what gave us the war on terrorism, it is what gave us the crusade on democracy, on all of the causes of universal multilateralism that has undermined the UN system. That said, we should celebrate plurilateralism with one final note of caution. And here I may be playing devil's advocate, but happy to continue this conversation over drinks. The real danger, I think, is plurilateralism taken to its logical conclusion by some states within the system can undermine multilateralism. And here I think we need to think very hard. What would that world look like if we have a complete breakdown of multilateralism? So what would the world look like if we had no United Nations Charter? What would the world look like if we had no multilateral system for nuclear weapons and nuclear non-proliferation? We are already seeing the breakdown of the multilateral framework when it comes to issues of climate change, when it comes to issues of global trade. So that, I think, is just a word of caution in how we think about balancing plurilateralism with the need to uphold the multilateral order moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to my panelists, to the organizers, Samir, President and Becky for staying with us, and especially thank you to the audience for taking these issues so seriously that you stuck with us until 10 p.m., I think.
Yeah, and you know, I was just telling someone 9 p.m. rocks. We should have like multiple sessions happening. We have more people in the room than we had during the day. So well done, all of you. But thank you for your participation on day 2 of Cape Town Conversations. We begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we promise you some more exciting conversations. But let me just end with a spin-off from what Kareem just said. If all of us were given a thought experiment, let's design the world of tomorrow. Here is your pen. Build the systems, institutions, and architecture that we need to manage the 21st century. I can bet my bottom dollar it would resemble the United Nations as it exists today. It is not the institution that's the problem, it's the people who man it. And we have to improve ourselves. It's an inside job. It's here. The problem is here. Let's work on that. Have a great evening. Sleep well. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. for more conversations. And I'll see you again next year at Cape Town. Thank you very much.